America, success in both fame and fortune. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 301 I'm Always the One Who Gets Hurt. In the screening room, a preview of Brad Pitt's new film, The Assassination of Jesse James, was underway. Warner Brothers executives, including Daniel, Alan Horn, and Charles Roven, all wore blank expressions. On screen, Brad Pitt, dressed in cowboy attire, looked imposing and possessed a distinctly dandy air. But almost simultaneously, these Warner executives thought of the latest Coca-Cola commercial. The cowboy, once a dandy gentleman, had become so awkward. Some even thought he deserved to be trampled upon and made to weep and repent. It would have been fine if Pitt had adopted a different look in the film, but his portrayal of the sharpshooter, James, was a stereotypical cowboy. This sentiment reached not only Warner Brothers but also Pitt's own team. This included Maggie Darkhill, who suspected the film might not pan out. The preview concluded, and before Pitt, the producer and lead actor, could say anything, the Warner Brothers executives and the film experts exchanged glances and reached a tacit understanding. Alan Horn said, "Brad, we need to have a small internal meeting." "Please wait a moment," Pete smiled. "Please do as you please." Warner executives and film experts went into the office next door. Alan Horn asked bluntly, "Isn't this movie a little weird?" Several film experts had already reached a consensus. One of them said, "It's not the movie that's weird, it's Brad Pitt who looks weird. His cowboy look is so reminiscent of that latest Coca-Cola commercial." Daniel replied, "Indeed." Charles Roven gave a helpless smile. "When I see Brad Pitt in his cowboy outfit on screen, Coca-Cola pops into my head." Alan Horn, noticing the others nodding, asked, "Will the audience be distracted by this?" "Maybe some won't," the film expert said, "but some will definitely be reminded of that commercial." Daniel suggested, "Did the company sign a distribution contract with the crew?" Alan Horn said, "We signed a distribution contract when this project was launched, but Brad Pitt was so confident at the time that he refused to let us participate in the production investment. Aside from today's screening, we didn't make any other upfront investments, so our investment is basically zero." Charles Roven replied, "Since we've signed the distribution contract, let's hold it for now and wait until the influence of the Coca-Cola commercial wears off before releasing it." Alan Horn couldn't possibly give up on this film. For a simple distribution, the chances of losing money were minimal. He made a decision, "Let's do it." The internal discussion ended quickly, and Alan Horn summoned Brad Pitt to formally inform him of the decision. Postponing the release. Ever since marrying Aniston, Brad Pitt had never enjoyed such a secondary role. He expressed dissatisfaction. "Alan, the film is already finished. Time is a cost." Alan Horn raised his hand to interrupt him. "Warner Brothers' schedule is packed. They can't find a suitable time slot right now. We can't let a film like this face direct competition from all those blockbusters, can we?" For a star of Brad Pitt's stature, and a major shareholder in Plan B, he spoke politely, "Give Warner some time. I'll let you know when a suitable time slot is available." The 6 major distributors were at the very top of the industry chain, so it was normal for them to have tight schedules. Brad Pitt urged him a few words and left Alan Horn's office. As he went downstairs to join the others, he happened to run into Banks, a Warner Brothers filmgoer who was also attending the screening. "Hey, Brad, let's talk for a minute." Banks, having a hard time getting ahead at Warner Brothers, inevitably had other thoughts on his mind. Pitt asked, "What's up?" Banks said, "About the release of The Assassination of Jesse James Bond." He quickly recounted Warner Bros.'s concerns. Pitt didn't think much of it at first, but the more he listened, the darker his face grew, and he couldn't help but think of the Coca-Cola commercial. "That's about it," Banks said, finishing his sales pitch and hurried off. "I have something else to do. I'll be leaving first." Pitt shoved his hands in his pockets, still trying to maintain his composure, as he took the elevator downstairs. As he entered the spacious lobby of the Warner building, he saw a new promotional poster on the Coca-Cola vending machine. It showed a cowboy-like figure, Martin, using Coke as a blessing, and influencing another bully cowboy who looked just like him. Pitt sat down in the lounge, hoping to be alone. As he calmed down, his composure gradually returned. It wasn't hard to see that Warner Brothers had made a sound decision. If The Assassination of Jesse James Bond had been released into theaters during this advertising period, it might have been a major problem. It might be better to wait. After realizing this, Pete's anger flared up again. Why was I the one getting hurt? In the ice cream parlor at Warner Brothers Studios, Martin went to the counter and asked for a cup of tea. Part-time actress Maya cheerfully took the money and gave the change, same as always, black tea, no milk or sugar. Yes, Martin walked by. He was quite familiar with Maya. Seeing her happy, he asked, "Did you get a big roll?" Maya nodded heavily. Yes, with nearly 10 lines. Martin gave her a thumbs up. That's a big step forward. Maya's freckled face showed a satisfied smile. Of the 5 of us who rented the house together, I was the first to get a line. Martin took the tea from her and suggested, "Have your agent run more around. The more diligent he is, the more job opportunities you will have." Maya said, "He doesn't think much of me. Let's take it one step at a time." Martin took the tea and sat down at an empty table, waiting for Thomas to bring his men over. Marcus had already taken care of the funeral arrangements for his 2 dogs, Daisy and John, and the black men had been formally arrested. He would soon be free to begin work on his memoir. Thomas had found a suitable ghostwriter from among WMA's contracted writers and screenwriters to assist Marcus with a memoir. Martin was meeting the playwright today. The ice cream parlor was empty, so Maya picked up a pen and began writing in a notebook. She recorded everything she saw and heard at the studio. After working here for over a year, Maya was still a minor actress, but she was also trying her hand at writing. It wasn't her own initiative, but rather her urge, as it was too difficult for a simple actor to make a name for himself. Thomas then entered the parlor with a man in a gray shirt. He was in his 30s, slightly overweight, and had a full beard. Thomas introduced him. "This is Robinson, a screenwriter signed by the company who has worked on numerous film projects." Martin shook his hand, told him to take a seat, and had Maya bring him 2 cups of coffee. He then asked directly, "Have you worked on many film projects, Robinson?" No newcomer to Hollywood understood the importance of experience. He replied, "I was previously a member of Mark Boal's writing team." Martin, unfamiliar with the man, looked slightly puzzled. Robinson elaborated, "Mark Boal is the screenwriter of Black Hawk Down, and I worked on that project as a member of the team." Martin knew that many Hollywood scripts were written using a collaborative, assembly line approach. Many renowned screenwriters often had a team behind them. Naturally, these screenwriters couldn't credit their films. Hollywood limited the number of credits to 3 writers per film, and crediting meant various online and offline profit-sharing agreements stipulated by the Writers Guild. Robinson focused on war-related projects. "My most recent project was on Paul Haggis's film, In the Valley of Ella. Like all other projects, I was a team member, without any credit." Martin asked, "Are there any scripts or works you've worked on?" Robinson produced a printed copy and handed it to Martin. "This is the portion of Black Hawk Down I wrote. In the Valley of Ella just finished filming and hasn't been released yet, so the script can't be released publicly." Martin nodded and began to read carefully. While Martin was a poor student in English writing, definitely the worst of the worst, his reading was acceptable, and he had a good grasp of scripts after reading them frequently. Black Hawk Down was no ordinary film. He had seen it recently while reviewing the film. Martin read the script for more than 10 minutes before putting it down and asking, "Why did you leave Mark Boal's team?" Robinson hesitated, then decided to tell the truth. "I've been working for him for 5 years, and I still don't have a credit. I feel like if I work for another 5, it'll still be the same. Although he's made all kinds of promises to me, I think the chances of fulfilling them are very low." He smiled helplessly. "I also want my name on the scripts I write and my name on the movies. This time, I don't have any copyright to Marcus's memoir, but I can have my name on it." Martin nodded slightly. "Besides the compensation, I do have a credit, but the ghostwriter's name will appear after Marcus's." Robinson said, "No problem, here's how. I'll ask Marcus to come out and meet." Martin wanted to conduct a more practical investigation, listen to Marcus' story, then write it down. Robinson agreed immediately. Martin called Marcus and arranged a meeting at Davis Film Studios. Less than half an hour later, the two met in Martin's office. Marcus's situation was somewhat similar to Martin's. He generally had no problem speaking, but when it came to writing, he struggled. Oral and written expression were completely different. Seeing Martin find the right playwright so quickly, Marcus was excited. He spoke and gestured as he described an experience he had just had as a SEAL. Robinson first wrote it down in rough draft form. After Marcus finished speaking, he went into a nearby conference room and began editing it. He emerged from the conference room near the end of the day and handed the written section to Martin. Martin quickly reviewed it and handed it to Marcus. Marcus read it and said, "Yes, that's it." Martin then had Thomas review it again, confirming it was correct, and decided to hire Robinson. Chapter 302 Perfect Audition. Burbank, Leonardo DiCaprio's Appian Way Productions. Martin arrived at the front desk, joined Thomas, who was waiting there, and went into the dressing room together. He similarly called Robert in Atlanta. The high priest of the Coca-Cola cult sprang into action. The audition room was empty for the time being. Thomas said, "I'll repay the favor. I'll do my best to get you the pay and treatment you deserve." Martin nodded. "Once the audition is finalized, go for it." He was there to repay the favor, but his agent wasn't. Besides, the script was quite explicit. Martin didn't mind the explicitness. He'd stripped down countless times. Every time he stripped down, there was something to gain. Even if it was simply an exercise that cost hundreds of millions, it was also a source of enjoyment and pleasure. Hollywood has a well-established system for nudity scenes, with prices and regulations for how much to expose. Thomas needed to negotiate all of this with a crew. Several stylists and makeup artists entered and began styling Martin. Thomas left the dressing room, but Bruce remained, his wolf-like eyes scrutinizing everyone. Today was the makeup audition. Martin's beard was clean-shaven, his long hair styled back into vintage-style parting, making his already youthful and handsome face appear even younger. As the vintage clothes were brought over, the costume designer took one look at Martin's large frame and said, "Go 2 sizes up." His assistant hurried to get them. The frail appearance of a teenager can also be achieved through styling and camera work. A well-proportioned yet muscular figure like Martin's can be transformed into oversized clothing. Of course, there's a limit to this. A Johnson, who later gained immense muscle, wouldn't work. Shaquille O'Neal wouldn't be any different. Under the meticulous care of several top makeup artists and stylists, Martin seemed to have returned to his 17 or 18-year-old self. Meanwhile, numerous crew members filed into the audition room. Director Sam Mendes, actress and producer Kate Winslet, investor Leonardo DiCaprio, original author Bernhard Schlink, and producer and screenwriter Anthony Minghella. Then there were representatives from the Screen Actors Guild. Kate asked, "Is the makeup artist finished?" An assistant replied, "About 10 minutes more." Casting director Gina and her team finished adjusting the cameras. Bernhard, the original author, said, "The time frame is too long. Can one actor do it? Especially a young actor who's working in commercial films, using 2 actors would be easy." Anthony shared a similar view, but also had some concerns. The only problem is, 2 different actors would create a sense of disconnect between the characters. Kate finally found Martin a suitable choice, and said, "Let's see how the audition goes first, then we'll discuss anything else." Leonardo sat nearby, watching the performance with great interest. Anthony and Bernhardt said no more. The audition was about to begin, and the details would be clear at a glance. The door to the audition room opened, and an assistant brought Martin in. Bernhardt, the original author, took a closer look. The actor looked good, with a strong aura, and he clearly had a confident demeanor. This didn't quite match the temperament of the young male lead. Anthony was observing Martin, but he wouldn't make a hasty judgment, for great actors are known for their many facets. But at 25, Martin greeted Kate and the others one by one, glancing back. As expected, the dedicated gaming crew was absorbed in their handheld game consoles, refusing to engage in actual work, demonstrating exceptional professionalism. Sam Mendes pulled out a script and handed it to Martin. "Begin." Kate stood up and stepped in front of the camera. "I'll be acting with Martin." The audition involved the female lead, Hannah, changing clothes while the male lead, young Michelle, watched. Casting director Gina glanced at the camera monitor and said, "Begin." As she spoke, Kate, with her back to Martin, unbuttoned her clothes one by one, peeling off her coat. Martin crept to the edge of the prop curtain, his shyness and innocence gradually giving way to curiosity. He peeked in, then retreated, compelled by his inner moral compass. But a burning desire finally triumphed over moral constraints and boyish shyness. As if drawn by a magic, Martin stepped out from behind the curtains, unable to help but watch Kate remove her coat. Bernhardt, the original author, stared at Martin in amazement, as if witnessing a real-life recreation of his protagonist, Michelle Berger. The powerful and confident actor across from him vanished completely after the casting director called start. He remained the same person, but in his eyes, he was no longer the same. His demeanor had completely changed. Gone was the confidence of a successful man, replaced by the youthful reserve of a young man. As he hesitantly emerged from behind the curtains, his curiosity and desire for a mature woman were unmistakable. Even his eyes and expression shone with an unspoken yet recognizable lust for flesh. Anthony Minghella looked at the actor in front of the camera and, for some reason, instinctively turned to glance at DiCaprio. Even at his best, the 30-something Leonardo looked like this. With just his eyes, subtle expressions, and minimal body language, he perfectly portrayed the youthful innocence of a young man. At that moment, Kate, sensing something, turned back. Martin turned and ran, past a curtain, hiding behind the wall, pressing his heaving chest. A moment later, he emerged, step by step. The conflict between ethics and primal desire suddenly erupted at this moment. The unease and shame of peeping at the heroine changing clothes, overcome by temptation and desire, he struggled back despite knowing it was dangerous. At this moment, Leonardo cursed Martin inwardly, then marveled, this pervert and bastard is truly the perfect person to play a pervert. A little pervert is a pervert too. The audition scene ended with Sam Mendes shouting, "Cut!" The protagonists, seemingly still lost in their roles, walked towards each other step by step. After taking a few steps, Martin broke away first, calling out, "Kate!" Kate Winslet seemed completely absorbed in the character's emotions, reaching out to Martin, just as Hannah would now. Unrelated text follows. This script is quite explicit, with many scenes going straight to the erotic. Kate's hand followed suit. Martin stepped forward, grasped her wrist, and asked, "How was my performance?" Kate detached herself from the role, remained silent for a moment, then said, "Very good, you really got me into it." Sam Mendes wasn't looking ahead, but instead was watching the monitors with producer Anthony. The camera footage differed from what the naked eye saw. Even Bernhardt, an outsider, came over. After rewatching the audition footage, Sam asked, "What do you think?" Anthony said, "The audition went really well." Martin captured the character's emotional journey at that moment perfectly and beautifully. It was so natural and fluid. "I couldn't have asked for more." "Yes, that's him," Bernhardt quickly interrupted. "That Martin is the 16-year-old Michelle I created," casting director Gina said. "It was a nearly perfect audition." The audition wasn't over yet. Martin left the audition room and returned to the dressing room for fresh makeup and styling. When he reappeared, he was a middle-aged man. For an ordinary young actor, trying to portray a middle-aged character, especially one with Michelle's complex psychological journey, would have faced various challenges, especially with his mentality. But Martin, portraying the middle-aged man, was much more effortless than the young man he had just played. He was reserved, seasoned, yet quiet, even a little withdrawn. The audition was over, and the original author, Bernhardt, could no longer bear it and stood up to stop Martin as he was about to leave. Mr. Davis, Martin seemed still not to have completely shaken off the role, his eyes full of a sense of vicissitude, and he only nodded slightly. "Thank you." Bernhardt's words were a bit strange, the middle-aged German man's face brimming with sincerity. "You really brought the character in my book to life," Martin simply said. "You're welcome." Bernhardt grabbed Martin's hand and gave it a firm shake. Martin then left the audition room. Bernhardt turned to the crew and said, "I'm a novice in filmmaking, but I can relate to the character and the actor. Martin Davis is perfect for it." Sam asked Anthony, "What's your opinion?" "There are plenty of actors in the industry who can pull off a single teenage role, or a single middle-aged role," Anthony, also an Oscar-winning Best Director and a seasoned director, said. "But there aren't many who can pull off two roles spanning such a long time frame." He bluntly said, "I'm abandoning my previous opinion. With an actor like Martin, why cast two people to play Michelle? It would only weaken a character in the film." Sam looked at Leonardo DiCaprio, one of the investors. Leonardo said, "Martin is great. Not only does he act, but as the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, he also has great commercial appeal. We can even get sponsorship from Coca-Cola. Germany should have had Coca-Cola back then, right? I remember the US had troops stationed there." He considered it from the investor's perspective. With so many followers in the Coca-Cola cult, There must be a group of them contributing to their leader's box office success. Kate had known Martin the longest and understood him best. "I told you, Martin is perfect for this role," Leonardo warned. "That guy is a lunatic. When he's in form, he can give Nicholson a run for his money. Kate, you have to be at your best. This is the hero's perspective, and if you perform even slightly worse, he'll outshine you." Kate, however, was confident. "No, I just had a feeling Martin could get me into the role." Leonardo recalled the happy times he had with Martin. "That's right. I was in great form in the few scenes I had with him." Anthony then stood up and said, "Since you've decided on Martin, there's no need to wait any longer. Go inform him and his agent." Kate said, "I'll go." Leonardo followed, "I'll go with you." Chapter 303, Soft Rice Tastes So Good. After removing his makeup, Martin saw Kate and Leonardo waiting for him. He asked with a smile, "How's it going? Any good news?" Kate came forward and hugged him. "Congratulations, you're my partner." Leonardo bumped fists with Martin. "You guys, you always do a great job playing perverts," Martin retorted, "because I have a friend like you as a reference. I don't even need to experience life. I can just act like you." "This is not the place to talk." Kate invited the two to the lounge next door. "Don't say anything about each other. You're both bastards who fall in love with everyone you meet," Leonardo said affectionately. "For all these years, you've been my only true love." Facing her best friend, Kate was as fierce as she was when she was filming the ship. "Leo, don't you feel guilty about saying that? Look at you, your stomach is bulging with emptiness." "Don't talk about me." Leonardo sat on the sofa. "You're not much better." Martin looked at the two and said, "Actually, there's a line from Titanic that fits you both very well." Leonardo knew this jerk had nothing good to say, so he didn't bother asking. Kate, curious, asked, "What's the line?" "If you dance, I dance too," Martin said, gesturing. "Now, if you're fat, I'm fat too." Kate raised an eyebrow. "Women, it's better to be a little plump." Martin nodded. "That makes sense." Leonardo said, "Kate, I suggest you be careful of this guy. Every time he arrives on a set, he likes to flirt with the leading actresses." Martin argued, "Stop slandering people. Did he do that on the set of The Hills Have Eyes and The Departed?" Kate's gossip fire ignited. "So, the rumors about you, Jolie, and Aniston are all true?" Martin neither admitted nor denied it. Leonardo said, "He's just short of getting Jolie and Aniston, his mortal enemies, to have a party together." Martin changed the subject. "Did your Appian Way also participate in the investment, to help Kate?" Leonardo said half seriously, "Also, I heard that you, a bastard, are going to be the male lead. As a member of the trio, I have to show my support." How could Martin believe his nonsense? He gave Kate a middle finger and asked, "When exactly will the filming start? Are you going to shoot in Germany?" Kate said, "Filming starts next month and will end in August if all goes well. Except for some exterior scenes that will be shot in Germany, most of the scenes will be shot at Pinewood Studios in Buckinghamshire." Martin knew Pinewood Studios, Hollywood's largest filming base in the UK, where all the studio scenes for the Harry Potter and Bond series were shot. Leonardo said, "By the way, I heard from old Jack that his old lover will be filming at Pinewood Studios this summer, too. There should be quite a crew there." Martin said, "Perfect. I'm bored in London. You and the old bastard can come visit the set. Let's set up a get-together in London." Kate knew a lot. "Are you talking about Meryl Streep and Mamma Mia?" Leonardo nodded. Martin pondered, "Firecrackers seem a bit underpowered. Are there any fireworks for sale in London? If there aren't any, double-kick firecrackers will do. No need to get clothes. Do you have any good ideas?" Leonardo was immediately interested. "Don't worry, I'll definitely drag Nicholson to London to visit the set." The three of them chatted animatedly, their relationship harmonious. In another office, the atmosphere was tense. Thomas was in a tense negotiation with the crew. After 2 full days, they had only reached an agreement on basic salary and profit sharing. In Hollywood, male stars are generally paid more than female stars. While Martin's status isn't as high as Kate Winslet's, his base salary is the same, $4 million. Stars in art films naturally receive lower salaries than commercial films. This is partly because investors manage upfront risk and lower project costs. Partly because stars' earnings are largely transferred to post-production revenue. This incentivizes the creative team to deliver exceptional performances. This is also true for Martin. This post-production revenue share primarily involves North American box office revenue and DVD revenue. When North American box office revenue exceeds the $30 million cost threshold, Martin receives a 2% commission on the excess. This is the most common tiered commission in the industry, rising to 2.5% for revenue exceeding $10 million, and so on, capped at 4%. For DVDs, in addition to the union standard, there's also a 1.5% net profit share. This offline net profit share typically has no time limit, effectively a long-term meal ticket. Upon the beneficiary's death, it can be inherited by designated heirs. A film's revenue focus isn't primarily on box office revenue, but on post-production revenue. The biggest benefit of winning a prestigious Oscar is in DVD rentals and television rights. Thomas then negotiated a nudity clause with the crew. Like lead actress Kate Winslet, the crucial point was that no nudity was allowed. If the film was to be released widely in North America, it would have to be at least R-rated. If it were to be released, it would have to be NC-17. After Thomas finalized all the terms, Martin signed the actor's contract and took a final photo with Kate. The cast of The Reader officially announced Martin and Kate Winslet as the lead actors and released a promotional poster. The poster shows Martin and Kate on either side, indicating equal status. Upon the news, Los Angeles critics, who typically cultivate close relationships with a film, praised Martin's choice. Kenneth Turan, the top critic for the Los Angeles Film Critics Association, highly praised Martin's choice in his column for the Los Angeles Times. After meeting his basic needs through commercial films, Martin Davis has demonstrated his artistic aspirations and ambition to fulfill his acting talent. Hollywood is poised to produce another artist in the future. Several other prominent critics also mentioned this in their columns. Critics have a significant influence on award-winning performances, especially the Oscars. Before leaving Los Angeles for London, Martin visited Louise's mansion. Not only was Louise there, but Kelly had also arrived from Atlanta. No mistakes, no. Martin was a little surprised. "Why did you come here so suddenly, Kelly?" Drinking a glass of expansion screws that Louise had mixed, said, "I heard this slut tell me about something about you, so I came here specially." Martin went to the bar, took the glass of wine from Louise, pulled out a high stool and sat down, and asked, "What's the matter?" Louise raised her glass, gestured to the two of them, took a sip of wine, and said, "Over the past 2 years, Kelly and I have made a lot of money from your project. I won't tell you the exact amount," Martin deliberately said, "billions, I guess." Kelly laughed so hard that she fell backwards and pointed at Louise and said, "She definitely has it. But I'm not sure if I have it." Louise pulled Kelly over and pinched her cheek hard. "Let's get down to business, don't mess around in the hair salon," she said seriously. "You care about us two very much? Kelly and I are not conscienceless people. Aren't you thinking about being nominated for the next Oscar?" Kelly suggested that she and I jointly invest and hire a public relations team to help you with publicity and public relations. Of course Martin would not refuse. "You finally have a guilty conscience and are ready to support me." Kelly laughed crisply. "It's only $1 million US, but Martin thought about it. Can you keep a record of it and use it in the critical moment in the future?" Although the relationship between the two has become a little distant over the past year, Louise still remembers the time with Alexander the Great, and the funds invested in Martin's star-run projects have received generous returns. She said, "This is just this time, and there will be more. When you really go all out for an award, Kelly and I will show our support." Kelly continued, "Then we'll hire you a top-notch PR team." This free lunch was too tempting to refuse. Martin, from head to toe, felt powerless to refuse. "When you win the Oscar, I'll chop it into 3 pieces and we'll each take one," Louise added. "Don't forget, the role is the foundation. Even though there have been situations like Shakespeare in Love, do you want to be like Gwyneth, constantly being dragged out by the media and lashed out?" Martin said, "Of course not. Although being a black and red is still red," Louise said, "I'll find the right PR team and arrange a meeting when you and Kate finish filming and return from London." Martin dropped his joke and said, "You've made your arrangements, and I'll follow your lead." Kelly, no longer able to stop her fury, said, "We can talk about these things later." She slid over to Martin, and perhaps from the wine or perhaps a stumble, her footing lost, she fell to her knees, one hand bracing herself against the floor. She looked up at Martin eagerly. "Let's talk about how we're going to thank us." Martin knew his multi-million-dollar business was about to begin again. He'd been exercising and eating well, so there was no problem. Kelly, however, said, "I don't want a broken Oscar statuette. I want the complete Oscar. How about having someone carve an Oscar trophy based on you and give it to me? Sure, Martin agreed. He called Atlanta and had Lily carve a few quickly. Kelly chuckled, I'll give you a reward. Louise walked around the bar. Martin was a seasoned group brawler. No matter how strong his opponent was, he'd always target one and completely neutralize them before moving on to the others. Furthermore, in a group fight, the larger the number of opponents, the more divided they become, and they might even end up making things worse. These experiences were a combination of Martin's own practical experience and on-the-spot instruction from the true masters of his past life's acting community. Over the next few days, Martin took care of his affairs in Los Angeles and boarded a chartered flight with a crew to London, where they transferred to Pinewood Studios to participate in the filming of the new film. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, I Feel Better After Vomiting It Out. Compared to the slump at Los Angeles major studios, Pinewood Studios in the UK was bustling with activity. Nearly 10 crews were filming simultaneously, and over 30 sound stages were packed. Martin had just stepped off the makeup trailer when he saw a group of young men and women in Gryffindor uniforms walking by in the distance. Hogwarts Castle towered over the studios, the tallest building. Bruce followed behind, clutching his old-fashioned overcoat. Filming in winter costume in June was a struggle. Martin quickly turned onto a street where an old tram sat parked on the tracks. The surrounding sets were badly damaged, and extras were already positioned on scaffolding. Sam Mendes, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, approached Martin and took in his look. His oversized sweater and pale makeup made him look frail, youthful, and even sickly. Makeup is crucial to effective acting. Sam reminded Martin, remember the key to this scene, sickness, vomiting, positioning, and a chance encounter. Martin accepted Bruce's code without a word, a slight nod. Sam was a demanding director. This is a long take. I need you to be at your audition level from the start. I need you to give your all to this role, not just superficially, like you've done in previous commercials. Martin remained silent, focusing on refining his positioning and building his emotions. Sam walked back and asked, where is Kate? Damn it, why hasn't she arrived yet? Once on set, all thoughts of his relationship with his wife were forgotten. The dedicated director focused solely on the job, completing it flawlessly. Who's going to remind Kate? I want her on set within 3 minutes. Kate Winslet hurried over. Sam gave a few instructions and shouted, all departments, get ready to shoot. Water trucks parked on the side of the road sprayed water, creating a torrential downpour. Martin strapped his backpack on his shoulder and headed out into the rain. He was quickly soaked, but the cool, refreshing feeling actually lifted his spirits. Bruce handed him a large piece of cake. Martin took a few big bites of the American-style cake, deliberately oversweetened, and soon felt sick enough to make him want to vomit, but he forced himself to hold it in. The overwhelming urge to vomit helped him quickly get into the groove, recreating the feeling of being sick and on the verge of vomiting. Martin heard the call to film, and stumbled forward in the pouring rain, holding onto the shattered wall. His soaked hair clung to his forehead, obscuring his vision like the rain, making it difficult to see the road ahead. After a few steps, the clayey sweetness of the Western-style super dessert finally overwhelmed him, and he had to lean against the wall to spit out a mouthful. Martin wiped his mouth and continued walking, passing passers-by until he reached the entrance of an old apartment building. He had been programmed to vomit at this point. Martin didn't need to find the feeling, or even act. The dessert he'd eaten took effect. He held on to the corner post and vomited several mouthfuls. The camera followed Martin along the dolly. Sam Mendes observed every detail in the live feed on the director's monitor. Martin was in amazing condition, each vomiting utterly natural. Martin turned into the apartment, sat on the bench, and vomited again. This time, the entire dessert came out in a rush. Kate Winslet entered, and the vomit splattered onto her shoes. She stepped on the doorway, splashing more. And Kate quickly stepped out of the way. She then brought water and a mop to clean up the mess. Seeing Martin sitting on the bench, pale and exhausted, she pulled him up and warmed the boy's cold, frail body with her broad, warm embrace. Sam called a stop and declared the take a pass. Martin broke free from Kate's embrace, bent aside, and vomited twice more. Bruce immediately came over with a cup, and Martin drank from it to rinse his mouth. Kate came over and asked concernedly, "Are you okay?" Martin spat the water in his mouth into the trash can again and said, "It's okay. I had sweet breakfast and just ate some more sweet stuff. I have a low sweetness tolerance, so it's hard on me. Spitting it out makes me feel better." Kate understood he was doing this for the scene and said, "You're really working hard." Martin was very talkative. "You specifically asked me to be your partner. I can't let you down." At this point, he was about to vomit again. Kate didn't walk away, but instead patted Martin's back gently. Sam came over and asked, "Are you okay?" "Keep going." Martin gave a thumbs up, indicating that he was fine. The crew didn't have to move, so Martin boarded the tram outside and continued filming. The weather was beautiful here. It wasn't cold after getting wet, but it wasn't unbearably hot either. Filming continued until almost noon, when Martin returned to the trailer to shower, change clothes, and have lunch. Pinewood Studios was more like a large English town than a studio. With various crews constantly shooting there, it had a strong commercial atmosphere and a large service area. The Reader crew members, with their crew IDs, could enjoy a free buffet at any restaurant in the service area. Martin boarded Bruce's electric scooter and arrived at the service area. The scooter stopped in front of a restaurant, and as they exited, they ran into someone they knew. Martin nudged Bruce, reminding him to look left and front. "Bruce, your idol." Bruce spotted the shorter, blonde woman, his eyes automatically flicking to her perky buttocks. He couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. It's much smaller than in Lost in Translation. The person in front was Scarlett Johansson. Martin said, "That's a close-up in the movie. This is real life, so of course there's a difference." Bruce was unimpressed. "Claws is better." Scarlett Johansson felt something strange about her buttocks and instinctively turned her head. Martin met her gaze, approaching and greeting her. "Hi, Scarlett. I didn't expect to see you here." Scarlett remembered Martin. Years ago, on Malibu Beach, when he was still an unknown actor, he'd asked her to take a photo. Now, he was even more famous than she was. Scarlett smiled and replied, "Martin, it's been 2 years, hasn't it?" 2.5 years. Martin still had a vague impression. "We went to a beach party together," Scarlett said. "You remember it so clearly." Martin spoke without hesitation. "Who could forget the time I met Scarlett Johansson?" Scarlett couldn't help laughing and said, "A few months ago, I thought I would be working with you on the same crew, but then I found out you weren't." Martin was curious. "Which crew?" "The Prestige." Last year, The Island, starring Scarlett Johansson, was a complete flop both in terms of reputation and at the box office, blocking her path to becoming the leading actress in blockbusters and forcing her to play supporting roles on medium-sized crews. She said, "When I heard your profile was submitted to the crew, I thought you'd be one of the male leads, but it turned out to be Hugh Jackman." Martin smiled and asked, "Is the Prestige filming here?" Scarlett replied, "Yes, it's been shooting for almost a month." Martin said politely, "I'll visit the set someday when I have time." Scarlett nodded. Martin had originally wanted to invite her to lunch, but when he heard Scarlett wanted a completely vegan meal, he immediately backed off. This reminded him of his terrifying experience filming House of Wax, and his slight interest in the meal evaporated instantly. Martin entered the restaurant and quickly asked Bruce for some meat to calm his nerves. Finding an empty seat, Martin noticed quite a few people he knew. He saw Hugh Jackman and James McAvoy chatting with Keira Knightley over food. The former was even plainer than in the movie, not quite the A in the sense of being older than she was. Bruce, knowing more, said, "They're from a production called Atonement." Martin didn't remember the film. As he looked away, he noticed a familiar-looking blonde girl, about 12 or 13, sitting at a nearby table. She looked familiar. Perhaps a child star. It's no exaggeration to say this place is teeming with celebrities. After dinner, on his way out, Martin bumped into Meryl Streep and Amanda Seyfried. Leonardo DiCaprio had mentioned in Los Angeles that Meryl was filming Mamma Mia in London. Since she was the former lover of the jerk trio, Martin took the initiative to greet them. "Good afternoon, Meryl." Meryl was surprised to see Martin, and her expression wasn't pleasant. She asked, "Jack's here too?" Martin replied, "I'm here for work." "Jack isn't here." Meryl nodded, not wanting to discuss further with Martin, and went straight into the restaurant. After a while, she and Amanda found a place to sit down and eat. The latter was curious. "Are you and Martin Davis having a falling out?" Seeing the former nod, she tentatively asked, "Why?" Meryl, having been tempered by the years and possessing a thick skin, replied bluntly, "If you and your lover were having the most fun, and Martin Davis and Leonardo secretly threw firecrackers into your room, would you be happy?" Amanda had misjudged her, wondering if these veteran actors were having such a blast. But she remained calm, saying, "No." Meryl remembered clearly how those two bastards, Martin and Leonardo, had thrown firecrackers into the trailer, nearly giving her and Nicholson a seizure. After dinner, she called Nicholson, who said he'd be visiting London soon. Meryl was in high spirits. Having an affair on set with her old lover was far more enjoyable than being with her husband. Pinewood Studios was so large, she could try it in different locations. Then, Meryl thought of something else. That jerk Martin was also at Pinewood, and Nicholson had a close relationship with him, so he'd definitely come looking for him. Just in case, she decided to find a secluded spot ahead of time to avoid being disturbed by those jerk-offs. Filming on the Reader continued. During the first 10 days of filming, many of the standard interior scenes went quite smoothly, with Martin and Kate Winslet both performing well. As the filming of the special scenes began to take place, the crew's progress slowed down. Chapter 305 Push Hard. In the studio, which was remodeled as a small apartment, the crew cleared the area according to Kate's request before filming. Except for a few key personnel such as the director and the director of photography, everyone else evacuated. In front of the camera lens, Martin quickly tore off his clothes. He glanced at Kate in front of him and rushed forward. Kate turned over and pushed him down. The two people were entangled in a struggle. Director Sam stared at the monitor, frowning, and shouted, "Cut." The two people were still entangled in the emotions of their characters, and it took more than 10 seconds for them to stop. Martin and Kate's faces were so close that they could almost see the flames in each other's eyes. Sam entered the set and the two separated. The emotions, the movements, none of them are on point. Sam was completely immersed in his work, and had long since forgotten about the couple. He first said to Kate, "You're too passive and gentle. This is the heroine's scene, the one who's actively releasing the fishing net." He emphasized his tone with gestures. "You have to push hard. Use the emotions that have been suppressed for 10 years. Push hard. Do you understand?" "Push hard," Kate said. "I get it." Sam looked at Martin again. "This is not how you pick up girls in real life. You're not a Hollywood playboy, but an inexperienced teenager." "Inexperienced, do you understand? What about you now? Even a fool can see that you are experienced." It seems that Kate has taken the initiative, but in fact, everything is in control, which is completely contrary to the setting of your role. Martin nodded. "I just need to passively endure it." "Yes, you just need to passively endure the heroine's stormy attack." Sam pointed at Kate and said to Martin, "Do whatever she tells you to do." Although the words sounded a bit strange coming from the director's mouth, Martin immediately replied, "I understand." When filming resumed, Martin simply gave up all resistance and let Kate control the pace. But after a few beats, Sam called for cut again. The director was dissatisfied with the two actors. "You're not emotionally engaged enough." "Emotion? I can't feel your emotional connection. You're like a makeshift couple on the set, all body, no spirit." Martin and Kate had no choice but to let go, waiting for the next take to tangle again. Not long after, Sam called for a halt again. "This scene requires the most emotional connection. Without sufficient emotional exchange, what will it turn out to be? A dry, Holy Grail movie." His voice suddenly rose. "This is the most artistic part. Through physical interaction, the emotions between the hero and heroine are elevated, creating artistic beauty. Martin, you're gradually finding your rhythm, but Kate, you're not." Kate took a deep breath and said, "Let me rest for a moment." Martin instinctively wanted to pat Kate's back, but halfway through, he realized she was naked and it wasn't filming time. He quickly withdrew his hand and said, "Kate, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Kate smiled down and said, "You're putting too much pressure on me." Martin said helplessly, "I can't help it. It's just natural." They both grabbed their blankets, wrapped themselves in them, and sat in the lounge to meditate. After several days of filming going poorly, director Sam was under a lot of pressure. He sat behind the director's monitor, watching the wasted shots over and over again. His wife Kate's performance in this scene was very poor. During the more casual scenes filmed recently, when Martin was feeling his best, he could bring Kate into the role. However, in these scenes, the male lead's role meant he couldn't lead the female lead. Instead, the female lead had to take the initiative. Kate needed to guide Martin. Anthony Minghella came over and asked, still not working, pointing at the monitor showing Martin and Kate entangled. Sam said, in this scene, their physical contact unleashed passion and formed an emotional bond. This was the beginning of a real change in their relationship, but they, or more precisely, Kate's emotions were a little off. He shook his head. Martin has a problem too. He's too proactive. Some instincts are hard to change. Meanwhile, Martin was also communicating with Kate. Kate said, my sensitive spots are here, here, and here. Martin was frustrated. They don't work in these scenes. I'm just a clueless youngster. I'm relying on you to guide me. Kate sighed. I don't know why. During these 2 days of filming, I just can't find that feeling. Feelings, something invisible and intangible, are crucial to performance. Martin simply asked, do you have an instinctive aversion to me? How could that be? Kate said. Actually, filming this type of scene has always been difficult for me. Remember back in Atlanta? We had to do that kissing scene so many times. Martin remembered Kate having a huge argument with the director. He said, there are so many similar scenes this time, and we need to find rapport. Doing it every day isn't going to work. Kate thought for a moment and said, it's mainly my fault. Maybe I'm so eager to win an Oscar for this role that I'm under a lot of pressure. Those scenes before were easy. When you were off, I could bring you into the role, and when I was off, you could bring me in. But now I need to take the initiative and control the rhythm. Martin nodded slightly. Even with his vast experience and skills, he couldn't really bring out his full potential in this completely passive role. Kate said, let's think about how we can better build rapport and achieve that special emotional connection between the two characters. Martin was also considering it. Kate was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, have you heard that when Nicole Kidman was in Eyes Wide Shut, there was a passionate scene that didn't go over well after several takes? It's said Stanley Kubrick used some special method to get her into the role. Martin thought, Kate, are you kidding? Kate said it, then frowned and thought. This movie was so important to her. Filming resumed, but it was sporadic. The entire afternoon passed, and they had only filmed less than 5 takes. Director Sam was furious and started arguing with Kate on set. Kate, known for her fiery temper, confronted Sam directly. Martin stepped between them, acting as a mediator to prevent the situation from escalating. The work week ended with the couple arguing. Martin had planned to go to New York for the weekend, as the lead actor had no scenes to shoot for the first 2 days of the following week. When he called, Blake Lively was back in Los Angeles. For the past 6 months, the two had been apart so little that they had barely spoken. Blake was silent on the phone for a moment, then suddenly said, while you were in Los Angeles, I went to New York. I finally finished work and returned to Los Angeles. And you were off to London. No matter how brilliant a man is, even the golden halo will fade after living together, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping together. As a fangirl who had successfully slept with her idol, Blake was already satisfied. She still had feelings for Martin and held on to some fond memories, determined to keep those fond memories of her idol alive. So, she said, I'm planning to move back home to Burbank. It's been a while since I've lived with my parents and brother. Martin understood the meaning and, adhering to his principles, faced it calmly. Sure, I can't go back to Los Angeles anytime soon. Blake hung up the phone. Bruce offered him a glass of ice water. Can't bear to let you go? Just go get it back. With your skills, it's not difficult. Martin took the glass, drank the cold water, and the slight annoyance in his heart disappeared. He said, let's have a drink somewhere tonight. Invite Kate and Sam. Before he could finish his words, his phone rang again. It was Leonardo. Martin answered the call and asked, are you guys ready to come to London? Leonardo said, I'm at the airport, waiting for Jack to come over. The Mamma Mia crew had a few days off, and Meryl called Jack and asked him to come over to visit, so I tagged along. Martin was very aware of being a younger brother. Jack is our boss. He's come all the way to London to visit his lover. Leo, we younger brothers have to prepare good gifts. Leonardo asked, are you ready? Martin vowed, of course I am. I won't let Jack down. Leonardo said, if you disappoint me, I'll call Blake and tell you which girls you've been with. Martin sighed softly. We're breaking up, dude. You're free. Leonardo offered his heartfelt wishes. Happy breakup. Happy single life. Thinking that they were now a single person and that a special fate could come at any time, Martin's mood improved visibly. Call me when you get to London. Bruce saw Martin put down his phone and said, I've got everything ready. I'm temporarily storing it in the props department's warehouse, Martin asked. Will it be okay? Bruce said. Welding a few steel pipes together is easy enough. Martin was the first to exit the trailer. Let's get the stuff out. We'll find a place to test it out. The two of them went to the props department and pulled 2 bags from the warehouse. One of the bags contained firecrackers. Not the scary kind from rabbits. I had them custom made. Bruce had been stationed in England during his military service, where he'd bullied British soldiers with mortars and knew many people here. The charge is accurate to the gram, and the height difference in the explosion after ignition isn't that big. Martin grabbed the bag and boarded the electric scooter. Jack's going to love this. Bruce drove northwest. Exiting the north gate of the studio, he saw a stretch of dilapidated buildings waiting to be demolished, where they could set off as many fireworks as they wanted. He said, "You 3 are such rotten bastards. You're really capable of causing such a mess." Martin laughed heartily. Happiness isn't just about actively seeking it, it's about actively creating it. Life is so depressing, so of course we need to stay optimistic. Passing by the film crew's studio, Kate just happened to emerge. Seeing Martin and Bruce getting ready for some fun, she offered to join in. The electric scooter carried the 3 of them away. Not long after, there was a dull explosion in the distance, followed by a sound like a salute in the sky, and a cloud of colorful mist erupted. Chapter 306 Homemade Mortar. At noon on Monday, the 3 bad guys enjoyed a French meal at the famous Ledbury restaurant in London. Eating French food in the UK is a British fashion that has been passed down for many years. Nicholson took a bite of the baked snails and asked, "Martin, did you pick up any girls in London?" "Not yet." Martin was ashamed. "I have brought shame to the organization. I'll treat you to dinner today." Leonardo was surprised. "You didn't even find your target?" Martin told the truth. "I have my eyes on Scarlett Johansson from the Prestige crew, but she is a vegetarian and I can't afford to offend her." Nicholson pointed at Martin. "Don't tell others that you are following me. It's embarrassing." Martin was helpless. The best English roses are all old. Zeta Jones, Beckinsale, Rachel Wise, they are all older. Leonardo got to the heart of the matter. "Don't you like those in their 30s the most?" Slander. Martin is also a dedicated person. "I only like beautiful women with good figures." Nicholson wiped his mouth with a napkin and educated his 2 younger brothers. "You are still young and don't understand what the key is, the technique. You 2 idiots, use your brains. Good technique is the key." He shook his head and stood up. "Why did I make 2 stupid friends?" "Hey," Martin asked, "are you abandoning us?" "I'm leaving first," Nicholson said, packing his belongings. "I'm going to visit some old friends. Don't wait for me tonight." "I may not be back." Leonardo shook his head. "He's definitely meeting a woman. He's forgetting his friends for the sake of beauty." Nicholson ignored him and left. Martin continued to enjoy his lunch. "Leo, do you see that? That's the leader of the trio, an old jerk," Leonardo said. "We'll give him a gift later." After lunch, the 2 drove together to Pinewood Studios. On the way, Martin made a phone call and said, "Yes, the old jerk has gone to the studios and will be joining the set of Mamma Mia soon." Leonardo snorted coldly. Needless to say, he's up to no good. Arriving at the parking lot outside the studio complex, Martin got out, opened the trunk, pulled out a long bag, tossed it to Leonardo, and put another on his own. The 2 men put on their sunglasses, slung their long bags over their shoulders, and walked side by side to the studios, like snipers about to take off. Meanwhile, at the set of The Prestige, Christian Bale finished his scenes for the day and left the studio to remove his makeup. As he emerged from the makeup trailer, he ran into Cate Blanchett, who had come to visit Hugh Jackman on set. "Would you like to come in?" Bale invited from the trailer's entrance. Blanchett's stone-like face curled into a strange smile. "Pinewood Studios is huge. I remember there's a place that's particularly famous. I know where it is. A lot of actors like to go there." Bale beckoned, leading Blanchett towards the electric scooter. Blanchett automatically followed. "I heard you cancelled Martin Davis' audition for this show?" Bale climbed onto the scooter, waited for Blanchett to sit beside him, and then, starting it up, said, "Heath is my friend. He's been wronged, so I'll help him if I can. There are many people in the industry who support each other, and it's not just Martin and his friends." Blanchett said, "Your position is somewhat similar to Martin Davis's. Resources are limited in this industry, so you have to fight for them if you can, and grab them if you can." Bale, a star who had also fought his way up, naturally understood these principles. "I won't hold back on anything I can grab," he laughed. "I'll keep an eye on Martin. I can't control the projects he initiates, but if it's other crews or roles, we'll go after him." On both sides of the road, some very old pine trees began to appear. In the distance, a sparser pine forest could be seen. This was the famous landmark of Pinewood Studios, not only dotted with old pines, but also a well-known outdoor battleground among actors. Couples on Hollywood sets and polite greetings are so common that some people, after seeing them so often, inevitably seek out different kinds of excitement, and the use and style of pine wood inevitably resemble those of university trees. Bale, more mindful of appearances, parked the car at a distance and walked with Blanchette along the road toward the woods, like friends strolling and chatting. An electric scooter sped by. Blanchette looked up and saw that the two people on board were Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep. Hollywood was rife with rumors about these two, and it was clear what they were up to. Blanchette, itch tingling, said, "Keep an eye on them. Let's pick a spot near them and listen to their voices." Bale, with 20 years of experience in the industry, understood immediately. "Having the voices of Oscar-winning actors and actresses accompany us will be incredibly satisfying." Blanchette burst into a hearty laugh. Elsewhere, Nicholson and Streep entered the pine forest together. A breeze blew over, bringing a refreshing breeze. The two continued to walk inside, and Streep said, "I saw Martin a few days ago." "How did you become friends with that bastard?" "Because I'm an asshole too." Nicholson was very self-aware. "He plays a lot and has a lot of bad ideas, which is especially to my taste. Ever since Marlon Brando went to see God and Warren Beatty got married, I haven't met a bad guy I can play with for a long time." Streep asked, "A lot of tricks?" "More than you." Nicholson talked about one thing. "Martin, Leo and I went to Heidi Klum's bachelorette party. The tricks Martin made everyone so excited that Heidi Klum even took the initiative to invite him to the wedding, ready to give it a try at the wedding." Streep thought it was outrageous. "Can't the two of them make tan?" "Who knows?" Nicholson said. "Are we there yet?" Streep pointed to the front. "It's here." It was a large, crooked tree, still standing, but the upper part had sunken in, its bark scraped away, revealing a trunk patinated and smooth like a Wall Street bull. Not far away, Bale and Blanchette stopped and hid behind a tree, rustling and throwing clothes like the couple before them. On the outskirts of the woods, a blonde girl from the cast of Atonement wandered like a ghost. Saoirse Ronan, her blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, a digital camera slung around her neck, using the cover of the trees to search for wild mandarin ducks. During her free time from acting, she often came here to play and pass the time. As she was moving from the inner to the outer reaches, Saoirse suddenly heard footsteps and quickly hid behind a large pine tree, peeking out to take a look. Two men wearing sunglasses and carrying long backpacks were approaching her. Saoirse recognized them instantly, Leonardo DiCaprio and Martin Davis. What had brought them here? Saoirse had been frequenting the area for many days, so she naturally knew what it was famous for, and it was inevitable that she would start to imagine it. Reaching the edge of the woods, Leonardo glanced at the sparse pine trees and asked, "It's a big place. How do we find it?" "No need to search carefully. We'll just bombard it randomly." Martin unzipped his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out a steel pipe as thick as his wrist. He gave the order, "Leo, you're the loader." Leonardo also unpacked his bag, which was filled with firecrackers with fuses. The steel pipe in Martin's hand had two handles welded to the bottom and a thinner steel pipe welded to the top, like a scope. Leonardo asked, "Homemade?" "Will it explode?" Martin boasted, "Old Bull and I made it all by hand. It's cheap, tough, durable, and aggressive." They both knew Nicholson. When the old man was with Meryl Streep, they didn't play overly aggressive games. Their interactions were more relaxed and gentle, and even if they got into a fight, it was just a startle. That's why he dared to throw firecrackers to scare people in New York. "Isn't this just a homemade RPG that's been cut down and down again?" Leonardo said. "You enjoy it first, and I'll fire a few shots later," Martin replied. "No problem." He pointed to the firecrackers in his bag. "Get ready." Leonardo took out the cigarettes and lighter he had prepared in advance from his bag, stepped back to light them, picked up a firecracker, and prepared to light it. Martin reminded, "Dude, be careful. Don't put cigarettes in your mouth. Don't put firecrackers in your mouth." Leonardo looked down. "If you put this thing in your mouth." Click, there was a faint sound coming from the front. Martin was very alert. He recognized it as the sound of a camera shutter and thought that a paparazzi had sneaked in. He immediately turned the muzzle and said, "Who's in front? Come out quickly, or I'm going to fire." There was no movement over there. Martin gave Leonardo a look. "Leo, prepare the shells." "No, don't fire." Saoirse wasn't sure what Martin was holding, but she'd heard the two discussing exploding barrels and RPGs, and the sight of such a thick barrel was a bit frightening. She hurried out. I'm just curious, so I came over here to take a look." Martin remembered her. He'd seen her a few times in the restaurant. She was an actor from the cast of Atonement. As they approached, he asked, "Who are you? What do you do?" The girl's eyes darted. As a professional liar, Martin knew she was about to lie. He pointed at her camera and said, "I've seen you before. Don't make me go to the set to find you." Saoirse could only answer honestly, "My name is Saoirse Ronan, an actress." Martin held out his hand. "Give me the camera." Saoirse felt aggrieved, but she handed it to Martin. Martin gave it to Leonardo, who took a look and deleted the photo of him and Martin. Martin removed the battery from his camera. "Don't run around, don't take photos." Saoirse took the camera back, nodded hurriedly, and squatted beside Martin. "I'm right here, not going anywhere." Martin glanced at Leonardo. "Let's begin." Leonardo took a drag on his cigarette, picked up a firecracker, and lit the noticeably longer fuse. Before inserting it into the barrel, he carefully checked to avoid putting it in his mouth. Once he was sure it was correct, he stuffed the shell into the cannon. Martin didn't know the old man's exact location, but he knew the directions to several popular locations. He immediately turned the muzzle of the cannon, tilting it slightly upward. Saoirse covered her ears. There was a dull thud, and Martin felt a steel pipe vibrate slightly, sending the specially made firecracker hurtling out at high speed. The next moment, the firecracker struck a pine branch over 60 meters to the left and front, crashing and exploding. Boom, pink smoke rose. With so many crews stationed at the studio, similar explosions were commonplace, going unnoticed. Martin shouted, "Load! Fire!" Even as Martin's words left his mouth, Leonardo had already lit another shell and deftly inserted it into the muzzle. In the distance, another explosion echoed, and red smoke billowed into the air. "My turn! My turn!" Leonardo faintly heard the panicked cries of the wild mandarin ducks, and with inexplicable excitement, he said, "If you don't let me fire a couple of rounds, I'll have no chance." Martin handed the round to Leonardo, and took over as the loader. He lit the firecracker and inserted it, while Leonardo controlled the direction. The two of them worked in perfect harmony. Saoirse couldn't stop listening. The two celebrities before her completely shattered her perception of the subject. They weren't celebrities, they were just two idiots. But she found it amusing, and during a break between shots, she asked, "Can I fire one?" "Hey, you two, can you let me fire one?" Martin said. "Girls, don't be so eager to fire," Saoirse pouted. "Which bastard is firing that?" Suddenly, a roar echoed from the woods. Leonardo, fearless, turned the gun and fired in that direction. With a loud bang, a strange man and woman ran for their lives, clutching their clothes. Martin's hand speed was incredibly fast. No sooner had Martin fired the previous one than he shoved the next one into the barrel. The explosions echoed several more times, startling countless couples. Nicholson and Streep, being older, were a little slower to get into the swing of things. Just as they were fully engaged, something suddenly exploded diagonally overhead. Nicholson's adductor muscles tensed, nearly cramping. Startled, Nicholson instantly transformed into a slug and withdrew, avoiding physical injury while also sustaining emotional damage. "Fuck," Nicholson cursed. "It must be those two bastards, Martin and Leonardo." Streep's heart trembled at the mere mention of their names. She scrambled to put on her clothes, not daring to linger. "Let's go." Nicholson knew that those two were just as bad as he was, so he quickly grabbed her and ran. "Let's go first. We'll settle with them later." Boom. An explosion echoed in the air behind them. Beneath a tree, Bale was at the crucial moment. A cool breeze blew past, and the explosion overhead made his body tense unconsciously. In recent months, between filming and preparing for other roles, Bale has been working out like crazy. He'll be filming the Batman sequel next year. He's an incredibly dedicated actor. After several rapid weight loss and weight gain episodes, the tense muscles in the crucial moment, coupled with the cold wind and the shock of the explosion, instantly triggered the accumulated fatigue in his legs, causing both legs to cramp simultaneously. Bale's face twisted in pain, his arms and hands weak. Blanchett, who had been supported by him, lost her support and fell like a cannonball. Blanchett, also at this critical moment, was tense. This fall was devastating. Bale let out a scream. almost at the same time. Blanchette screamed too. She fell hard to the ground, her smooth buttocks slamming against dead branches. Tears streamed from her eyes in pain. Bale, unable to stand, fell to the ground with a thud. He reached out to Blanchette. Quick! Help me move my leg. I'm cramping. Blanchette struggled to her feet, not caring about anything else, to help Bale. The wind blew the hem of her coat, revealing shocking purple marks on the exposed area. That fall was a hard one. The objects on the ground also hurt. Asshole! Blanchette lifted one of Bale's legs and used force to move his foot. Which asshole did this? Bale was in excruciating pain, but he gritted his teeth to keep quiet. Blanchette asked, "Shall I call for help?" Bale took a breath and said, "I'm fine. Don't let anyone see me. I can't put it on for the time being." The two of them could only support each other helplessly. Chapter 307 will be beaten to death. At the edge of the pine forest, another firecracker flew out, sending up a cloud of red mist. Leonardo, peering through the trees, spotted two familiar figures and exclaimed, "Jack and Merrill have gotten away." Martin grabbed his backpack containing the firecrackers and said, "They're gone." Leonardo quickly stuffed his homemade mortar into his bag and followed Martin out of the woods. Saoirse Ronan, quick to react, immediately caught up with the two men. Martin jumped on his electric scooter, followed by Leonardo. "Wait for me," Saoirse rushed over. Once she was in, Martin drove off. Leonardo warned Saoirse, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." Martin gestured with his hand, "The consequences will be severe." Thinking back to the awful things these two idiots had done, Saoirse felt a little worried and nodded repeatedly. "I swear to God, I won't tell anyone." Leonardo winked at Martin. They didn't really care whether anyone knew. But along the way, no one had noticed them. Martin continued, "Your name is Saoirse Ronan, and you're filming in Atonement." "I'll remember you," Saoirse asked with a bitter face. "Can you please forget me?" Martin pointed to the digital camera hanging around her neck and asked, "What were you doing in the pine forest?" Saoirse didn't want to talk about it, as it involved privacy. Leonardo pulled a firecracker from his pocket and looked Saoirse up and down, as if trying to figure out where to put it. Saoirse quickly said, "I just thought it was interesting to see those people fooling around in the woods. I've been coming here to spy lately when I have nothing to do. Today I don't have much to do, so I brought a camera." Martin stretched out his hand. "Camera?" Saoirse handed it to Martin hesitantly. "Yours have been deleted." Martin looked through the photos carefully, and they were indeed all taken today. He said, "You will be beaten to death if you do this." Saoirse is also an actor and understood what Martin meant. "You won't tell anyone else, right?" Leonardo deliberately teased her. "That depends on what you do." Saoirse unconsciously shrank back and wanted to jump out of the car, but she was worried about the camera. She couldn't help but regret that she shouldn't have been a peeping Tom. Seeing that Leonardo was a bad guy, Martin decided to be a good guy. "Leo means that you have to give us some benefits. He has seen Intimate Big Sisters, so it was natural for him to get into the role of Intimate Big Brother. Well, you treat Leo and me to a good meal, and we will pretend that we don't know about this." Saoirse quickly touched her pocket. Martin added, "It's okay to peek, it's okay to play around, but don't take photos or you'll get beaten to death. This guy is much better than Leonardo." Saoirse nodded, pulled out less than £5 in change from her pocket, and said, "How about I treat you guys to ice cream?" Leonardo said, "Sure," with their companions all agreeing. Martin said nothing more. They drove a little further and parked in front of an ice cream shop on the outskirts of the commercial town. Leonardo closed his two bags and followed Martin and Saoirse into the shop. The three of them each ordered a regular ice cream. Saoirse paid and sat at a table by the glass wall, slowly eating. Leonardo reminded Martin, "Look outside." Martin had already seen a few people returning from the north, most of them looking a little disheveled. Saoirse scooped up a spoonful of ice cream, devoured it, and said, "I saw these people today, in the woods, following Nicholson and Streep." Leonardo asked, "How old are you and you're already peeping? Do you plan to be a peeping Tom?" Saoirse, a little afraid of Leonardo, didn't dare to respond. "Old Jack's here," Martin said as an electric scooter sped away from the ice cream shop entrance, carrying Nicholson and Streep. Aside from some dirt and dust on their clothes, they looked otherwise normal. Leonardo said, "Jack will definitely appreciate this special gift. If he doesn't thank us properly, we'll give him something more expensive next time." Martin felt particularly refreshed by the ice cream. "I think Jack will like our gift." Leonardo pointed in the direction the electric scooter had disappeared. "I saw it. He was very happy." The three of them ate slowly, especially watching the people from the north scramble by. The ice cream was incredibly delicious. Sometime later, the last electric bike arrived from the north. It was incredibly slow, and the rickety ride was as if the driver was drunk. It stopped in front of the nearest ice cream shop. Bale and Blanchette, as if in slow motion, got out with incredible ease and limped inside. "Let's sit down and rest," Bale said. "I called my assistant, she'll be here in a minute." At this point, he stopped on his own accord, having spotted Martin. Blanchette noticed that besides Martin, there was also Leonardo DiCaprio, and she pulled Bale aside, saying, "Rest first." Bale sat down with immense difficulty, his cramped leg aching. To make matters worse, Blanchette's descent had yanked him in the back, causing a sharp pain. As Blanchette sat down, her buttocks hit the hard plastic seat, sending her bouncing back with a searing pain. That fall in the woods had been incredibly hard, with her buttocks landing first. Everyone, including Martin, Leonardo, and the ice cream shop employees, turned their attention. "Please get me a cushion, please." Blanchette, a truly top-tier actress, remained calm and composed. The waiter brought a cushion over. Blanchette tipped the cushion first, then sat on the side of her, but that was less painful. Saoirse lowered her voice to a whisper of flattery. "I saw them in Pinewood. They were following Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep." As soon as she said this, Martin and Leonardo had a rough idea of what might have happened. Martin gave Leonardo a look. The two bastards were in perfect harmony, and Leonardo didn't care about the British actor's feelings. He turned and asked, "Chris, are you hurt? Do you need any help?" Martin observed carefully and continued, "Kate, you look uncomfortable too. If you need anything, just let me know." Blanchette didn't have a good impression of Martin and said sternly, "No thanks." Martin was very friendly. "Just tell me if you need anything. Leo and I are right here." Blanchette nodded slightly, her face still not looking good because of the pain in her butt. The waiters in the shop whispered to each other, "Martin and Leonardo are so nice, so gentlemanly, that Blanchette is not only ugly, but also such a lousy person." The reporter from The Sun is right outside the studio. "I'll sell them the news after get off work." The sound of hurried footsteps at the door interrupted the women's private chat. Two people ran into the shop and approached Blanchette and Bale. The latter two exchanged a few quiet words, and their assistants each helped their boss out of the ice cream shop. After the others left, Martin and the other two finished their ice cream and left together. After boarding the electric scooter, Leonardo asked, "Where are you going, kid?" Saoirse, unwilling to confront Leonardo's somewhat aggressive demeanor, tugged at Martin's sleeve. "Can you take me back to the Atonement Crew?" Martin knew where the Atonement Crew was stationed, and the scooter headed in that direction. Seeing Martin's friendly attitude, Saoirse asked, "Can I take a picture with you later? I especially love your performance in Jean's Summer." The scooter passed through the service area town and arrived in front of a medium-sized studio. Saoirse got out, took Martin's hand, and Leonardo helped snap a photo. Then, she waved to Martin. "Goodbye, Martin." Saoirse ignored Leonardo and ran into the studio. Leonardo got behind the wheel and said, "I've noticed. Nicholson should give up his spot as the top jerk. You're even more of a jerk than him." Martin got in the car and spread his hands. "Stop the slander. In the ranking of the three jerk-offs, Nicholson is the top, then you, and finally me." Leonardo glanced back at the sound stage where the Atonement Crew was working. "Saoirse Ronan, I wonder how old she is." Martin shook his head. "Sure enough, the biggest jerk has the filthiest intentions. Leo, please don't be so shameless as to try to seduce a little girl." Leonardo was so angry he laughed, almost wanting to drag the jerk into a tree with him. "How could I know someone like you?" Martin said flatly. "Because we're the same kind." Leonardo couldn't argue. The two of them handed their homemade weapons to Bruce, then quickly left the studio and headed back to their hotel. Less than an hour later, Nicholson returned, as expected. "Hey, Jack, what's wrong?" Leonardo asked automatically. "Why do you look so grim?" Nicholson took off his sunglasses and threw them on the table. He looked at Martin, then at Leonardo, and demanded, "Tell me, what did you two do?" Leonardo glared habitually. "Did what?" "We," Nicholson pointed at his brow. "You're acting." Martin was helpless. "Leo, can you please stand up for yourself and make some progress? Can you stop using your three tricks? Drag someone from the street and they'll know that Leonardo frowns, glares, and roars when he acts." Nicholson shook his head. "The Oscar judges would have to be blind to vote for you." "That's right." Martin put his arm around Nicholson's shoulders. "He's terrible. During the awards season PR, You should speak up for me and ignore Leo. The despised Leonardo suddenly realized something was wrong. Martin should have been on his side, so why was he standing on Nicholson's side? Could this man be more shameless? Leonardo decided he had to find time to have a serious talk with Nicholson and get him to give up his position as boss. After all, the most asshole of the three jerk guys should be the boss. Actually, whether he was an asshole or not didn't matter, the main thing was that it was fun. After all, at his level, having fun was the true meaning of life. It was the same with women, and it was the same with messing around. Chapter 308, Professional Troublemaking for 40 Years. These three bastards are used to hanging out together. In life, making money is for enjoyment, and making fun is also a kind of enjoyment. Nicholson glared at Martin. Jack, I admit that Leo and I were the ones who set off the firecrackers. When the wind and waves were the strongest, Martin's rudder kept turning. Originally, we just wanted to set off firecrackers from a distance as a gift to you. He had already found an excuse. You said that you had hooked up with Meryl in 1981. This is to celebrate you and Meryl becoming silver lovers. Leonardo wanted to laugh, but held it back. Yes. A silver lover gift for you? How could Nicholson believe these two bastards? Keep making it up, and I will help you get into the Writers Guild and win the Best Screenwriter award. I swear, we are definitely giving you a gift. Martin said this with a clear conscience, because it really was a gift, and then continued to make it up. But when we got there, we found those two bastards Bale and Blanchett. Do you know what they were doing? He heard what Saoirse said. Those two shameless people actually followed you and peeped at you, secretly watching you, and then messed around together. Leonardo showed no signs of acting this time. A little actress named Saoirse from the Atonement crew discovered it, and she told us. Jack, you can go to the crew and ask her. Martin continued, how could we allow those two bastards to do such a dirty thing? You are the boss of the trio. If we have to deal with anything, it should be us who deal with you, not those two bastards. So we fired at them. Leonardo tried hard not to use 3 tricks in a row. Martin and I are protecting you. Of course Nicholson would not believe it, and then you bombard me? Very good, you wait. As your boss, I will definitely give you a big gift in return. Martin smiled. We are family, no need to be so polite. Leonardo said, you should keep it for yourself. Nicholson was thinking about another thing. It is very interesting that these two bastards can bombard the woods, or even hit the sky and explode in midair. He sat on the sofa, legs crossed. Hand over your weapons, and I'll trust you. Martin feigned embarrassment. This is our homemade secret weapon, Nicholson said. I'm going to contact the Sun reporter. Martin spoke without hesitation. You're the boss, I'll do whatever you say. Leonardo, the wretch, gave Martin a subtle wink. Martin understood and nodded slightly. Nicholson urged, hurry up, get it out. Martin pulled out his phone and called Bruce. Soon, Bruce brought 2 black cloth bags into the room. Martin opened the bag containing the firecrackers, and Leonardo took out a handmade mortar and slung it over his shoulder. Nicholson, knowledgeable, picked up a firecracker and said, this is a special firecracker often used during Chinatown festivals. He glanced at the steel pipe and nodded. Who came up with the idea of using a steel pipe to control the direction of the firecracker after it's fired? What a jerk. Leonardo immediately betrayed Martin and pointed in his direction. Martin warned Nicholson, you like to smoke cigars, but don't put them in your mouth. If you put them in the wrong place, they'll be gone. He emphasized, whatever you do, it's your personal behavior. Don't blame me or Leo, Nicholson assured him. When has old Jack ever betrayed a brother? Leonardo deliberately said, there are more people in the pine forest at night. You can have fun if you want, but don't go there to shoot cannons. This reminded Nicholson, and he waved his hand. As agreed, the stuff is mine, and the rest is none of your business. Martin and Leonardo exchanged a glance, and the former said, be careful, old Jack. If you want to have fun, you'd better find a loader. Nicholson nodded, I understand. He picked up his bag and left the room, returning to his suite. The seriousness on his face disappeared, and he laughed happily at the 2 bags. He slung the steel pipe over his shoulder, stuffed a firecracker into it, and pretended to aim and fire. But he couldn't ignite it, which was frustrating. He could only imagine it. As everyone knows, when it comes to shooting cannons, there's a huge difference between thinking about it and actually doing it. Nicholson really wanted to fire a few shots, and it was easy to find a loader. As a veteran troublemaker, he took out his cell phone and called his old partner who he had worked with for 25 years. Meryl, come to my room, I have something good to show you. Meryl was very dissatisfied in the afternoon. What good thing? Just your broken thing? It's soft like a slug. Having said that, Meryl still went to Nicholson's room. In another room, Leonardo asked, "Do you think Jack will go tonight?" Martin asked, "If it were you, would you go?" Leonardo spoke from his own perspective. "Such a fun thing, how could I resist?" He laughed. With Jack's 40 years of messing around, there's no way he'd miss an opportunity like this. Martin was worried about Nicholson's safety. If old Jack gets caught, he won't be beaten to death, will he? Leonardo said, "Probably not. He has a very iconic face. At most, he'll be beaten half to death." Playful aside, Nicholson couldn't really fall into a trap. Martin thought for a moment and called Bruce, asking him to keep an eye on Nicholson. It was almost time for dinner when Kate Winslet called, wanting to talk to Martin about rehearsals. Martin thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait until tomorrow. I have to go out tonight and might be back a little late." Since Martin had no scenes to shoot for the next 2 days, Kate said, "Okay, I'll contact you after get off work tomorrow." On the way back from Pinewood Studios, Kate put down her phone. Because filming wasn't going smoothly, the crew had to make a last-minute change to film separate scenes first to allow the two actors enough time to rehearse. Rehearsals for that kind of scene were not easy. Kate, a mature actress, had no mental barriers to this and even considered the methods used by some in Hollywood. This film was very important to her, and for the Best Actress Oscar she had coveted, she was going to the extremes of her career. Sacrificing for art is normal. Looking back, except for those who were forced to achieve something, all the others had delivered groundbreaking performances. Kate knew that in order to win more votes from the judges in the future, public relations would be key, but breakthroughs would be the foundation. Back at her hotel, she retired to her room for a while to rest and decided to talk to her husband, Sam Mendes, the project's director. As the leading actress, initiator, and producer of the project, Kate intended to take the initiative. Unrelated text follows. As darkness fell, Martin, receiving a notification from Bruce, and Nicholson personally drove Meryl out of the hotel and onto the road heading for Pinewood Studios. Leonardo said, "Let's go see a show." It wasn't a hot day, but the wind was a bit chilly after the sun went down. Martin pulled out 2 hoodies and tossed one to Leonardo, correcting him as they walked. "We're not going to see a show, we're going to cover for our brothers." Leonardo, suiting up, said, "Man, you're a good man." "No, we're really good people. The royal family should award us a medal." The two of them went downstairs. Bruce was already waiting in his car. They got in and headed straight for Pinewood Studios. Martin asked, "It's so late, is the studio still busy?" Bruce, having learned the situation, said, "There are quite a few crews filming tonight. The Harry Potter crew has been shooting a night scene lately." Arriving at the studio gate, the three saw Nicholson's car and immediately entered the studio to transfer to an electric car, heading straight for the Pine Forest. Pine Forest Studios had been built for decades, and much of the equipment was old. The street lights near the Pine Forest were somewhat damaged, and those that were still working cast a weak yellow glow. Nicholson emerged from behind a pine tree, carrying a steel pipe and saying, "Be careful, don't light the wrong one." Meryl lit a firecracker and inserted it into the steel pipe. After a muffled bang, a loud explosion echoed in the air, and a burst of colorful smoke exploded. "Haha," Nicholson exclaimed excitedly, "interesting. Quick, reload." Meryl was steady and ladylike in public, but like all actors, she was a completely different person behind the scenes, especially when she was with Nicholson. She loaded her cannonballs and yelled, "Fire! Blow those shameless scoundrels out." Compared to Martin and Leonardo, these two fired recklessly, bombing everything indiscriminately. Amidst shrill screams, a young man and woman ran out from dozens of meters away, dashing toward the light. Nicholson, that shameless old man, called out names as he fired, to save them from further embarrassment. Look who it is. Hermione and Malfoy." Meryl was excited, the day's pent-up frustration suddenly released, like an orgasm. Keep going, keep going. Don't stop." Clouds of red mist suddenly exploded above and within the dark pine forest. Even after the afternoon's torment by Martin and Leonardo, there were still many people tonight, their figures swaying in the moonlight. Suddenly, someone shouted, "That troublemaker's over there. Hey, don't run away, get on with him, get him." 6 or 7 dark figures came running towards them from the distance. Nicholson, old enough to know better than to confront them head-on, immediately called out to Meryl, "Run." The two men turned and took off. A scooter was parked nearby. Nicholson climbed in, watched Meryl settle in, and floored the accelerator. Less than 100 meters away, 3 cars caught up. Then, more followed. Suddenly, chaos reigned in the northern section of the studio. Martin and Leonardo donned their hoods and drove among the pursuing vehicles, joining in the shouting and clamoring. "There are 2 of them," the young and energetic Malfoy shouted from the car ahead. "Stop them. Stop those 2 bastards and beat them up so hard their parents won't recognize them," Leonardo shouted at the top of his lungs. "Break their legs." Martin switched to a British accent. "Break the man's 3rd leg, and the woman's bouncing balls until she goes crazy." The electric car in front reached a brightly lit area. And Malfoy shouted in surprise, "Jack Nicholson! Meryl Streep! Fuck. How could it be them?" Nicholson ran even faster after his name was called out. Martin and Leonardo laughed heartily. The Sun newspaper would be sold out tomorrow. Chapter 309, Notoriety. That morning at Buckinghamshire Police Station, Martin and Leonardo sat in the lobby, waiting for their lawyer to handle the necessary paperwork. The latter, holding a copy of The Sun, said, "Jack and Meryl made the front page, causing a nighttime disturbance at Pinewood Studios and drawing complaints from cast members across the crew." Martin, holding the same newspaper, said, "Look at page 2. Bale was injured in an on-set accident and is temporarily hospitalized. Kate Blanchett has also been seen at the same hospital." Leonardo thought of the 2 people he had seen yesterday and asked, "Was he injured anywhere?" "Who knows?" Martin put away the newspaper and said, "That old bastard is so loyal that he didn't even reveal it was us." Leonardo's smile faded. "Jack has such a bad reputation. Why would you, and I, want to mess around with him? He may be a jerk, but he's a loyal jerk. He doesn't distinguish right from wrong, only between relatives and strangers. Even to this day, he hasn't said a bad word about his old friend Polanski." Martin pointed ahead and said, "Out they are, accompanied by their lawyers." Nicholson and Meryl arrived. Seeing the 2 bastards, he uttered a single word, "It's all your fault." Martin didn't object, instead asking, "Is it fun?" Nicholson thought of the wild couples who had escaped from the bombing last night and laughed. "It was fucking awesome. You didn't see how utterly awful those idiots were, running out with their pants down." Meryl, by comparison, was much more serious, appearing to be an elegant lady in public. As they headed out, Leonardo said, "You're being loyal." Nicholson said, "I'm dragging you 2 in here. If anything goes wrong, who's going to bail me out?" Arriving at the door, Martin reminded him, "There are reporters outside." Nicholson and Meryl remained calm and walked out of the police station together. Paparazzi gathered near the entrance, but the 4 of them didn't even glance at them as they got into the same car. Martin shook the newspaper in his hand and deliberately said to Nicholson, "Those 2 idiots who followed you yesterday are in the hospital." Without waiting for Nicholson to reply, Meryl turned around and asked, "Jack said you found that bitch Blanchett and Belle following me yesterday." Martin's words were meant to attract her attention. "Yes, so we fired a shot over there." He handed Meryl the Sun in his hand. The gossip in the Sun is 100 times more reliable than the political news in the Washington Post and the New York Times. Meryl took it, saw the news about Bale and Blanchett, and cursed coldly, "Damn bitches." Leonardo didn't mind the big deal, just the small matter, and continued, "Blanchett and Bale used you as aphrodisiacs." Meryl didn't respond, simply saying, "I don't care about the past with you 2. I'll write it off." Martin's words were very skillful and came out naturally. "One day I'll treat you, and Jack for drinks. Bring a few more friends." Leonardo understood. "Are there any beautiful actresses on the set of Mamma Mia?" Nicholson had a blast the night before, and now he was particularly generous. "I'll treat you. Next weekend, I'll treat Meryl and her friends from the crew to a drink together." Martin said, "Sure." Meryl thought for a moment and nodded, "Sure." Pinewood Studios, set of The Prestige. The originally planned filming schedule had to be revised. Nolan sat in the director's seat, frowning. "How is Christian Bale?" Emma Thomas brought a glass of water and handed it to her husband. "I just called and asked. There's nothing serious with his leg, it's just a cramp. The problem is down there." Nolan understood what happened and couldn't help but worry. "Is he seriously injured?" Emma Thomas thought about the wording and said, "The sponge is slightly torn and there is a mild subcutaneous hematoma. Fortunately, it's not very serious and no surgery is needed. He will be fine after resting for a few weeks." Nolan nodded. "We can only postpone all the scenes with him. Let's postpone it for now." Emma Thomas shook her head, somewhat dissatisfied with Bale, trailer, hotel, even studio. There are so many places to go, but he had to follow Blanchett to the woods. Nolan was a little worried. Who did it? Is someone targeting our crew? Emma Thomas had already asked clearly. It shouldn't be. Bale and his crew were disturbed in the afternoon. The troublemakers went there again in the evening and were seen by many people. They were Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep. She was quite helpless. Nicholson is a scumbag. He just wanted to cause trouble for fun. The people in the Harry Potter crew next door were also scared. At least a dozen people were chasing him and Meryl Streep last night. Someone called the police later, but Leonardo bailed him out this morning. Nolan had also heard of Nicholson's notoriety. This old bastard. Emma Thomas was practical. You have ideas about Oscar. This matter ends here. We are not the ones who are hurt, and the impact on the crew as a whole is not big. Nicholson is a senior person with many friends and a certain influence in the academy. This kind of person may not be able to accomplish anything, but it is easy to ruin something. Nolan listened to his wife's words and said, "Call Bale and express your concern. I'm going to visit him in the hospital, and I must show the proper gesture." Emma Thomas is much better than Nolan at handling these chores. After sending Meryl to the studio, the three idle guys wandered around London for half a day and found a bar to drink. Nicholson drank a glass of whiskey, and bad ideas came to his mind with the alcohol. "I just called and asked. Bale is in the hospital, his sponge is torn, so pitiful. Shall we go to the hospital to visit him together tomorrow?" Martin picked up the bottle, poured wine for the three of them, and said, "Be a human being, don't be a devil in human skin." "Okay," Nicholson said. "You and Leo harmed him." Leonardo said, "Isn't it to help you?" Hearing this, Nicholson's nose almost crooked. "I really want to thank you." Martin put his arm around Nicholson's shoulders. "We are best friends, and there is no need for you to thank me too much," he said seriously. "Well, next year if you do something for me, just cooperate with me. And we'll just consider it as helping you today." "So, you're saying, I was frightened by you, so I should thank you properly?" Martin was surprised. "Didn't you just say you wanted to thank us? We helped you get rid of the peeping Tom. Think about it, if Bale and Blanchett treated you and Meryl like Indian got oil, and they brought a camera or a video camera, you'd be in danger. It would be all over the world." He pondered for a moment. The Oscar-winning actor and actress Song Lin-man. Just imagine how quickly it would spread. Leonardo almost burst out laughing. Nicholson was helpless. "It's just a small matter, and you've made such a fuss about it? I'm really old, it's time to step down." The three of them laughed and chatted, drinking and chatting, having a great time. Men can have a good time without women. Of course, life is naturally better with beautiful women. Martin received a call from Kate Winslet and was about to leave early. "You can go." Nicholson burped and said, "Martin, I have good news for you. I've saved a batch of the shells you gave me yesterday. If you're in the parking lot, Leo and I will go and set them off for you to celebrate." Leonardo, who had also drunk quite a bit, patted Martin on the shoulder and said, "Kate and I have been good friends for 10 years. I don't have any special requests. Just be nice to her. Don't use the rough methods you used to deal with Heidi Klum, Angela Lindwall, KK and others. Be gentle." Martin pushed Leonardo away and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Kate asked me to familiarize myself with and rehearse a few scenes. It's serious work." Leonardo shook his head, but said nothing more. After Martin left the bar, Nicholson asked, "What exactly happened?" Leonardo said vaguely, "Kate called me 2 days ago when I arrived in London and discussed some special scenes with me. She felt that with practical experience, the performance would be more effective." Nicholson agreed. "You're absolutely right." Leonardo asked curiously, "Did you actually experience it during filming?" Nicholson looked disdainful. "Those things you guys did are just leftovers from ours. Think about Marlon's Butterfingers back then. Who would dare use them now?" Leonardo admitted defeat. As dusk fell, Martin hurried back to the hotel. Because he had a rehearsal with Kate soon, he went to the bathroom to shower, wash off the smell of alcohol, brush his teeth, and change into fresh, dry clothes. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was a knock on the door. Martin went to open it, and it was Kate Winslet. He stepped aside and said, "Kate, please come in." Kate entered the room, script in hand, and said, "I'm bothering you after work." Martin went to get her a bottle of water. "Let's not be polite, then let's get to the point," Kate said, sitting on the armchair. The delayed scenes are crucial to the development of the relationship between the hero and heroine. If the filming is not done well, it could affect the entire film. Martin understood. I understand that it takes a transformation process to transform physical attraction into emotional outburst. Kate was silent for a moment, then said, I have been preparing for this project and role for 2 years. Martin, you know how much I want the Oscar for Best Actress. Martin nodded. Your acting skills are better than all the Oscar-winning actresses. Kate stood up and took off her coat. I have no way to retreat, and I don't want to retreat. You will help me, right? Martin owed Kate a favor and could not refuse. Yes, I asked Leo and discussed it with Sam. Kate walked towards Martin. They all told me that on-site experience is the best solution, she said. Remember the rumors about Nicole Kidman starring in Eyes Wide Shut that I mentioned? It is said that Kubrick used actual shooting during the actual experience. The top actors are often drama maniacs, and Kate seems to have entered this state. Chapter 310, No Life Without Madness. Art originates from life, and lived experience fuels inspiration and passion, allowing actors to create characters with artistic explosiveness. Kate and Martin's rehearsals not only allowed them to familiarize themselves with their roles, but also allowed them to experience life and enhance each other's artistic pursuits. It was a win-win situation. The script contained at least a dozen scenes with particularly high artistic value. Although only half would survive the final film, they were all filmed on set. Martin was a dedicated and artistic actor, willing to make personal sacrifices for the performing arts. The only problem was that in most of his scenes, he was extremely passive, the rhythm completely controlled by the heroine, Kate. Nearing midnight, Kate struggled to her feet and prepared to leave. Rehearsals were no longer necessary. Martin invited her, stay here tonight. Kate turned, glanced at Martin, and smiled faintly. Remember, we're here for work. What could Martin say? He could only say, I understand. It's for the perfect artistic interpretation of the role, for our shared artistic pursuit. Kate said, I'll be back tomorrow night. We need to be even more committed to these scenes and have a harmonious emotional exchange. No matter what, I'll fully cooperate with you. Martin dressed and walked Kate to the door. Just let me know if you have any requests. I'm always here. Kate paused at the door, like Hannah in the script, and gently brushed Martin's young face. I know you won't feel any pressure. Don't overthink it. We're just doing this. This is just a small step on the long artistic journey. Martin, with such a broad mind, couldn't possibly think too much. He nodded immediately. Devoting myself to art, I've long been aware of this. Kate opened the door and left. Martin closed it and fell into peaceful sleep, slept until dawn. After breakfast, he arrived on set on time. 2 days without the lead actor's scenes had passed, and Martin had rejoined the filming. The crew was functioning normally. Both Kate and director Sam were as absorbed in their work as ever. Martin naturally didn't bother to meddle and continued working professionally. Before wrapping up, director Sam convened a meeting with the main cast and crew. Except for the special artistic shots, everything else has been completed for the scenes before the hero and heroine separation. He looked at Martin and Kate. Tomorrow we'll start reshooting the artistic scenes. We were delayed a few days ago, so we only have 3 days to do this. I hope you'll adjust quickly and fully commit to your roles. Martin said nothing, simply nodding. Kate said, I found the emotions and feelings the heroine needs. Sam added, we'll continue with the cleanup shit tomorrow. The meeting was brief and quickly dispersed. As they left the studio, Kate and Martin walked together. She said, I'll rehearse with you tonight. Is that okay? Martin, a man of artistic ambition and eager to perform these scenes perfectly, asked. Still at the same time as last night, after leaving the studio, Martin drove Kate to the parking lot and they both left in separate cars. Shortly after dinner, Kate appeared in Martin's room on time. The two of them already had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for further discussion. They followed a specially designed script and scenes, rehearsing them through and emotionally communicating them. Just like they had the previous night. Sometimes, real-life experience can truly resolve many acting issues. The next day, while filming, Martin could clearly sense that Kate had truly caught on, completely mastering the rhythm and guiding him into the role. The previously awkward art shots were now almost perfect in a single take. Director Sam was also in excellent form, frequently shouting from the set, Kate, yes, that's the feeling. It's not just a fishing net, but the emotions you create. Push hard with them. Though Martin was passive, Kate galvanized him into giving it his all. After each scene, Sam praised Martin, great job. Keep up the fighting spirit. Keep going. Martin could only respond with a shy, leading man smile. All the art shots were shot in just 2 days. Martin also witnessed Kate and Sam's dedication. He, after all, would never achieve that level of intensity. Someone once said that acting requires intense passion. Back then, Martin had struggled from the bottom for over 20 years before finally rising to prominence. Even many renowned veteran actors had never seen such a rise. He hadn't witnessed it firsthand, but he'd heard stories of certain examples, like the one in Farewell My Concubine. After arriving in Hollywood, Martin, Nicholson, and DiCaprio did more than just fool around together. They'd occasionally discuss similar topics. DiCaprio admitted he was far from it. Even Nicholson, a proud man, didn't think he could reach that level, instead mentioning Daniel Day-Lewis. Kate might have reached a similar state over the past 2 days. In comparison, Martin felt he was still just an average actor with slightly better acting skills. After finishing the art scenes a day earlier than planned, the crew simply gave him a day off. Martin rested and recovered, as filming such scenes is grueling, especially for actors with unruly rhythms. He slept in the morning and then saw DiCaprio and Nicholson off to Paris at the airport that afternoon. The trio had originally planned a weekend get-together. But a model named Bobby Delevingne had a date, so Leonardo, the naive jerk, kicked Martin out and rushed to a Chanel party. Nicholson was going back to watch the Lakers Summer League game. On his way back from the airport, Martin got a call from Lily. "I'm leaving for Los Angeles." "When are you coming back from London?" Lily's suitcase was open in her room, packed with clothes. "If you don't have time, I'll go to school on my own." Martin couldn't leave until after filming was finished. "The earliest I can go back is August," he said. "You go to school first. Who'll come to Los Angeles with you?" "Elena," Lily snorted, slightly dissatisfied. "She told me to fly there on my own," Martin said. "Book the tickets and send them to me. I'll have someone pick me up at the airport." "Okay," Lily complained softly to her sister. "Elena won't go to Los Angeles no matter what." Martin ignored her and said, "It's great that you're in Los Angeles. You won't have to mail the engraving materials anymore, which is much more convenient." Lily froze, holding her phone. Was this why Martin had gotten her a letter of recommendation? Didn't her future college life seem so miserable? Images and a few words flashed through Lily's mind. "Humanoid engraving machine." Martin asked, "Why are you suddenly silent?" "Don't worry, the materials are free, and don't worry about running out. I'll buy them in bulk from Australia." Lily walked forward, banging her head against the door frame. Her eyes flushed, tears of grievance threatening to flow, but she said, "I'll work hard." Martin said, "I have faith in you and my full support." Lily fell silent for a moment, not wanting to speak to the person on the other end. Martin's voice commanded, "Bruce, place another order for raw materials from Australia, double the amount you've been to before. Lily's going to college in Los Angeles soon, so you have to get her a gift." Was this a gift? Was this a gift? Lily was frantic, but unable to voice it. She could only tactfully say, "Martin, don't spend so much." Martin replied, "It's okay, it's just a small amount." Lily couldn't hold back any longer. "Elena must have called me to book the plane tickets. I'll call you back once they're booked." Martin hung up and considered calling Jessica to have her pick him up at the airport, but after some thought, he decided to call Thomas. If Martin didn't find work for his agent for 2 days, he felt like the agent's commission was crying out for help. A good celebrity client would never let his agent sit idle. After a day of rest and recuperation, Martin regained his energy and threw himself into the subsequent filming. All the male lead's teenage scenes had been filmed, leaving the rest to portray middle-aged Michelle. Accordingly, Kate had also become an older Hannah. To win an Oscar, one must not only be determined to sacrifice for the art of their craft, but also deliver a groundbreaking performance. According to the plan, both Martin and Kate would have their looks completely redesigned to suit Oscar tastes. Especially for the role of older Hannah, Kate would be both old and unattractive. Relatively speaking, Martin is still a handsome middle-aged man. It's no exaggeration to say that it's 50% acting and 50% makeup. Like She-Devil, Theron's makeup isn't so much her acting as hers, it's her sheer determination to transform a vibrant beauty into a female abomination. This is the kind of breakthrough the Oscars promote, a world apart from the standards of Europe's 3 major film festivals. The crew hired the industry's top makeup artists and stylists, and Martin and Kate spent at least 2 hours on there to make up every day, sometimes over 3. Bruce would find the right moment to film Martin getting his makeup done, and with the crew's permission, he'd post it on Martin's blog, where his fans were amazed. 3 hours of makeup, Martin, how hard it is. I feel sorry for Martin for 5 minutes. Being a star is so hard and tiring. Martin has it tough. These crazy fans, regardless of nationality or region, exist around the world. When not filming, Martin occasionally finds time to check his personal blog or the official website of the Coca-Cola cult. Seeing the fan messages, he couldn't help but sigh. Old Bruce, you know what? I used to feel uncomfortable, even disgusted, when I saw these things. Back then, it's no exaggeration to say that he was envious and jealous of the traffic. Bruce glanced at the fan messages and asked, not anymore, everyone likes to hear compliments. Martin said bluntly, I've become the person I used to hate the most. He suddenly thought of Blake Lively. I even slept with a female fan. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 The Girl Who Wants Firecrackers. On a set resembling a prison cafeteria, Martin, coat draped across his arm, walked forward. His seemingly calm face bore the vicissitudes of decades, a reserved, withdrawn air. It was clear at first glance that he was a troubled old man. A short distance away, Kate, with her graying hair, sat at a table. Her face, decrepit and aging, had become so distorted that she was only vaguely recognizable as Kate Winslet. Quietly, she watched the young man approach, her eyes flickering with anxiety, a look of inferiority etched in her expression. Hannah's tumultuous life was reflected in her aging face. Their eyes met, a glimpse of decades passing. Martin nodded slightly, pulled out a chair, and sat across from Kate. Their eyes met, and Kate nervously extended her hand, inching forward. Martin took her hand. Stop. This take is done, Sam Mendes, without leaving his director's chair, shouted. Kate, change position and shoot again with your back to the cafeteria entrance. The crew returned to their positions, and Martin returned to the cafeteria entrance to continue filming the shot. The prison scenes were filmed all morning. At noon, Martin and Bruce went to the restaurant for lunch. More and more crews were arriving at Pinewood Studios, including Matt Damon's Jason Bourne, who was filming Jason Bourne. Similarly, the restaurant was packed at lunchtime. With more people, conflicts were more likely. When Martin entered, he found Emma Watson and 2 other girls arguing with Saoirse Ronan. There seemed to be a verbal altercation. He faintly heard something like Irish bitch. Someone, probably Saoirse's agent or family, quickly pulled her away, offering to back down. Emma Watson, like a victorious peacock, strutting to the food area. Martin and Bruce grabbed their trays and went to get their food. It was a bit crowded. While Bruce was reaching for his corn, he was jostled by someone beside him and accidentally bumped into Emma Watson's arm. He turned and said, sorry. Emma Watson, who had just gotten into a fight with Saoirse Ronan and was in the middle of a celebrity tantrum, saw a stranger, plainly dressed, and speaking with an American accent. She curled her lips and said, rude American bumpkin, be careful. Bruce frowned. Someone who had used a mortar shell to knock a Brit off a job probably had no good feelings towards the British. Martin, who was nearby, heard this and immediately turned around and said, hey, Emma, watch your words. Emma had seen Martin at the premiere last year. She shrugged, gathered up her 2 lackeys, and turned away. Bruce said, forget it, let's not argue with a child. The 2 picked out their food, took their trays, and sat down at an empty table. Bruce said, she seems spoiled. Martin said, she's got great commercial value now, generating huge profits. Not only does the crew and the audience love her, but even Warner Brothers dote on her. Not far away, at another table, Emma Watson, like a spoiled child, swished her corn on a fork, feeling rather annoyed. That Irish girl is a bitch, and those 2 American rednecks aren't any good either. Her attendant, Carly, asked, how about we deal with those 2 bastards? Emma Watson was hot-tempered, but not foolish. Why bother with those rednecks? They're ruining my style. She glanced at another attendant, Cheryl. Keep an eye on that Saoirse. Find an opportunity to rip her mouth open. Cheryl was eating. Carly slammed the table at her. Didn't you hear what Emma said? Cheryl quickly swallowed and said, I heard you. After lunch, Martin was heading back to the trailer for a break. As he passed the studio, he spotted Kate sitting alone, facing the door, reading the script and pondering her scenes. Kate also noticed Martin and waved him over. Come and talk to me for a minute. Martin entered the studio, pulled out a chair, and sat across from her. Bruce grabbed a bottle of water and leaned against the inside of the door to drink. Martin and Kate chatted briefly, discussing the scenes they were filming. Kate was completely immersed in her role. While she didn't consider herself a character in her daily life, she was still putting in a lot of effort. She said, Michelle and Hannah's reunion had so much to express, but they didn't know how. Michelle is quiet and reserved, especially after middle age. Martin, with his back to the studio entrance, sat comfortably in a chair and gestured, when we meet again, our communication will be more through eye contact, with as little words as possible. Kate nodded. Hannah needs to maintain her humble dignity. Suddenly, she stopped and said, someone's peeping. Bruce had already rushed out of the studio. Martin stood up and saw Bruce grab a girl's sleeve and pull her into the studio. I didn't do anything, Saoirse Ronan said to Martin, her hands raised above her head, a digital camera hanging from her neck. I just took a few sneak peeks. Although they were wearing makeup, she could recognize them. Martin asked, what are you doing here? Saoirse quickly replied, I had nothing to do after lunch, so I was just wandering around. I happened to come here, and thought you might be there, so I came to see. Just come find me. No need to spy. Considering the last time, Martin suspected this girl might have a slight voyeurism problem. He pointed at the camera. Taking pictures again. What are you taking pictures of? Saoirse shook her head repeatedly. No, I just got here, and I was spotted the moment I showed up, she muttered to herself. Daytime isn't suitable. Night is better. It's dark, so it's harder to spot, Kate interrupted, asking, do you know them? Martin pointed at the girl and introduced her. Saoirse Ronan from Atonement. Is she a British or Irish actress? Saoirse replied, I'm Irish, but I'm based in the UK. She turned her intense gaze to Kate. Mom, can I take a picture with you? Kate smiled and nodded, for Martin's sake. Of course. Saoirse took off her camera and handed it to Martin, then ran over to stand beside Kate. Martin first glanced at the pictures already taken in the camera. Sure enough, there were no pictures of this scene. He saw a picture of Emma Watson, with a background set near a restroom. The angle clearly indicated a candid shot. This girl was peeping and taking candid photos. She was so young, so good at learning anything. She might get beaten to death one day. Martin didn't bother to care. He raised his camera and said, ready, 1, 2, 3, the shutters clicked as he snapped several photos. Saoirse was excited. She took Kate's hand and said, you're the actress I admire most. I want to be like you when I grow up. Kate smiled and encouraged him, you'll succeed. Saoirse suddenly appeared, and Martin and Kate stopped discussing their scenes and left the studio to rest in the trailer. Martin hadn't gone far when he noticed Saoirse still following him. He asked, aren't you going back? Curious, Saoirse asked, I heard Belle was injured and in the hospital. She quickly explained, I didn't tell anyone about what happened that day. Martin nodded. I wasn't mistaken. You're a good girl. Saoirse hadn't just wandered in, she had a purpose. She asked tentatively, do you still have those firecrackers you used to set off in the woods? Martin turned and sized her up. What do you want to do? Saoirse kept her mouth shut and lowered her head, but then she raised her eyes and tried to look up. Seeing Martin as kind as ever, she said, there were a few older, mean guys on the Harry Potter set who always like to bully people because they're celebrities. They've laughed at me more than once just because I'm Irish. Martin understood. Your presence in the pine forest that day wasn't a coincidence. Saoirse realized she'd let the cat out of the bag and quickly covered it up. Martin suddenly remembered what had happened at noon, and with a vague suspicion, he winked at Bruce. Bruce went to the trailer and brought back a box. Martin took the box and handed it to Saoirse. Don't use it carelessly, and don't show it to anyone. Saoirse took it, opened it, and pulled out one. It was only the length of her pinky finger, much smaller than the one she'd seen the other day. It's a little small, she said. We've used up all the big ones, and the small ones are Leonardo's hidden stash, Martin warned. Don't tell anyone else. If Leonardo finds out, he'll kill you. Saoirse, thinking back to Leonardo's atrocious words and actions that day, opened her mouth in shock, then covered it again, nodding repeatedly at Martin. Martin waved his hand. Let's go. Thank you, Martin. Saoirse bowed slightly to Martin. You're a good man. She ran off with a box. Martin asked Bruce, have you tested the power of that thing? It's very small. Bruce had someone do it specifically. If a 10-year-old's hand exploded, it would only hurt for a while, just like fireworks on a set. Scary enough, Martin said no more, returning to the trailer to rest. In the afternoon, the crew started filming as normal, and Martin went to the church area of the studio, where a temporary cemetery was built for filming. One of the cemeteries belonged to the heroine Hannah. In addition to its own commercial attributes, the main purpose of this movie is to help Kate win an Oscar, so her role naturally has to be a tragic figure. As a person who has worked in a concentration camp, a death ending is a must. Martin and Felicity Jones, who plays his daughter, walked on the path beside the church and walked towards the cemetery together. The latter is of similar age to Martin, but in terms of temperament and demeanor, she looks more than 20 years younger than Martin. This is also one of the few outdoor scenes of the crew. After director Sam called for approval, the two stood in the cemetery built on the set. Felicity glanced at Martin and said, "If I hadn't known this in advance, I wouldn't have believed you were only 25. Martin shook off his role and said, "Maybe I've been through a lot." Felicity thought for a moment and said, "Just now, when I talked to you, I had a feeling that you were like my father." Martin laughed and said, "I hope my daughter will be as beautiful as you in the future." Hearing this, Felicity laughed happily. Not far away, Kate saw that the situation was not good and immediately came over. Chapter 312, Human Hearts Are Evil. Kate entered from outside the studio and patted Felicity's arm. "Your mother's here. Go meet her." Felicity smiled at Martin and hurried off. Kate said, "She's the daughter of a distant relative of mine. Don't mess around on set." Martin, looking incredibly innocent, spread his hands and said, "Kate, I didn't do anything." "No, nothing," Kate said, thinking back to the rehearsals she'd been having. "But I never refuse anything." Martin sounded even more innocent. "I'm a good person, so I don't know how to refuse kindness. I don't know how to refuse to help others, especially my friends." Kate pointed to a deserted area ahead and headed there. Martin took off his coat, threw it to Bruce, and followed. Kate said, "We're almost done with this scene. When we wrap, Sam wants you to visit his house in London." Martin couldn't help but glance back. Sam Mendes was directing the crew setting up the set. There was a car scene to be filmed later. Kate asked, "Are you going?" "I'm not going," Martin explained. "My sister's moving from Atlanta to Los Angeles to attend California Institute of the Arts, and I'm in a hurry to get back." Kate nodded. "Okay, I won't force you." Bruce then hurried up from behind. Kate said, "Old Bruce seems to be busy. I won't bother you." Martin took the phone Bruce handed him and gave him a questioning look. Bruce whispered, "Louise is calling." Martin walked to a deserted place and said to the phone, "Why are you calling so suddenly? Is there something wrong?" Louise's laughter came from the receiver. "I spoke to Kelly on the phone today and got a message from her that sculptor Lily Carter is coming to Los Angeles to study at the California Institute of the Arts." Now that the words were out, there was no need for Martin to deny. "Yes, she will be coming from Atlanta soon," Louise said. Kate said that the reader will take some time to finish filming. "You can't come back in a short time, right? How about this? I'll pick up Lily for you and send her to the California Institute of the Arts." Martin said, "Thomas will take care of it. I can prepare 2 letters of recommendation for her, one from the college and one from a university club." Louise knew that Martin attached great importance to those people in Atlanta, and said, "Joining the club will be of great help to her future development." Martin reminded, "You can go, but don't cause trouble." Louise laughed. "I'm a woman. How can I do it?" She said this in a serious, playful way. "You've given Kelly and me so many Lily Carter sculptures. If she truly becomes a master, my sculptures will appreciate in value. For the sake of my wealth, I have to help her." Martin could only say, "I'll give you some more later." Louise nodded and quickly hung up. Martin then returned to the set and plunged back into work. He still had several night scenes to shoot today. As darkness fell, the lights at Pinewood Studios shone brightly. The Harry Potter crew was wrapping up their nighttime shoot. 3 actresses emerged from the set and headed for the nearby restrooms. Unlike other temporary sets, this one would be filming for years to come, so many things were built to the highest standards. Even the restrooms were specially converted, not just temporary trailers. "Why didn't I see that little Irish bitch in the restaurant today?" Emma Watson asked her companion. Cheryl replied, "I didn't notice." Emma Watson seemed to be giving orders. "Carly, Cheryl, do what you have to do. If you see that Irish bitch again, find a way to make trouble for her. Don't let her have it easy." Cheryl was suspicious. "Will this cause a quarrel between the 2 crews? Will the Atonement crew come to you?" Emma Watson stared at her. Carly grabbed Cheryl's shoulders. "If Emma hadn't spoken up for you, would you have gotten the role?" Emma Watson laughed. "Don't be like that, we're all friends." Cheryl realized that in front of the almighty Hermione, she was just a pitiful lackey. Carly patted Cheryl's face. "Know your place." Cheryl nodded silently. Emma went to the women's room first. When the Harry Potter series first began filming, Emma Watson was an innocent, sweet, and kind girl. But with Hermione's rise to fame and fortune, everything changed. In front of the media and the public, she acted like a little lady. In private, they've long been spoiled. Faced with the countless folds of fame and fortune in the entertainment industry, most minors simply can't resist the erosion. Take Saoirse Ronan, for example, whose voyeuristic tendencies only developed after becoming an actress. Arriving at the restroom, Emma Watson entered the front stall. Cheryl instinctively chose the stall farthest from her. She sat down, wiped her eyes, and tears of grievance welled up. At home, who isn't their parents' treasure? But on set, they had to endure this kind of humiliation. Cheryl felt humiliated, aggrieved, and infuriated. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, Saoirse Ronan, with her petite frame, easily made her way through the dense greenery and approached the restroom door. The crew and stars are particularly averse to the presence of surveillance cameras. Except for a few key locations like the main entrance, there are very few throughout Pinewood Studios. For tonight, Saoirse had made ample preparations. She wore a black, peaked hood with a dramatic white skull face beneath it, and her black jacket pockets were overflowing. As a little voyeur, Saoirse was already familiar with the surroundings and was quite nimble. After a quick observation, she quickly ran into the restroom, pulling out a lighter with her right hand and the specially made firecrackers from her pocket with her left. These ultra-small firecrackers were too weak, and Saoirse was dissatisfied. She made some modifications, removing some of the fuses and connecting a dozen fuses together. She had tried it out specifically that afternoon and found it quite fun, especially when used in the restroom. Saoirse bent over with remarkable skill in the light, peeking under the partition. She had noticed the shoes of the three people when she had followed them. Saoirse spotted a pair of Chanel shoes in the first partition, which must have been Karl Lagerfeld's favorite. She immediately lit the fuse, counted a few seconds silently in her hand, and tossed it into the partition from the top. Bang, bang, bang. As the tiny firecrackers exploded, Emma Watson let out a piercing scream. Help. Help. Saoirse, satisfied, turned and ran out, back through the green belt, toward the set of The Reader. Behind her, Emma Watson's shrill screams grew louder and louder. Saoirse excitedly cursed, "British bitch. Ladylike slut." Inside the bathroom, Emma Watson opened the partition door and ran out in panic, still screaming. After the first explosion, the firecrackers flew everywhere in the partition. Some inevitably landed in the toilet, while others exploded inside, sending up some unspeakable substance that landed on Emma Watson. Emma Watson's pants were soaked, and her clothes had an indescribable odor. She huddled in the corner, her head in her hands, trembling and shouting, "Carly, Cheryl, help me! Help me!" Several firecrackers landed in the adjacent cubicle where Carly was, leaving her speechless, let alone movement. Cheryl, farthest away, was unaffected. She opened the cubicle door and ran out, only to be met with a horrible sight. Emma Watson, in a state of extreme distress, lay in a state of dampness, her clothes emitting a foul odor, and a stained piece of white paper stained her carefully styled hair. It was clearly a piece of used toilet paper. Emma Watson saw Cheryl and, as usual, yelled, "Go get help! Go get help!" Even through her tears, her voice still held a condescending tone. "What are you standing there for? Go!" Cheryl nodded vigorously, seemingly determined. "I'll go." She ran past Emma Watson, out of the bathroom, and toward the crowd, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Help! Someone attacked Emma Watson with firecrackers in the bathroom." Emma Watson peed her pants out of fright. "Does anyone have any extra pants?" she screamed heartbreakingly, as if wanting to express all the grievances of being a sidekick. Emma Watson peed her pants out of fright. Pinewood Studios was still bustling in the darkness, but much quieter than during the day. Her heartbreaking cries carried far and wide, reaching several nearby crews. The words "Emma Watson, peed her pants" were truly captivating. Many people came out to watch the excitement. In the bathroom, after the firecrackers had finished going off and Emma Watson's fear was fading, she heard Cheryl's roar, her lungs nearly exploding with rage. As satisfying as it had been to order her subordinates around, Now it was exasperating. Bitch, Emma Watson, ready to rip every hair out of the bitch, immediately chased after her. From the cast of The Reader, Bruce and Martin dismounted a trailer, got on a nearby electric scooter, and rushed over. They were always looking for trouble, and when something happened, they naturally wanted to watch. Who peed their pants? Martin asked. Bruce swerved and headed towards the sound, saying, looks like Emma Watson. The electric scooter was moving fast enough that, although they weren't close, Martin and Bruce were the first to arrive. Under the bright streetlight, they saw Emma Watson chasing a girl. She looked quite disheveled, with a large wet patch between her trouser legs, stains all over her clothes, and a piece of soft toilet paper stuck in her hair. Martin immediately pulled out his phone. Bruce drove with one hand and pulled out his phone with the other. These two idiots simultaneously realized the enormous news value of this. As kind-hearted individuals who always cared about their journalist friends' jobs, Martin and Bruce couldn't let this scene go and filmed it without hesitation. Chapter 313, Create News and Sell News. More and more people gathered to watch the excitement. Not far away, the Harry Potter crew also arrived. Of all the stars in the studio, Emma Watson outshone them all, becoming the brightest star in the night sky. After snapping several photos, Bruce didn't stop, but hit the accelerator and raced towards the set. What's going on? Martin was still listening to the sounds behind him. I heard the girl up ahead yelling that firecrackers had hit Emma Watson. Bruce listened carefully, recording the sounds as well. It sounds like someone used firecrackers to blow up Hermione in the bathroom. Firecrackers blowing up the bathroom, what a talent. Martin immediately thought of someone and said, Saoirse Ronan, the peeping Tom. Bruce nodded. It's probably her. She just asked for some firecrackers at noon and had a fight with Emma Watson. Martin and Bruce returned, and many members of the crew rushed over. The trailer was deserted, so Martin parked his electric scooter and prepared to go get his bag and return to the hotel. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed in the darkness to his left. Martin reacted quickly, grabbing the man's neck before he could even reach him. With a thud, he pinned him down onto the carriage. The man, draped in a black robe with a pointed hood and a white skull mask with an exaggerated expression, looked like the killer from Scream. However, he was petite, a few sizes too small. Saoirse lowered her voice and called out, it's me, Saoirse. Martin ripped her hood off her head and said, you're lucky I didn't kill you. Saoirse said, could you take me to the studio entrance later? Martin got in the car to pack up his things and asked, did you do that with Emma Watson? I did. Saoirse had gotten all the firecrackers from Martin and knew she couldn't deny it. I threw it into the stall when she was using the restroom. It must have been a spectacle. She suddenly changed the subject. Actually, I saw it. You and her had some trouble. You won't tell her, right? Martin thought for a moment. Since he was going to create a nice persona, he might as well stick to it. He pulled out his phone and showed her the photos. Saoirse took Martin's phone and flipped through the dozen or so photos. Although the images weren't particularly clear, they were all pictures of Emma Watson in distress. Seeing the toilet paper on the little witch's head, she laughed heartily. Martin warned, watch your mouth. You're messing with the princess of all Harry Potter fans. You'll get beaten to death. Saoirse nodded repeatedly. I won't tell anyone. Martin, you won't tell anyone either, right? This is our secret, she asked Martin. Can I have a copy of the photos? Bruce pulled out a notebook and saved the clearer photos, taken under the bright streetlight, onto 2 USB drives. He gave one to Saoirse and said, keep them for your enjoyment. Thank you. Saoirse put the USB away, not without regret. It's a shame I wasn't there to see it, Martin reminded her. Let's go. Saoirse dug into her plain black bag, packed her burqa and mask, and then got out of the trailer and into Bruce's electric scooter. They left the studio together. Arriving at the parking lot near the gate, she got out and waved to Martin. My hotel is nearby. I'll see you another day. Martin waved and got into the car with Bruce. Without starting the car, Bruce asked Martin, this thing should be worth a lot if sold to a Sun reporter, right? Martin asked. No pocket money, the extra income is enough to cover my daily expenses. Bruce had a lot to think about. I'm going to buy Kim and Chloe some new bags and use these photos to exchange them. He hadn't forgotten Martin yet. Lily's in Los Angeles, you need to get her gifts. I think this money could buy a lot of saltwater crocodile teeth and buffalo horns. Martin checked the time. Go sell it now before the others come out. Don't do it yourself. Bruce knew that following Martin would sometimes make him appear in the media, so he nodded immediately. I'll find someone. He immediately took out his phone and made a call. Pinewood Studios, with its large crews and star-studded cast, was a hotbed of gossip, reporters and paparazzi. Newspapers like The Sun and the Daily Mail had permanent reporters stationed there. Gerdes was one of those Sun reporters stationed there. It was late that day, and he was about to leave work when someone from the studios knocked on his car door. Guedes rolled down the car window and asked, "What's up? You're from The Sun, I know." The man, unremarkable in appearance, would be hard to spot in a crowd. "I have news to sell, are you interested?" Guedes suggested, preferably with pictures or a video. The man nodded. "I have pictures. They're of Emma Watson from the Harry Potter crew. Absolutely exclusive." Guedes opened the passenger door, let someone in, and said, "I need to see some pictures." The man pulled out his phone and opened a photo. It showed Emma Watson, set in the studio. Guedes, with years of experience, had trained his eyes. He immediately noticed something was wrong with Emma Watson. Under the bright streetlight, a large wet patch ran between her trouser legs. The stain on her clothes gave off a bad vibe. Her HUD resembled a piece of toilet paper. Then, looking at her murderous expression, she looked nothing like the usual know-it-all. Guedes wanted to see more. The man put his phone away and said, "There are 9 photos in total, and each one is shocking." Guedes, fully aware of the photo's value to the Sun, asked, "I want to know exactly what happened." The man pressed play on his phone, and a recording played. A faint girl's voice rang out in the night breeze. "Someone attacked Emma Watson with firecrackers in the bathroom." "Emma Watson Peter Pans," Guedes said bluntly. "Hey, name your price." The man said, £40,000. "Fixed." He pointed to another car in the distance. "Reporters from the Daily Mail and the Metro will definitely be interested." The price was too high, and Guedes couldn't make the decision alone. "Give me some time, I'll make a call," the man urged. "Don't keep me waiting too long. I don't have that much patience." Guedes spoke on the phone for several minutes, then said, "I want the photos, the audio, and the oral history, all for £40,000. The man nodded. "No problem." Within a dozen minutes, the news deal was complete. Martin and Bruce had returned to the hotel where the crew was staying. Standing on the balcony of their hotel room, they could still see the bright lights of the studio. Bruce said, "The person I contacted took £5,000, and the remaining £35,000 will be transferred to me soon." Martin, who had no shortage of money, said, "Just keep it for yourself, don't give it to me." Bruce didn't hesitate to greet Martin. "I'll pay the purchase bill for an Australia this time." Martin was in high spirits. "The Sun should really thank us. We've helped them get several big stories," Bruce said. "Bale and Blanchett, and now Emma Watson." He remembered the lead on Harvey Weinstein that we gave them in New York. Martin had almost forgotten about it and asked, "Hasn't the News of the World reported on this yet?" "No, they should be learning more." Bruce kept watching. "I have confirmed that the team chased from New York to Los Angeles, and they're definitely not letting go." Martin made a note of this information. He might need it someday. Bruce knew Martin was trying to play dog-eat-dog. Martin checked the time. "I'm going to bed early. We have to continue filming tomorrow." "I'll check on the studio," Bruce said, pulling out his phone. Pinewood Studios, Harry Potter set. Emma Watson, freshly showered and dressed, stormed up to Cheryl, attempting to grab her hair. Several crew members quickly intervened. Emma Watson cursed, "Bitch, I'll teach you a lesson." Cheryl's face was all innocent. "You told me to call for help, and I did." She burst into tears, seemingly overwhelmed. "I listened to you and called for help, and you did this to me. How could you do this? How could you?" The crew looked from Cheryl to Emma Watson, silently cursing, "You two are bitches." Emma Watson leaped to her feet. "Bitch, I'll tear your mouth off." Cheryl felt even more aggrieved. One was arrogant and domineering, the other innocent and wronged. Emma's agent and father, Chris Watson, entered the room and shouted, "Enough. Stop it." The office finally quieted down. "Stop it. I'll handle this," Chris instructed his daughter. He then approached the production's producers and urged them to act quickly. They had to suppress the news and talk to people from nearby crews to prevent the spread of explosive photos, videos, or anything like that. Without these, the news would remain nothing more than a rumor. There were too many people watching tonight. "It's impossible to suppress it," producer David Heyman said. "I can only do my best." The commotion was too loud. The news might have already reached the tabloids. Chris said, "Then prepare a brief quickly. Say it's a production requirement, or a group of girls playing a fool's game. David Heyman looked at the production's public relations director and said, "Come up with a plan tonight." The director immediately agreed, calling an emergency meeting to discuss the matter. Despite the crew's thorough preparations, the next morning, a new issue of The Sun appeared with a series of photos and news about Emma Watson on the front page, shocking the entire UK. Even across the Atlantic, in North America, the news spread at breakneck speed. The crew's explanation at a press conference was met with disbelief. Subsequently, Emma Watson temporarily withdrew from the Harry Potter filming, and paparazzi from The Sun captured photos of her visiting a psychiatrist. This incident eventually became known as the Diapergate. Chapter 314 The Good Man Among the Bad People. At Los Angeles International Airport, shortly after her flight from Atlanta landed, Lily arrived at the terminal exit, dragging her suitcase. Though dressed in plain jeans and a sporty t-shirt, the young, beautiful, brown-haired girl caught everyone's attention. A handsome man with a backpack slung over his shoulder approached immediately. "Hi, beautiful girl, visiting Los Angeles?" Lily glanced at him but ignored him. The handsome man put on his brightest smile and said, "Taxis in Los Angeles are hard to come by and expensive. Why don't we share a ride, just 5 or 6 meters away?" Thomas tried to cross over. Louise held out her hand. "Don't worry, let's see what's going on. My bodyguards are over there, so it'll be alright." Thomas took a few steps forward. Lily smiled back at the handsome man. "No need. My brother's an agent with the Los Angeles Police Department. He just called me and he'll be right there." "Really?" The handsome man automatically stepped back. "I'll find someone else to share a ride." Lily's parents were extraordinary people. From a young age, she had experienced a lot and was well informed about the treacherous nature of human nature. She curled her lips, glancing at the leader in the Coca-Cola ad on the side of the terminal. She thought to herself, "What an ugly idiot. How dare he come and chat me up?" Thomas hurried over. "Hi, Lily." Lily had met Thomas while filming Wanted in Atlanta and said, "Thanks for picking me up." Then she saw a woman approaching from behind him. She looked about 30, beautiful, sexy, and capable. Louise Mayer, Lily Carter. The two introduced themselves, and at Thomas's invitation, they got into a minivan together. Louise signaled the driver to start, asking, "Are you going to Martin's place first, or to school?" Lily tried to act mature. "Please take me to school." The driver headed directly to Valencia, a satellite city where the California Institute of the Arts was located. Louise said, "Martin and I are good friends and collaborators. He's filming in London and can't come back, so he asked me to pick you up." "Thank you." Lily opened her backpack and pulled out a small gift box, handing it to Louise. "Thank you so much for your help. This is a handmade item I made myself. Please don't mind." Lily didn't know Louise well, but Louise knew her well enough to know what was inside. But the other person was so sincere in her gratitude, and such a young, beautiful, and lovely girl, Louise couldn't refuse. "You're welcome." Lily took out another item and handed it to Thomas. "This is for you." "Thank you." Thomas then took advantage of Lily placing the other item on the passenger seat to quietly open the gift box and take a look. As expected, inside was a hand-carved, adorable clown figurine. Thomas wanted to tell Lily not to give it to him, as he had plenty of similar items, including the saltwater crocodile pendant she hadn't given him. Louise opened it openly and sighed inwardly. She knew she'd need to buy a cabinet specifically for Lily Carter's hand-carved sculptures. Lily hadn't realized her practiced carvings were becoming increasingly popular in Hollywood. When she arrived at Cal Arts, she gave one each to Louise's assistant, Nikki, and Thomas' assistant, Natasha. Natasha and Nikki exchanged a look. Why did these siblings both enjoy giving carvings? Aren't the Australian bison so pitiful? Louise accompanied Lily to the academy. They first met with Vice President Diana and their future advisor, then completed the admissions paperwork and applied for a studio apartment. The journey was smooth and trouble-free. After putting their luggage in the apartment, Lily remembered Louise, who had come to help. "I'll treat you to dinner later." "No thanks," Louise said, pulling out a business card and handing it to Lily. "Martin's not in Los Angeles. If you have any questions, call Thomas or me." Lily took it. The address on it was in Sherman Oaks, and if she remembered correctly, Martin also lived there. Louise offered, "Come visit me sometime." "Thank you," Lily said, unable to put it into words, but she had a feeling there was something odd about Louise. After seeing her off, she immediately called Martin and focused on Louise's situation. "Martin, on the other end, said, "If you need anything, talk to her. Don't bother with her," Lily said. "I'm settled in." I gave small gifts to Louise and Thomas, who brought me here, their entourage, and the seniors and teachers who welcomed me from school. In the London studio, Martin, with a nagging feeling, asked, "What gifts did you give?" "A carved horn," Lily said. "A Joker figurine based on you, given to many people?" Martin asked. Lily confirmed, "To many people." Martin slapped his forehead and said, "Okay, we'll talk when I get back to Los Angeles." After hanging up, Bruce wanted to laugh but suppressed it. Martin looked at him and said, "Laugh if you want." He snorted, "Sooner or later, the Australian bison and saltwater crocodiles will become rare species." Bruce asked, "Will you keep giving them away?" Martin steeled himself, "I'll give them all over Hollywood." Bruce, the scoundrel, deliberately said, "Everyone in Los Angeles will have one in the future." Martin asked, "How many did you bring this time?" Before coming to London, Bruce had given the crew a large piece of luggage to check in with him. Bruce said, "One is enough for everyone on the crew." Martin nodded, "Filming is almost over. Get ready. I want a big gift distribution." Filming for the reader was nearing its end, and the cast was leaving the crew one after another. In addition to the souvenirs from the crew, each departing received a gift from the lead actors, Martin and Kate. Kate gave him English black tea, and Martin gave him a tusk pendant with a carved ox horn. 3 days later, all scenes were filmed. Sam Mendes announced the end of filming. Before Martin could react, Kate grabbed a latte and sprayed him all over his head and face. Felicity Jones joined in the fun with one. Martin fled in panic, caught a latte that Bruce had thrown, and blasted Kate in the face. Kate dropped the latte and rushed over, hugging Martin, her whole body pressed against him, visibly overcome with emotion. Martin hugged her back. "Kate, you're a true artist." This performance was fantastic. Kate released Martin and cupped his face in her hands. "I couldn't have done it without you. You're an actor who truly inspires people. You're a genius." They both laughed. An associate producer entered the studio with souvenirs. Martin and Kate received 2 books that Michelle had read to Hannah. While the crew would remain, most would not be involved in post-production. Martin handed the books to Bruce and, carrying the gift, shook hands with everyone, arriving at Sam Mendes. He had intended to shake Sam's hand. Sam, however, took the initiative to hug him, patted him on the back, and said, "You did a great job on this show. Keep it up. I'm optimistic about your future." Martin nodded vigorously. "Sam, you are a true artist. You gave me crucial guidance and advice when I was in trouble. These will benefit me for the rest of my life." When it comes to professionalism, he is far inferior to Kate and her husband. There is really no comparison. Martin then left the studio and was removing his makeup when Bruce suddenly got off the trailer. "No. Don't do it. I'm here to see Martin." Bruce escorted Saoirse Ronan in from outside. The latter raised her hand and said to Martin, "I heard that your crew finished filming today, and they came here specifically to see you." Martin had just changed back into his clothes and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Saoirse glanced at the makeup artist and said nothing. Martin picked up his bag, thanked the makeup artist, exchanged a few words, and then left the makeup trailer. Waiting for Saoirse to catch up, he asked, "You don't need any more firecrackers, do you?" Saoirse chuckled, "I still have some in stock." She was quite proud. Hermione's as proud as a peacock. She looks down on everyone. "She's bullied me so many times, and this time she's really embarrassed." Martin had read the Sun report and wasn't sure if it was a PR ploy or the truth, but Saoirse was concerned. "I wish her a speedy recovery from depression." Martin thought to himself, maybe she'd take the initiative someday. "A lot of people say I'm incredibly talented and suggest I pursue my studies in Los Angeles. My mom plans to take me there in 2 years." Saoirse had been on more than one film crew, so the word naive wasn't something she could relate to. She asked, "Martin, can I come to you when the time comes?" Some things Martin just needed to talk him through. "Sure, I'll introduce you to an agency. Leonardo is a jerk, and you're a good person." Saoirse held out a hand and placed it in front of Martin. Martin pulled out a business card and handed it to her. Saoirse took it. "Thank you." She smiled at Martin and gave him a ladylike gesture. "I'm going home." Martin waved her off. Saoirse ran off. Bruce approached from behind. Martin asked, "I'm a good person, right?" Bruce said, "Honestly, among bad people, you're one of the good ones." Seeing that he had already packed his things, Martin said, "Let's go back to the hotel to get your luggage. We're going back to Los Angeles." The post-production department of the crew would continue at Pinewood Studios. Since there were almost no exterior scenes, Martin had asked Sam, and he didn't need him to do any dubbing. His work would be completed before the film's official promotional release. Back at the hotel, after packing his bags, Kate suddenly arrived. Bruce left the room on his own initiative. Kate asked, "What time's the flight?" Martin glanced at the clock. "We can leave in 3 hours." Kate pulled the script from her bag and said, "There's a scene I need to dub, and I want to familiarize myself with it. Let's do it now, before you leave." How could a kind person like Martin refuse to show his appreciation for others' happiness? During the 2 months of filming in London and his experience as the reader, Martin had gained a lot and understood how a good actor can become a true artist. Chapter 315, An Artist Who Doesn't Fear Power. Under the clear blue sky of early September, Martin, wearing a Dodgers baseball cap, sat alone on a bench in front of the art gallery, patiently waiting for someone to come. A few minutes later, Lily, who had just finished her class, jumped down the steps of the art gallery. She fell behind a bench and yelled to Martin, scared. Martin turned around and said, "You're so old, and you're still playing this kind of game." Lily, her long hair tied back in a simple ponytail, said, "It's not fun." "It didn't scare you." Martin stood up and said, "I knew it was you from the sound of your running." Lily raised her long eyebrows in surprise. "So you care so much about me?" Martin walked towards the college entrance. "I've known you since you were a little kid. You run around, you speak with an accent, you have hobbies and dislikes, you swear. What's there that I don't know about you?" "I've changed all my swearing," Lily whispered. "Actually, there's something you don't know." Martin turned to look at her and asked, "What don't you know about you?" Lily smiled. "Girl secrets, I won't tell you." Someone came over and greeted her. "Hi, Lily." Lily waved. From the art gallery to the parking lot near the college entrance, at least 6 or 7 people greeted Lily. Martin asked, "A lot of people seem to know you." "I've made a lot of friends, just like I did at Marietta High." Lily had been a public high school bully back then. "A lot of bitches were jealous of my beauty and would try to get me into trouble. I'd always gang up on them," Martin warned. "Don't push it too far," Lily complained. "Of course not. They all say I'm nice." Martin knew Lily's style. She'd grown up under her older sister's iron fist, and she'd applied that same iron fist to her brother, Hall, and then continued it at school. Lily was always forthright with Martin. "Don't worry, I'll call you if anything happens. And that Louise, she knows a lot of people, she's called me a few times." Martin approached the Escalade and opened the driver's door. "Get in." Lily got in the passenger seat. The car drove out of the academy and headed straight for Sherman Oaks. Martin turned into the Cody neighborhood. As he approached his home, he ran into Jenna, who was walking with her cat. Seeing Martin's car, Jenna waved. Martin stopped the car and rolled down the window. Jenna walked over, glanced at the passenger side, and asked, "Girlfriend?" Lily immediately greeted with a smile. "Hello, young lady, you're so beautiful." Martin pushed her back. "This is my sister, Lily." Jenna nodded, looking her over carefully. "She has a nice figure and looks, and she's very talented." Lily had a good first impression of Jenna and quickly jumped in. "Everyone I know says so." "Do you agree?" Martin glanced at Jenna, and she immediately changed her tune. "I invited you to the set, but you never had the time." "I've been too busy with work." Martin made up an excuse, and said, "Let's talk about it later." Jenna nodded and said to Lily, "Little girl, come to the set with Martin when you have time." Lily replied, "Okay." Martin drove to the door. Lily glanced back and said, "She's a nice person. She's really nice." Martin had gotten to know Jenna a little better through their many interactions. Despite Jenna's unique job, she was a very decent person. He said simply, "One of your letters of introduction is from her father." Lily asked, "Should I visit her studio to express my gratitude and build a closer relationship?" She remembered what Jenna had said earlier. What kind of films has she starred in? "She's so stunning. I'll definitely remember her after seeing her," Martin said bluntly. "A film in the Sacred Valley. She's the director and the lead actress." The answer was so unexpected that Lily was momentarily confused and didn't know what to say. Martin continued, "Jenna Jones's family are all in the arts. It's said that she got into this field because of a hormone problem. As for whether this was true, no one tried to find out." As the car drove into the gate, Lily's attention shifted. When Martin pulled up to the garage door, he jumped out and said, "What a beautiful house." Then she smelled barbecue and turned to look. "Hi, Bruce. Long time no see." Bruce was grilling and waved. Lily, you're getting more and more beautiful. Martin drove into the garage. A long dining table and several chairs were set up by the pool. Martin didn't invite anyone else, just him, Lily, and Bruce had dinner together. It was a simple meal of grilled meat, vegetables, and fruit. Unlike the people he'd met since arriving in Los Angeles, all three of them were from Atlanta, true family. They enjoyed a delightful dinner. Afterward, Lily toured Martin's house, got into the G-Class in the garage, and immediately jumped out. Martin didn't mind, casually saying, "If you need the car, you can use it for a while." Blake was very particular. He had left all his expensive gifts here, keeping only a few souvenirs. Lily, noticing the car's previous owner was a girl, shook her head. "I don't need it right now. Once I get used to the school, I'll find a job and earn enough money to buy my own car." Before dark, Martin had taken Lily back to school and told her to contact Louise if she needed anything. He had already negotiated with Louise, spending hundreds of millions of dollars. As Lily left, Martin gave her a large bag filled with gifts. Despite having 1,000 objections, Lily tearfully accepted the offer. Awards season was about to begin, and Martin would soon travel to Canada for the Toronto Film Festival. Promotion and award-winning efforts for The Departed would begin at the festival. The film would premiere there and then be released nationwide in North America in October. "We've had one internal preview and one with theater managers and press, and the response has been very positive." In a conference room at the Warner Brothers building, producer Graham King briefed the film's creative staff on the current situation. The MPAA has assigned it an R rating, and the distributor has secured a release in approximately 3,200 theaters. North American box office expectations are no less than $100 million. Many eyes were fixed on Leonardo DiCaprio and Martin. Aside from Matt Damon, who was filming Jason Bourne in London, these two undoubtedly possess the greatest commercial clout among the creative staff present. Nicholson, sitting next to Martin, suddenly said, "Don't look at me. If I don't hold you back, you'll be grateful." Leonardo couldn't help but laugh. Scorsese said, "Jack, what new ideas can you come up with?" Nicholson pointed a finger at Martin. "For any bad ideas outside of standard promotional practices, you should go to him." Martin spread his hands. "I just got back from London and haven't figured out what's going on yet." In public, he was adept at praising the trio's lead actor. "With Leo and Jack, commercial appeal won't be a problem. Leo appeals to everyone, young and old, and Jack is a role model for middle-aged and older women." Graham said, "You three must attend every major promotional event for the film at the Toronto Film Festival and in Los Angeles." Martin and the other two agreed. Later, they focused on Oscar-winning considerations. The crew was focusing on Best Picture and Best Director, and Martin would also strive for a nomination for Best Supporting Actor. The only surprise was that Leo and Jack wouldn't be pursuing Best Actor with this film. After the meeting, the jerk trio naturally bonded. Martin asked curiously, "Aren't you trying to win an Oscar for the role in this film?" "All the resources for this film are focused on Best Picture and Best Director, leaving too little for the other categories." Leonardo was very practical. "With Billy, it's easy for me to get a nomination, but I have no chance of winning. There was no one else here, just the three of them." Nicholson didn't forget to drag them down. "With your acting skills of glaring, frowning, and roaring, you wouldn't have a chance in any other role." Leonardo was furious and wanted to kill. Good. "Good. You're a great actor, you're amazing." Nicholson imitated him, his eyes wide and deliberately showing off. "I'm nothing special either, just 2 Best Actor awards and 1 Best Supporting Actor award." Leonardo was devastated and speechless. Nicholson then delivered the final blow. "Let me tell you, Martin has a much better chance of winning an Oscar than you do." Leonardo looked up at the sky in silence, devastated, and on the verge of tears. "You're not depressed, are you?" Compared to Nicholson, Martin seemed like a decent person. "There are so many beautiful blonde, long-legged models waiting for you." Leonardo approached Martin. "Dude, you're my brother." Martin didn't finish his words. "They all want to see what an 11-second sprint is like. I'm going to kill you." Leonardo unleashed a 3-hit combo, glaring, frowning, and roaring. "You two bastards," Nicholson said. "See? Compared to that rotten Martin, I'm the good guy." The three of them laughed and joked, and got into Nicholson's stretched Lincoln. Martin put away his frivolousness and asked, "Leo, which film are you planning to win an Oscar for?" "Blood Diamond." Leonardo explained briefly. "It was a film I made before The Departed, with Jennifer Connelly. The lead actor had a bigger role there than in The Departed, and the main thing is, The crew's primary goal was Best Actor. Martin still remembered the film, the events triggered by a red diamond. It seems to have caused some controversy. Tobias, worried that the film's popularity would lead to consumer backlash against diamonds, even joined forces with some diamond companies to boycott the film. Martin brought it up. Leonardo said, "They've already protested to the production team. It's okay, it's a good thing from an artistic perspective." Martin understood. "Artists who aren't afraid of power," Nicholson interjected. "That's right. Even Oscar-winning actors and actresses need promotion." He looked at Martin and asked, "Didn't you do any promotion?" Martin let on a bit. "Yes, my agency has invested a lot of resources, and I'm planning to be a children's ambassador." Leonardo nodded. "That's a safe option," Martin said. "That's why I chose this, initially." He had intended to pursue equal rights, but for some unexplainable reason, that path was no longer viable. The three of them went to a bar for drinks and agreed to travel to Canada in a few days to promote the Toronto Film Festival. Chapter 316, Declaring War on the Trio. With the release of the main poster for The Departed, the film's release promotions officially began. The poster features Leonardo DiCaprio, Martin, and Nicholson in a three-way tie. The competition for the lead role wasn't intense, and the production crew handled it well. Leonardo is positioned on the far left of the poster, with the largest portrait, highlighting his top ranking. Martin stands on the far right, his bust a fifth smaller than Leonardo's. Nicholson's full-length portrait is the same size as Martin's, but positioned behind the two main characters, reflecting his supporting role. The 2-minute official trailer has been airing on major television stations nationwide, with profanity-laced versions appearing online. Martin's personal blog and the official website of the Coca-Cola cult announced the film's release dates in major cities across the country well in advance. The Coca-Cola cult website also features Martin's own character trailer, recreating the iconic scene of a Coke bottle exploding on his head. Colin, played by Martin, faces an attack from a criminal and fights back with a can of Coke. Coca-Cola's multi-million-dollar sponsorship wasn't in vain. Martin, Leonardo DiCaprio, Nicholson, and Scorsese split up and frequently attended promotional events. Sometimes they would gather together to champion the film. In October, with no major releases, The Departed was undoubtedly a unique offering. In mid-September, the main cast and crew departed for Toronto. Unlike European film festivals, the Toronto Film Festival lacks official awards and serves more as a platform for film screenings, promotion, and trade. Due to its geographical location, many American film fans consider it the world's largest international film festival. The world premiere of The Departed took place during the festival. At the bar at the Four Seasons Hotel Toronto, Martin accepted the bartender's drink, raised his hand to Nicholson, and said, "Do we have a tacit understanding?" The two had just discussed a major initiative for the coming year. Nicholson chuckled. "It's such a fun thing. I'd join in even if you didn't ask me." Leonardo clinked his glasses with Martin. "You're a real expert at messing things up." The three of them drank together. Martin pointed to the TV hanging from the ceiling. "Look. Our director's interview." Martin Scorsese had been interviewed by NBC this morning and appeared on the news that afternoon. Most of the content was promotional, with a section about the assholes, the reporter asked. Some media reported that during the filming, the three main actors of the crew, Martin Davis, Leonardo and Jack Nicholson, formed a trio. Did this organization play a positive role in promoting the filming? Scorsese's expression was quite strange. They formed a very strange organization, which did help them to build a tacit understanding with each other, but more often they were making trouble on the crew, which was a headache. Martin was quite innocent and asked his two companions, "We didn't make trouble on the crew, did we?" Nicholson and Leonardo shook their heads at the same time. "Absolutely not." On TV, Scorsese said again, "Sometimes, I don't agree with them on the characters. They are as stubborn as cows. It takes a lot of time for me to convince them and reach a consensus," he emphasized, "and when the three of them make trouble, I think it would be better to use their pay to hire a few cows to shoot." The TV interview ended here. Leonardo asked, "Are we as stubborn as bulls?" He spread his hands. "Are we not as stubborn as bulls?" Martin said seriously, "Excellent actors must have unique insights into the roles. This guy Scorsese is declaring war on our trio." Nicholson, as the leader of the trio, consciously rushed to the front when he was about to make trouble. "Leo, Martin, we have dealt with many people. Should we deal with Scorsese this time?" Leonardo pondered and said, Director Scorsese is old, and his body can't be compared with yours. We have to be within the range he can bear." Martin looked like he was considering it seriously. Nicholson asked, "You have so many bad ideas. Come up with a good one." "The trio has been attacked by the director and we must respond. He and Scorsese have been friends for decades and he knew what was going on. We're going to make Scorsese pay the price. You two bastards, listen to me." Martin gradually came up with an idea. "Here's what I'm thinking. As the most troublemaking trio in Hollywood, we have to respond to the director's remarks while also creating an eye-catching effect and making some explosive news to promote the crew. That way, the crew can reimburse us for the expenses of our troublemaking," Nicholson said to Leonardo. "See, he has the most bad ideas." Martin asked, "This is my first time in Toronto and I'm not very familiar with it." "Do you two know any ranchers?" Leonardo said. "I know people. They're rich and have plenty of friends," Nicholson said disdainfully. "They're not real friends. They're after your money." Martin poured them both drinks. "We're real friends." Leonardo deliberately put on a wary look. "What are you after from me?" Martin patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I will never plot against you." "Wait," Nicholson raised his hand to interrupt the two bastards. "You are off topic." Leonardo brought back the subject. "What do you want to do?" Martin said. "It's very simple. The premiere is about to start. Should we give director Scorsese a big gift at the premiere?" Nicholson laughed. "Good idea. I agree." Leonardo thought more. "Martin, is this a publicity plan you and the crew conspired together?" Martin neither admitted nor denied it, but just said, "Aren't we known as the strongest trio? Since we want to cause trouble, we have to make a sensational hot event. Those petty fights are boring." Leonardo suddenly remembered something. "After Jack and I left Pinewood Studios, I heard that Emma Watson peed her pants in the toilet after someone blew firecrackers with it. Did you do it?" "How could I bully a little girl?" Martin thought he had the best character among the trio. "I swear, it wasn't me." Leonardo pulled out his phone and made a few calls, urging Martin and Nicholson, "Let's go. There's a big ranch in the suburbs. The owner is the cousin of one of my exes." Martin followed him out, saying to Nicholson, "Having so many exes is a lot of good." That day, news of Scorsese's TV interview went viral. Although he had clearly used a joking tone, the gossip media, always fabricating conflicts where none existed, ignored it and immediately went into overdrive. The Departed crew is at odds, with the director and the lead actors clashing. Scorsese slams the three lead actors for not being as good as the stars. Shocking. 3 Hollywood stars aren't as good as the stars, however, TMZ, a website founded last year, contradicted the gossip media by featuring several photos prominently on its homepage. All of this concerns the crew of The Departed. Publicly and privately, the bastards and Martin Scorsese have a remarkably harmonious relationship, with no signs of conflict. TMZ is gradually becoming more distinctive than typical gossip media outlets. Some even call it the internet's version of The Sun. Neither party spoke out until the premiere of The Departed. The film premiered at Toronto's Ryerson Theatre, the main venue of the film festival. With a cast featuring A-list directors and superstars, and the previously reported conflicting reports, a large number of media outlets flocked to the premiere. Hundreds of people packed the press area. Festival goers also prioritized this gangster film as their top film of the festival, and the red carpet was packed. Congregants of the Toronto parish of the Coca-Cola God hung posters of their leader early in the morning, waiting for Martin to walk the red carpet and participate in the world-famous scene, drinking Coca-Cola together. Director Martin Scorsese arrived, beaming, unfazed by the media coverage. Lead actress Vera Farmiga also arrived, and as the only prominent female member of the film's cast, she garnered significant attention. Matt Damon, who had largely skipped all promotional events, flew in from London, England, for the premiere. He kept a low profile, walking the red carpet in a routine manner, avoiding interaction with fans and declining media interviews. During the film's promotional planning, Matt Damon approached the production team about potentially pursuing a Best Supporting Actor Oscar for the role of Dingelin, but was rejected by the production team, who had previously recommended Martin Davis. With one of the two leads vying for a Best Supporting Actor nomination, Matt Damon's role had to be abandoned. Robert De Niro, Al Pacino, and Jodie Foster also walked the red carpet in support. Fans and reporters noticed that the film's 3 leading men had yet to show up. No way, are there really a conflict? Are they not attending the premiere? The media area was abuzz with chatter, nearly exploding. On the red carpeted platform in front of the theater, Robert De Niro approached Scorsese, who knew both Martin and DiCaprio well. "No way, are you really having a conflict with him?" Scorsese simply laughed. Robert De Niro sensed something was wrong. Although Martin likes to stir up trouble, he's a smooth and sociable person. Not to mention Leo. Suddenly, a truck horn blared, and a van painted with posters of the three male leads from The Departed drove up from a distance. Fans and reporters alike, everyone's attention was focused on it. The van stopped in front of the red carpet. Martin, the driver, got out first, followed by DiCaprio and Nicholson. The three of them reached the back of the van and opened the rear door. A metal plate automatically slid down, creating a slope between the van and the road. Martin entered the van and pulled out a cow. The audience was stunned. Chapter 317: A Cow's Story. The fans were stunned, and the media reporters were taking photos crazily. At the front of the red carpet, Martin, Leonardo, and Nicholson were leading a docile old cow towards the theater. Nicholson was wearing sunglasses and was grinning from ear to ear. It was the first time in his life that he was leading a cow on the red carpet as a gift to his old director friend, and he thought it was really fun. Leonardo glanced at Martin and thought that only an asshole could do such a unique thing. Martin walked in front, leading the cow to the middle of the red carpet, waving to everyone around. The fans around him screamed shrilly. The reporters who were able to follow on both sides of the red carpet seemed to be crazy, pressing the shutter of the camera non-stop. Leonardo said, "We are going to grab the headlines of the North American entertainment section, such an interesting thing, we need to do it more often." Nicholson took 2 steps forward and snatched the reins from Martin's hand. "You've had enough of the limelight, it's my turn." Handing the reins to Nicholson, Martin walked towards the place where the members of the Coca-Cola cult gathered, took a can of Coke from Bruce who followed him, opened it, and held it high towards them. Hundreds of people nearby raised their Cokes and shouted in unison, "Columbia, forever." Someone else shouted, "The leader is mighty." Hundreds more followed suit, shouting, "The leader is mighty." At the entrance of the Ryerson Theater, Warner's Daniel said to producer Graham, "See? This is the leader of the cultivation of Coke." Graham nodded slightly. "He has a lot of support." Daniel continued, "As for this film, we've done market research and estimates. Martin alone can add over $5 million to the film's opening weekend's box office." Graham had read the relevant reports and said, "In my personal opinion, among male stars born in the 1980s, Martin has the strongest commercial appeal, at least one of the strongest. Martin's value isn't just in his commercial appeal," Daniel reminded him. "Don't forget, he was the one who originally proposed today's plan." Graham, seeing the maddened reporters, said, "The breaking news has arrived." Daniel laughed heartily. The three bastards, leading a cow, paraded through the streets, approaching the media area and a specially arranged platform in front of the theater. Al Pacino rubbed his chin and said, "That's not like Leo and Nicholson." Robert De Niro said, "It must be Martin." He looked at Scorsese and said, "Get ready. Your guys have brought you a cow?" Scorsese straightened his tie and said, "Why not a dairy cow?" Across from him, Nicholson slightly quickened his pace and pulled the cow across from Scorsese. A large group of reporters gathered. Nicholson announced, "The other day, you said you loved coaching cows. The three of us went out overnight and bought a most obedient cow. Now, on behalf of the trio, I officially present you with a cow. You can film with it from now on. I accept it." Scorsese took the reins, hugged his old friend Nicholson, and then called Martin and Leonardo, "Come over here and take a picture." Martin and Leonardo moved over, and the four of them stood in front of the sponsor's backdrop and took a picture with the old cow. Scorsese later gave an interview, saying, "This gift is precious. I'll take it back to America and teach it how to act." Showing these three idiots what it means to be a good actor who obeys the director's instructions, he then laughed to himself. Martin and the other two also laughed cheerfully around them. Matt Damon, who had already entered the theater, saw the scene clearly through the glass window. He saw it clearly. From the beginning of filming in New York, he had been excluded from the core crew. The so-called trio was also created by Martin Davis. Matt Damon couldn't enter that circle, but he had his own circle. "Let's go," he said to the manager next to him. "Let's go into the theater and wait for the show." The manager followed him and said, "I just spoke with Graham. The crew has some issues with you missing most of the publicity due to filming Jason Bourne, but it's not a big deal." Matt Damon said, "I'm not a key figure." He then asked, "Have the crew and Warner Brothers confirmed Martin Davis's nomination for Best Supporting Actor?" "Yes, it's confirmed," the manager explained, explaining the information he'd gathered. It's said that to ensure he gets a nomination, Leonardo DiCaprio gave up his bid for Best Actor in this film and chose a role in Blood Diamond. Matt Damon nodded, "I see." In the media area, reporters practically surrounded Martin and the other two. Martin also gave a small interview, with reporters specifically asking about his collaboration with Scorsese. "My hands-on experience with the Boston Police Department has been incredibly helpful." He spoke from a prepared script, unburdened by the fear of conflicting with others. "I absolutely love this role. Director Scorsese told me before filming that I only needed to recite the scripted lines, and the rest was my own." 10 minutes later, with the help of the crew's publicist and PR staff, the main cast, scrambling through the thicket of reporters, headed for the entrance of the Ryerson Theater. "Moo," a cow mooed from behind. Martin turned to see the docile old cow still standing among the crowd, conspicuous. It gazed longingly at the retreating group, mooing continuously, as if questioning why it had been abandoned. Someone arrived, took the cow away, and would later send it to the United States. Scorsese owns a ranch, so raising a cow is easy. The red carpet portion of the premiere concluded, and many online media reporters immediately evacuated the scene, finding temporary workspaces nearby. Using laptops and wireless network adapters, they quickly distributed news and photos from the premiere. As soon as the news hit the internet, it garnered widespread attention. Inside the theater, the main cast and crew members arrived at the front row to applause. The theater, which seats over 1,000, was completely packed. Guests, reporters, critics, columnists, and international buyers gathered, filling the first 10 rows to the brim, occupying nearly half the seats. Ordinary moviegoers filled the other half. Before taking his seat, Scorsese glanced back. His years as a director had left him feeling uneasy, yet he still hoped this film would do well, especially at the Oscars. Abandoning the award-winning biographical films and returning to his forte, the gangster dramas, Scorsese was ambitious. Many people say they don't care about an Oscar, but in this industry and this environment, few truly do. As Leonardo DiCaprio said, "Once a person has money, beautiful women, and a solid foundation, they inevitably pursue other pursuits." Martin sat between Nicholson and Leonardo, stretched his arms and legs slightly, and took out his phone to check. There was an unread text message from Robert. "The ritual is complete, don't worry." Martin turned off the sound and vibrate on his phone and put it back in his pocket. He had been practicing this ritual for the past few years. Every time he used it, he'd been able to secure roles and film releases smoothly. Of course, Martin wasn't going to give up. Leonardo suddenly whispered, "According to Warner Brothers estimates, this could be my highest-grossing film after Titanic." Martin said, "I remember you were one of the investors. If the profits are high enough, you'll treat me to a 3-day, 3-night trip." Leonardo asked, "You brought money into the production, too?" "I think it's from Asia. Why haven't I seen that investor today?" Martin had some information. Wu Maoding can enter the United States, but Canada has refused him entry. Pacific Pictures and my studio are hosting him in Los Angeles. Nicholson then looked at Martin and Leonardo, his voice bossy. "It's time to start. Keep quiet. Back in my day, you guys would have beaten your brothers to death like that." Martin didn't bother to reply, staring at the big screen. This was a raunchy gangster film steeped in American street culture. Perhaps because of preconceived notions, even though he had personally acted in it, Martin still preferred the Hong Kong version. Or perhaps it was the Hong Kong version's freshness that gave it a clean, modern feel, even imbued with a philosophical, romantic, and poetic Eastern influence. Scorsese's film is perhaps the most gritty, direct, and realistic portrayal of the American street life. From police officers to gangsters, everyone uses profanity daily. The characters are both uninhibited and lazy. The two films are worlds apart in both their approach and genre. The Hong Kong version is an elitist police drama. The Departed is a street-level gangster film. Leonardo DiCaprio and Martin's roles play the most important roles in the film, but the real heart of the matter lies in Nicholson's Frank. This guy's an absolute genius at acting. It's just that he's older, more experienced, and has won enough Oscars to not care. Otherwise, if the crew had nominated him for Best Supporting Actor, Martin would have definitely been sidelined based on his performance and role. Even so, Martin still outperformed Leonardo in their scenes together. "I wouldn't say Martin crushes Leo, but Leo pales in comparison." Robert De Niro lowered his voice and said to Al Pacino, "After all these years, Leo still hasn't solved his old problems, Al Pacino nodded. Martin has talent, and his acting is smooth and sophisticated. He's not a gifted actor like Nicholson, but with the right development, he might not be any worse than you or me, Robert De Niro said. This movie is very interesting. It's the most entertaining Scorsese has ever directed, Al Pacino said. It's very entertaining. It might even help him set a new box office record. Like all art house directors, Martin Scorsese's films have modest box office revenue, often relying on offline sales for profitability. At the end of the film, the two protagonists, as expected, met their end. The film ended when Ding Jen shot Colin Sullivan dead. The audience erupted in applause. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Black Short and White Moonlight. This is the most entertaining film I've ever made, Scorsese told reporters in front of the theater. He lowered his head and got into a car. The black sedan drove to the cruise hotel, followed by a van carrying cattle. The cattle would be transported overnight. Martin and the other two declined to be interviewed and got into the same car. Nicholson, who has known the director for decades, said, Scorsese is in a good mood. He's very happy with the film. Martin sighed. Nicholson asked, do you think the film is bad? No, Martin thought, reflecting. Just the three of us cursed over 200 times in the whole film, didn't we? Leonardo thought for a moment. More than enough, Martin said. You know why I sigh? I'm ashamed of my poor cursing language. Nicholson shook his head. Your focus is really different, Martin said. There's an art to cursing. Back at the hotel, the three of them went to Leonardo's room for a drink. Before they'd finished half a bottle of whiskey, 3 different text message alerts rang simultaneously. Martin took it out and took a look. It turned out to be the results of a Warner Brothers survey of premiere audiences. Leonardo smiled. The average premiere audience gave it an A+. The best result ever. That's really good, Martin said seriously. I think I'll get a very positive review, Nicholson agreed, mainly because of that idiot Leo. There were promotional events the next day, so the three of them didn't drink too late and quickly left. Warner Brothers was so confident in The Departed that they released all ratings that evening. By the next morning, Rotten Tomatoes had established a freshness rating, reaching a high of 95%. Later, in the media composite score released by MTC, The Departed averaged 87. Renowned film critic Roger Ebert, who attended the premiere, gave a quick review in his column. This is Martin Scorsese's best film since 1990's Goodfellas, and one of the best films of the year. The film's quality was guaranteed. Warner Brothers only had to make a minor effort, and the media buzz was already building. Another point is that Martin Scorsese has made no bad films over the years, nor has he overly commercialized them. This has earned him a strong critical reputation. Martin's film, by contrast, has been held back for now, as it hasn't yet received a wide release. Unexpectedly, his choice of an arthouse film like The Reader has garnered quite a positive response from Los Angeles critics, particularly Kenneth Turan, the Los Angeles Times film critic. He also attended last night's premiere and immediately wrote a review in his column. Unlike Roger Ebert, Turan's focus is on Martin. The Los Angeles critics have always believed that Martin Davis is an actor with great talent and artistic pursuits. This can be seen from his choice of The Reader in the first half of the year, and the premiere of The Departed last night also proves this. Martin plays a criminal undercover in the police. With his superb performance, he interprets the character's inner complexity and shows us a complex character composed of desire, power and betrayal. This complexity makes it easy for the audience to resonate with a character and deeply understand the character's decisions and behaviors. Hollywood has produced many talented actors, and Martin is bound to be one of them. He uses an outstanding role to inject a special magic into director Scorsese's new film. He deserves to be rewarded this awards season. On the streets of Toronto, during a promotional event, Leonardo saw the Los Angeles Times brought by the crew. He asked Martin, tell me the truth, do you have any ass deal with that Kenneth Turan? That old bastard has scolded me a lot over the years, but he licks you so much, Martin said in a deep tone with a distant look. There is no way, my artistic pursuit is higher than yours. Leonardo was dismissive. Do you have artistic pursuit? Martin told the truth. It doesn't matter whether I have it or not. The key is that the critics and the Academy judges think I have it. Leonardo couldn't help it. Those people have problems with their brains. I looked down on the Oscars back then. They disliked me for not taking the Oscars seriously and not respecting art. Later, I actively moved closer to the Academy and the Oscars, and actively competed for awards every year. They thought I was deliberately competing for awards and still didn't respect art. He asked Martin, "Are they crazy?" "No, they are not sick. They just look down on you." Martin revealed a bloody fact. If a black, ugly woman pursues you, no matter how you behave or what you say, do you have 100 ways to reject her? Leonardo said, "I can easily find 1,000 ways." He then realized what was going on, pointed at his nose, and asked, "Am I black, poor, and unlucky?" Martin shrugged. Kate now understands how to become their white moonlight. Leonardo looked down at his stomach, pinched his increasingly wide face, and finally understood what white moonlight was. He sighed, "What a bunch of perverts. Isn't it good to appreciate beautiful things?" Nicholson came over and said, "What are you afraid of? Even if you become like me now, the women who are supposed to pounce on you will still pounce on you." He glanced at Martin and decided to stand with Leonardo. "Even though you are 11 seconds, even though you are not as big as him, you are better than him." Leonardo interrupted him, "Stop. Jack, stop talking. If you keep talking, I will jump off the building out of shame." Martin immediately criticized Nicholson, "You are such a bad person. How can you say Leo is 11 seconds? Leo is 11 meters in a 100-meter sprint." "That sounds much better." Leonardo nodded at the two of them. "When I win the Oscar, I will give each of you 50 black clowns. Even if you cry, you have to finish those things." Los Angeles, Pacific Film and Television Production Company. Accompanied by her assistant, Louise saw off the Asian investor Wu Maoding and turned into another meeting room. Thomas was waiting here. Seeing someone enter, he said, "The premiere of The Departed was a huge success, with excellent reviews from all sides. Martin's performance has been lauded by critics. Should we launch our campaign now?" Louise said, "You've been managing the relationships with the critics who have a favorable impression of Martin. You'll continue to handle that. I'll handle the Academy judges." The acting awards have over 1,300 judges. Based on past experience, if you submit a nomination and receive 200 votes, you're virtually guaranteed a nomination. Unrelated sentence fragment, "No mistakes, no." Louise asked, "How are the talks going with the people I circled?" Thomas said, "They've clearly stated their support for Martin and will also mobilize certain resources to support him." Louise nodded slightly. "We have to do everything we need to do." Thomas knew that Louise and the wealthy woman in Atlanta had jointly invested in hiring a professional PR team. He said, "The resources invested by the WMA have been handed over to me. At the crucial screening, Ari Emanuel will be in person to help canvass for votes." Louise felt that this was not enough. At the critical moment of the nomination vote, it would be best if there was some eye-catching news. Too many judges will not watch the film no matter how much you urge them. They will simply vote with their feet and cast their votes for people they have recently become familiar with. Thomas said, "Martin has made some preparations." Louise nodded and added, "Praise from well-known figures can also influence many people's choices." Thomas said, "Martin will do all this personally." Louise also mentioned a key point: "We must also pay attention to the smear campaigns of our opponents. Martin has been very successful in recent years, and he has stepped on others on his way up." The two discussed this matter. Ever since Harvey Weinstein entered the game, not only has the amount of money spent on PR increased exponentially, but every year, a popular film is embroiled in scandal. The citywide smear campaign was a classic example. After Thomas left, Louise returned to her office, made a phone call, and said, "Rita, get moving." Rita Public Relations, a specialized agency specializing in publicity and public relations services for the entertainment industry, is busiest during awards season. Its founder and largest partner, Rita Baker, is a college friend of Louise's. Upon receiving Louise's call, Rita immediately instructed her assistant, "Have the first team act immediately and send out all the emails and messages prepared in advance." That same day, an email arrived in the inboxes of numerous members of the Screen Actors Guild, the Society of Film Critics, and other members of the Sentinel Awards jurors. The Departed, the new film directed by Martin Scorsese and starring Martin Davis, will be released nationwide in North America on October 6. A few days later, another physical email with the same message arrived in their inboxes. Four Seasons Hotel Beverly Hills. Lukaku from the News of the World sat in the lobby lounge, seemingly reading a newspaper, his eyes fixed on the hotel entrance. The automatic doors opened, and a familiar, portly figure entered. Lukaku whispered, "Harvey Weinstein's here." Hazard picked up his bag and headed toward the lobby. After following Xavi into the elevator, he glanced at Courtois, who had followed him in, but said nothing. The elevator dinged and Xavi entered. Hazard and several others followed. He pretended to select a floor, but when the button for that floor lit up, he withdrew his hand. The elevator quickly ascended, and as it stopped, Xavi exited. Hazard followed, but turned out of the elevator and headed down the opposite corridor. He pulled a special mirror from his pocket and discreetly observed what was happening behind him. Some of the News of the World reporters possessed exceptional skills. Seeing Xavi stop at the door, open it, and then enter, Hazard turned back, checked the room number for Xavi's long-term room on the room map, and hurried downstairs. Once the room is confirmed, it will be convenient to do the following things. Chapter 319 Harvey's Wife. Harvey Weinstein sat and watched a while on TV. The entertainment channel was showing the grand premiere of The Departed. Martin Davis, in a unique move, walked down the red carpet leading a cow. The audience and reporters were stunned. "That's quite interesting," Harvey said. He had never seen a premiere like it. What a talent. Unfortunately, he didn't get along with a man who had recently caused Weinstein Company a lot of trouble. Because of the Heath Ledger incident, filming of I'm Not There was delayed by nearly 10 days. Every day of delay meant higher costs. There was a knock on the door. Harvey went to it, and Matt Damon entered. Harvey asked, "Shouldn't you be attending the film festival in Toronto?" Matt Damon glanced at the premiere on TV and said, "The Departed crew doesn't take me seriously, nor do they force me to participate in the publicity. I'm back to rest for 2 days and then go to London later." Harvey asked directly, "Aren't they going to help you get an Oscar nomination?" The nomination for Best Supporting Actor is for Martin Davis, so, Matt Damon shrugged. Harvey chuckled. "A Best Supporting Actor Oscar? Martin Davis has a lot of ideas." His smile deepened. "Having ideas is a good thing," Matt Damon said. "I heard he had a fight with your crew in New York." Harvey looked unconcerned. "It cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars." Matt Damon seemed to be complimenting him. "The Oscars are your special occasion." Harvey thought of Brad Pitt, who had been complaining about Martin, and said, "Rose McGowan got a little frisky after filming Planet Terror." Matt Damon understood. "I'll warn her." Harvey's phone rang. It was his wife, Georgina Chapman. He answered it. "Honey, is Toronto fun?" Georgina said. "Very interesting." "Don't you want to come over?" Harvey said. "I'm busy here." "I can't." After the call, he chatted with Damon for a few more words, and then Harvey and Damon left the hotel together. In the hotel lobby, seeing the two leave, the three members of the News of the World immediately gathered together. Lukaku whispered, "We've found Xavi's long-term room. Let's figure out a plan." Courtois stretched his neck and said, "Start with the hotel. We'll monitor the phone calls in the room." Hazard warned, "This isn't New York. We're not on home turf. We have to be careful." The three of them immediately took action. Meanwhile, at the Four Seasons Hotel in Toronto, Martin had just returned from a promotional interview. Scorsese was treating him to dinner tonight, and he didn't feel like going upstairs, so he simply went to the lounge, found an empty spot, and sat down to wait. At the table to his left sat a brown-haired woman. Her striking appearance caught Martin's eye. She was about 30 years old, tall, and had the build and demeanor of a model. She turned to look at Martin, and they both realized they knew each other. Martin took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, Georgina." Georgina, a longtime friend of Kate Winslet, said, "Hello, Martin, I didn't expect to see you here." Martin immediately mentioned their mutual friend. "Kate and I were filming in London a while ago, and Kate mentioned you specifically, saying that all the clothes she wore in public were designed by you, and they really made her look stunning." Georgina smiled. "Actually, Kate, mindful of our sisterhood, gave me the opportunity to sponsor her." Martin asked, "Remember your Marchesa brand opened a design shop in Los Angeles? Leave me your contact information so I can bring my friends there." Georgina's clothing line is high-end, and she immediately took out a personal business card and handed it to Martin. Martin also gave her his own. Georgina knew her husband had some prejudices against Martin, but she had her own circle of friends and didn't interfere in Hollywood's feuds. She was focused on creating a new luxury clothing brand. She married Harvey Weinstein, and with him, she also married his network. Without much effort, many of Hollywood's biggest actresses walked the Oscars red carpet wearing her couture. Georgina wanted to expand her network further. I hold fashion parties in New York or Los Angeles every once in a while. You're welcome to come. I've been there and was very impressed. Martin had met Wes Craven at one of Georgina's fashion parties. I'll definitely go again if I get a chance, Georgina smiled back. The sound of high heels hitting the floor nearby made Martin turn and see Cate Blanchett approaching. Georgina waved gently to Martin. I should go now. Martin stood up and said, goodbye. Georgina walked over, took Blanchett's arm, and together they walked towards the hotel entrance. Blanchett was wearing an evening gown from Georgina's brand, Marchesa. After they were a little further away, she whispered, Martin Davis is a sinister person. Be careful when dealing with him. However, Georgina had heard the opposite about Martin from her friend Cate. She smiled and said, he's not going to eat me. Blanchett was about to speak again when the automatic door opened and Jack Nicholson, wearing brown sunglasses, walked in. Seeing this old dirk, Blanchett immediately recalled the incident at Pinewood Studios in England. Even with her good manners, she couldn't help herself. She felt both humiliated and infuriated. Blanchett coldly said, shameless, who is Nicholson? He was a jerk in his youth, a Marlon Brando-like figure in his middle age, and the leader of the asshole trio in his old age. He stopped, removed his sunglasses, and looked at Blanchett seriously. Is your bruised and swollen bottom okay? Do you want to do it again? Even here, I don't mind. As soon as he said this, everyone around him looked over, their faces full of gossip. Nicholson knew it was the Pinewood Studios firecracker incident. Although he was misunderstood, he didn't care at all. No mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum. As the leader of the trio, shouldering this little chore for her younger brother was nothing. She declared, I love Blanchett. Last time in England, I accidentally banged her, but while doing something, though actors are known for their thick skin, Blanchett was no match for Nicholson. She barked, shut up, you old bastard. Nicholson laughed heartily. My room is on the 41st floor, room 9. You're welcome to come over any time tonight. Georgina wanted to laugh too, but couldn't. With great difficulty, she simply pulled Blanchett aside and whispered, stop it. Let's get going. Don't forget you have to attend the premiere of Babel. Blanchett ignored Nicholson and walked forward with a stern expression. At the automatic doors, she saw Leonardo DiCaprio, watching the fun with great interest. The two had worked together a few years ago, and while they weren't close friends, they were familiar with each other. She said, you guys are such a bunch of bastards. Leonardo shrugged and said nothing. Nicholson, the old bastard, wasn't done yet. He turned around and shouted, be sure to come tonight. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Blanchett was getting into the car and almost hid her head on the roof. Leonardo walked over, hugged him and walked towards Martin. You really don't want to save your dignity? Nicholson didn't care. You and Martin are so young, and you've thrown away your dignity. I'm over 60 years old. What do I need this face for? Martin waved his hand. This way. The two came over, pulled out chairs and sat down. Nicholson asked, am I loyal enough? I'm taking the blame for you. I heard that Bale took a 2-week break before returning to the Prestige. Martin continued, so, Leo and I wholeheartedly support you as the boss. Leonardo said, I just got off the car and chatted with some people outside, and I found that you were having a very happy chat with Georgina Chapman. Nicholson asked, Harvey Weinstein's wife? Yes, that's her. Leonardo looked at Martin carefully and said deliberately, sure enough, you like beautiful women around 30 years old the most. Nicholson said again, Harvey wanted to deal with you, and then you set your sights on Harvey's wife? That's amazing, Martin. Even I, an old bastard, have to admire you. You are worthy of being the one among our three who is best at coming up with bad ideas. Martin said innocently, I just met her and chatted with some people. Why did it all become so distorted in your mouths? Leonardo didn't waste any time. He told Nicholson, I'm going to make a bet $1,000. I'm betting Martin will end up with Harvey's wife. Nicholson replied, I'm betting Martin will end up with Georgina, too. Martin raged, I'm betting $2,000. Absolutely not. He thought for a moment, realizing something wasn't right. There has to be a time limit. You can't wait 20 years to get your money back, right? 2 years, Leonardo said. Dude, you're a loser. Nicholson felt he'd seen through everything. He put a time limit. It clearly shows he has no confidence. Martin, too lazy to continue, quickly changed the subject. The three of them discussed tonight's premiere of Babel, starring Brad Pitt and Cate Blanchett. and considered one of The Departed's biggest awards season rivals. Around 7 o'clock, Scorsese called, and Martin and the other two went up to the second-floor restaurant to have dinner with the director. After The Departed, regardless of his Oscar success, Scorsese plans to take a 2-year break, with no new film expected until 2009 at the earliest. 5 marriages have placed a heavy financial strain on Scorsese, but the relentless filming schedule and high incomes over the years have been enough to allow him to pause and recharge. Therefore, marriage is also a source of creative motivation for artists. The more divorces, the more motivated they become. While Scorsese's break doesn't matter to Martin, it will be somewhat impactful for Leo, who has primarily collaborated with Scorsese in recent years. But at Leo's level, there's no shortage of good scripts and opportunities to work with great directors. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that top feature film projects often go to Leo first, and only those he despises will go to others. Chapter 320, North American Box Office Winner. Before the film festival concluded, the crew of The Departed departed Toronto and embarked on a promotional tour of major cities across the United States. The 4 main creators attracted significant attention wherever they went. They even visited Scorsese's farm in Massachusetts and took another photo with the old cow. A video of the bastards presenting the cow to the director went viral, attracting considerable attention from young people. Scorsese's gangster films have the weakest appeal among teenagers, and Martin has considerable appeal among this demographic. On Thursday afternoon, a line of people wearing red Colombian t-shirts stretched for hundreds of meters in front of the Bay Theater in Mallory Square, Miami. Martin was there tonight signing tickets. All 5 theaters showing The Departed were packed for advance screenings. Young ticket buyers continued to queue, so the theater manager temporarily vacated 2 theaters for an additional screening. In Los Angeles, Rachel and Phoebe, along with a large group of Martin fans, donning red Colombian t-shirts, marched down Hollywood Boulevard to the El Capitan Cinema. A giant poster of the 3 characters from The Departed hung above the theater's main entrance. "Martin's finally a star," Rachel exclaimed. Phoebe called back, "Line up. Don't mess around. We're almost in." Within a dozen minutes, the place had transformed into a sea of red, completely occupied by members of the Coca-Cola cult and Martin's fan club. With a small donation from Coca-Cola and the production crew, and with additional funds raised, the 2 groups booked out the entire El Capitan Cinema for an advance screening of The Departed. Of course, the media were also present. "I've been a fan of Martin since his first role in Zombie Gigolo," Rachel mused, standing before the camera. As the leader of Martin's largest fan club, she was no longer the naive fan she once was. She smiled and said, "I've witnessed Martin's growth along the way. He's finally stepped onto the Hollywood stage. Working with a top-tier director like Scorsese is so exciting." Before she could finish her words, a figure in a red t-shirt suddenly jumped in and shouted to the camera, "I love Martin." Another fan flashed into the shot, raising a Coke to the camera in a toast. "Master, you're awesome." It was almost time, and without further ado, Rachel led her fan group into the theater in an orderly fashion. The Chief Rock Cinema was packed. Although influenced by the gangster film genre, Martin's fans and the Coke cult, especially the latter, didn't rush to buy tickets. Someone wearing a red t-shirt could be found in every theater showing The Departed across the United States. Similarly, fans of Leonardo DiCaprio and Scorsese also rushed in to buy tickets. From 3,000 advance screenings on Thursday, The Departed grossed $5.12 million, a remarkable feat for a gangster film. By Friday, the film had expanded to 3,290 theaters, marking its full North American release. The only film released at the same time was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Beginning, which wasn't even on the same level. The main creative team, including Martin, continued their nationwide promotional tour, signing tickets and selling tickets, with a constant stream of advertising and publicity. With a production budget of $90 million, The Departed couldn't rely on a single-digit initial screening model, slowly building buzz, and then gradually expanding its release. Its distribution model was entirely commercial. On its first day in North America, The Departed grossed $13.05 million, achieving Scorsese's best single-day box office performance in his 40-year career. The 4 great Hollywood directors of the 1980s, Lucas, Coppola, and Spielberg, all achieved commercially successful box office results, but Scorsese has consistently struggled. At a Houston bar, Scorsese treated Martin, Leonardo DiCaprio, and Nicholson to a celebratory drink. Cheers. Scorsese raised his beer glass and clinked it with the three idiots. Nicholson drank it all in one gulp and said, "You old fellow is about to retire, but I didn't expect you to be able to make a new flower at the box office." Scorsese was in a very good mood. "What you three have done is very eye-catching." Warner originally expected a maximum of $30 million in the first weekend. Now it seems that $40 million is not impossible. Nowadays, the first weekend's box office takes into account the advanced screenings. Martin is learning more and more about the North American film market. "Our film has a strong reputation, so it shouldn't be difficult to make $40 million, Nicholson responded. "The first weekend's box office for movies nowadays is getting more and more scary," Leonardo continued. "If it is a popular adaptation or sequel, with people like us, we might be able to make hundreds of millions in the first weekend." He further analyzed, "Although this movie is an adaptation, the original work has basically no influence in North America. It is not much different from the original movie. The original is not a sequel, so this result can be said to be a box office explosion." Martin said, "I hope the final box office in North America will be twice the cost line." A director of Scorsese's stature would inevitably sign a profit-sharing clause in his contract. He couldn't help but exclaim, "If that were the case, I could rest assured about having a seventh child." Nicholson, understanding his old friend, said, "IVF technology is very advanced now." Scorsese sighed with a certain emotion. "The more decisive and carefree we were in our youth, the more we must work hard in our old age." Leonardo said naturally, "That's why I've never considered marriage." Martin agreed completely. "After all, so many beautiful women like us. We have to be responsible for them and not let them bear the stigma of ruining marriages." Scorsese and Nicholson were both shocked by this man's shameless face. Leonardo asked, "What have you been through to end up like this?" "Same as you," Martin said casually. "I just wandered a little too deep into the canyon." The main creative team moved from Texas to Louisiana, and The Departed took in another $14.89 million in North America on Saturday. Scorsese's personal record for the highest single-day box office was broken after only one day. The Departed topped the North American box office charts for 2 consecutive days, leaving the Texas Chainsaw Massacre nowhere to be seen. This Sunday, as expected, The Departed took the top spot at the North American box office with a box office of $42.82 million. The second-placed Germany was completely crushed, despite the huge influence of its IP, and did not even take in $20 million. Correspondingly, Scorsese created the best opening box office of his personal directorial career. No mistake, 1 song, 1 release, 1 content. 1/6, 1/9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. In terms of word of mouth, The Departed has been extremely strong in North America. The Rotten Tomatoes freshness rating remains at 93%, the MTC average score is 87, and the IMDb score is 8.6, all of which guarantee a stable box office performance. Most importantly, The Departed received an average A on CinemaScore, with a projected North American box office of around $180 million. Numerous North American media outlets have lauded the film, hailing it as a Martin Scorsese masterpiece alongside films like Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, and Goodfellas. This lavishly budgeted and heavily promoted film is a guaranteed success. The producers and distributors, hoping to recoup their costs solely through box office returns, have stepped up efforts to release the film internationally, slated for this week in markets across Asia, Europe, and Latin America. The creative team has been busy promoting the film throughout the U.S. this week. They are the direct beneficiaries of the film's immense success and critical acclaim. Even Nicholson, a semi-retired veteran, will see a significant boost to his retirement fund. If you want to be a proper asshole, how can you get involved without money? Those struggling to make ends meet don't have the time or energy for such activities. While Martin was in Chicago, he received a call from Thomas. "I have good news for you. Ali held a meeting for you on Monday to prepare for the awards." Thomas' voice was filled with joy. "The company has selected 2 other people, together with Natasha and me, to form a public relations team. All the team's expenses and expenditures are covered by the company." Martin asked, "How is the public relations promotion going with the Los Angeles critics?" Thomas replied, "Los Angeles film critics, led by Kenneth Turan and Todd McCarthy, praised your performance in The Departed and have each published an article in their column." He did not forget to take credit. "Of course, our targeted public relations also worked," Martin reminded. "Don't forget to contact for the interview. As for Entertainment Weekly, I have arranged it with your neighbor Gillian Flynn, Thomas said quickly. Interviews with a Hollywood Reporter and Vanity Fair are progressing, so it won't be a problem. During the awards season, maximizing exposure can be said to be the basis for preparing for the awards. Thomas also reminded Martin, try to mobilize your famous friends as much as possible. Martin said, I have contacted them. Let's wait a little longer. It's not too late for them to speak out in December. The two parties quickly hung up the phone, and Martin continued his roadshow. Extensive publicity and strong word of mouth ensured that The Departed maintained an extremely stable box office performance. North American box office revenue dipped only 40% in its second weekend, reaching $86.78 million. The film also achieved consecutive North American box office championships, and was on the verge of breaking the $100 million mark. Similarly, a film that was a hit in North America would likely perform well overseas. The Departed grossed $32.78 million overseas in its first weekend. However, the majority of the box office revenue came from Latin America and Europe. In East and Southeast Asia, where it was released simultaneously, the film suffered both a box office and critical flop. This was also where The Departed had its greatest impact. With this high-quality film, which better suited local tastes, The Departed naturally became a poor imitation, a vulgar and profane film. It received a constant stream of negative reviews. Just as The Departed had no market in North America, The Departed also had a meager box office in East Asia. Even in South Korea, Hollywood's home country, its first weekend's box office was less than $1 million. The situation in several other markets was even worse. Chapter 321, Prepared Millionaire. Burbank, Pacific Pictures Productions. Martin had just entered the reception room when an extremely enthusiastic middle-aged man came over and shook his hand vigorously. Louise simply stood by and smiled. Wu Maoding, a Southeast Asian investor, said in accented English, Martin, The Departed was a huge success. Your performance was brilliant and truly moving. Martin smiled and said, Mr. Wu, you're very kind. Wu Maoding asked, thank you and Ms. Meyer for giving me this investment opportunity. It's allowed me to expand beyond Asia and into the United States. Martin didn't respond immediately, but glanced at Louise. Even if The Departed were a box office hit, Hollywood studios would find ways to post losses. Louise winked imperceptibly. Martin understood, this was a long-term strategy, a rational operation. It wasn't hard to understand. Wu Maoding owned the mines, and he couldn't keep the proceeds locally, so he naturally sought better investment opportunities. Furthermore, anyone who could seize the jade mines in Myanmar not only had guns, but also lots of them. Martin spoke kindly. Mr. Wu had good judgment. Of all the people who came, he chose to trust Louise and me, and he's earned the rewards he deserves. Wu Maoding expressed his desire to continue the collaboration. I've experienced the openness and tolerance of Hollywood. While there are countless business opportunities here, I trust my past partners even more. Louise reassured him, we'll have another opportunity to work together soon. Wu Maoding waved, and two attendants each came over, holding a mahogany box. He took one, handed it to Louise, and placed the other in Martin's hands, saying, it's just a small gift, a token of respect. Both host and guest were delighted. Wu Maoding took his leave. After Louise and Martin returned from their visit, she glanced at the mahogany box on the table. Isn't it another jadeite? She said. It's quite good, too. Martin opened his own mahogany box, revealing a jadeite inside. It was nearly full green, with excellent water quality, though as an outsider, he couldn't tell the specifics. Louise wore a jadeite bracelet set in platinum. She examined it carefully and said, maybe worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Martin said, for a mine owner and warlord, this stuff is nothing. I think he's richer than us. Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. Definitely more than you. Martin nodded, picked up the box, and prepared to leave. I'm going to the agency, Louise offered. Come to my place for dinner this afternoon. By the way, I've got a new bedroom. Why don't you come over and take a look? Martin, now single again, said, well, I'll call you when I'm done. Louise said, I'll wait. 3.5 years had passed since they met. She hadn't changed much, but Martin had. From a penniless actor to powerful star, Louise had recently been adjusting her mindset to make their relationship more sustainable. Martin left Pacific Pictures and moved to Century City. Entering the WMA lobby, he was met with smiling faces. On the way to Thomas's office, most people, Both acquaintances and strangers took the initiative to greet him. Several agents working in the lobby asked him if he had any new projects and if he could help their clients. Martin was mostly vague, pushing the blame onto Thomas. Agents shouldered the burden, and it was their job to shoulder the blame. Bruce arrived at Thomas's office, and as usual, Bruce remained outside, chatting with Natasha. Thomas saw Martin and handed him a document. "I just got this from Warner Brothers," he said. "You've been having a lot of success with them, and they're willing to share some information with us." Martin flipped it open and found a comic book tucked inside, Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns. Thomas said in detail, "You asked me to pay attention to Christopher Nolan. I have received reliable information that the Nolan brothers have basically finalized the main storyline of the Batman sequel, which will be adapted from The Dark Knight Returns." The news that Mean got from Emma Thomas also confirmed this. Martin asked as he watched, "Anything else?" The protagonists of the film are Batman and the Joker. Like Heat, it adopts the two-hero duel mode. Thomas has been working hard on this recently. The Departed is a big hit. If the next one, Endless, is also a big hit at the box office, there won't be too many obstacles for Warner Brothers and DC Comics. Martin didn't waste any words and said directly, "Get the script as soon as possible, I will." Thomas smoothed his hair. He recently had a hair transplant so that the hair on his forehead would not appear too sparse. But the hair transplant wasn't very successful, and his forehead soon became shiny. "This is a commercial hit. I hope to get you over $10 million. Martin nodded. "I hope we both get rich." Thomas was full of energy. "I definitely will." The two discussed award season for a while. Martin's personal PR efforts weren't often needed. An actor's main task was to increase exposure, express a positive attitude at campaign events, and leave the lobbying to professional PR professionals. Of course, the most important thing was spending money. Thomas explained the crucial aspect of PR. The company has contacted relevant organizations and is looking for the right opportunity to establish a charitable foundation. He worried Martin would misunderstand. Charitable donations are tax-deductible, and a significant portion of the funds raised can be used for the organization's operations. Martin had read about it. "I know. Just get the paperwork done quickly." Thomas wanted to refuse, saying that wasn't an agent's job, but thinking of the person sitting across from him, who could soon command over $10 million for a single film, he swallowed his words. As a would-be millionaire, Thomas felt a little extra work wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he had Natasha as his assistant. As for CPUs, they're always one level above the next. Martin spent nearly an hour in Thomas' office before taking his leave. As he was walking downstairs, Bruce followed him and said, "From what Natasha said, Thomas works really hard." Thinking of Thomas's increasingly thinning forehead, Martin murmured, "You can tell." Arriving at the WMA lobby, Martin had just exited the elevator when someone called out, "Martin." Before he could turn, Jennifer Aniston, wearing a short trench coat, scurried over. Regardless of the surroundings, she embraced him tightly. Single again, Martin didn't care what others thought. He embraced Aniston and kissed her hard on the forehead, saying, "Jen, you're still so beautiful." Aniston, however, cupped Martin's face and kissed him hard on the mouth, saying, "Congratulations. Your new movie is a huge hit." Following behind, his agent, Steve, coughed forcefully and reminded them, "This isn't the place to talk." WMA's offices generally refused entry to reporters. As for the other rumors, they had been rife since their time together filming Limitless, and neither Martin nor Aniston cared. Aniston gazed longingly at the increasingly charming young man and said, "You seem different. Do you have any important work now?" Martin asked. Aniston shook her head without hesitation. Martin took her hand and left, saying to Bruce, "Drive to the underground parking lot." Steve wanted to stop him, but seeing Aniston's charming smile, he stood there without saying a word, watching Martin steal his client. The two got on the car, and Bruce, without Martin's instructions, headed straight for the nearest five-star hotel. At this point, 1,000 words wouldn't be as effective as a single shot. Everything else could be discussed after the Eagle. At the hotel, Aniston was hung on the wall, like Martin's poster. Martin described this as the highest form of fan worship for their idol, also known as joyful worship. Just as the song finished, Martin's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Julie. Aniston noticed the name on the screen and said, "Just answer it." Even then, her legs became ropes, binding Martin and preventing him from leaving. Although Aniston had long since lost interest in competing with Julie, it was still fun to have her annoy him. Martin answered the call. "Hi, Angie, what's up?" Julie said bluntly. "I heard you're back in Los Angeles. It's been a while. I'm going to meet you for a drink." Martin glanced at Aniston, then thought of Louise that night. Deciding to calm down, he said, "I don't have time today. Maybe another day." Julie's mind raced, and she speculated, "Are you with Aniston?" Martin neither confirmed nor denied it. "Let her answer the phone," Julie said. Aniston's hand reached out. Martin said, "Ignore her," Aniston insisted. Martin placed the phone in her hand. Aniston picked up her phone and quickly said, "I'm with Martin." "Want to know where?" Julie didn't hesitate, blurting out, "Tell me, take your time guessing." Aniston hung up the phone, her arms draped around Martin's neck, and deliberately asked, "Have you ever thought of getting me and Julie together?" Martin shook his head. "Never." "Really?" She didn't believe it. Martin stopped talking and continued playing Eagle. It was almost time to get off work, so Martin went downstairs alone, changed his clothes at home, got in a discreet car, and headed for South Hillside. Life was really hard, the constant travel, exhausting his back. Martin arrived at Louise's mansion and entered the living room. He saw Louise behind the bar, mixing him a drink. He pulled up a chair and sat down to catch his breath. It couldn't be helped. Men are naturally weak in this area. He asked, "Are you attending the International Bartenders Conference this year?" Louise pointed to the medals and certificates in the glass display case. "How could I miss the only female bartender?" Martin nodded. "I recently created a new cocktail called the Hole-in-One." Chapter 322 Another 100 million. In the early morning, the buzzing sound of his cell phone woke Martin up. He reached for his phone and saw Leonardo's name on it. He glanced at Louise, who was still sleeping soundly, then quickly got up and went to the balcony. As soon as he pressed the answer button, he heard Leonardo's annoying voice, "Martin, come out and have fun." Martin looked back at the clock and said, "Are you kidding me? It's only 7 o'clock. Leonardo asked in return, "Don't you always get up at 6:30 for a morning run?" Martin quickly said, "I hit too many eagle shots yesterday afternoon and evening." Leonardo was confused by Martin. "I remember you don't like golf." Martin immediately criticized. "You are so stupid," he reminded. "Think about it, what is an eagle shot? A hole-in-one. Leonardo is worthy of being a bastard." He understood it instantly. Aniston in the afternoon, which one in the evening? Martin didn't answer, but asked, "Where are you going to have fun so early?" Leonardo said, "I'm in the Oaks section of the coastal highway. Just go west from your house. Remember to ride a bike and be an environmentalist." Martin was woken up and couldn't go back to sleep. He quickly washed up and took a look at yesterday's clothes. They were crumpled up because he had too much fun. Louise rolled over. "Where are you going so early?" "Good morning, dear," Martin said. "Leo asked me to go cycling," Louise said. "Boring. He's an environmentalist, and you're not. Why would you ride a bike?" She was still half asleep, still thinking about the hair salon. "Is it just for my own pleasure?" Martin went over and kissed her cheek. "I'll be back soon." Louise lay still. "I've got some clothes for you in the dressing room. There should be a mountain bike in the garage. I haven't ridden it much since I bought it." Martin entered the adjoining dressing room and found a cabinet that had been cleared out for men's clothing, a cabinet that had previously been used for women's clothes and bags. There was a note on the door, "Martin Davis." He pulled out a sweatshirt and sneakers, and quickly put them on. They were the perfect size for him. It was obvious that Louise had noticed. Martin said nothing, waved goodbye, and left the bedroom. He said goodbye to Mary, the housekeeper, then went to the garage to retrieve his mountain bike and rode out. From the southern slopes of the mountain to the coastal road, while the slope wasn't particularly steep, it was downhill all the way, making the ride incredibly exhilarating. It reminded Martin of his childhood. Back then, riding a 28-inch bicycle, the brakes would inevitably break when hurtling down the hillside, forcing him to rely on the foot brakes to slow down. Nothing serious happened, though the soles of his shoes were a bit worn out. It wasn't long before Martin reached the coastal road. Leonardo was waiting at the intersection. To his surprise, Tobey Maguire was there too. Martin said hello to Spider-Man and said, "Let's get going. There are so many reporters following us. We can't let them see the three of us standing here chatting." Leonardo replied, "Green travel, freedom of movement." Martin said, "People who keep talking about the color green will eventually turn their hair green." Leonardo didn't understand and asked Maguire, "Toby, do you know what that means?" Maguire shook his head. Martin got on his mountain bike and said, "Let's go." Leonardo and Maguire followed. The three of them rode at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery while chatting. The two motorcycles and two cars following behind were moving at a snail's pace. The Departed was in its promotional phase, and Martin and Leonardo were very cooperative with the paparazzi. Martin asked, "Isn't AA getting engaged this year? What about the bachelor party you mentioned?" Leonardo looked him up and down. "Are you still able to attend? Do you think everyone is Leonardo?" With the paparazzi around, Martin gave him face and didn't mention the 11 seconds. Leonardo said, "Victoria's Secret is planning an unprecedented fashion show this year, and it's taking a long time to prepare. AA's engagement has been postponed until after the show. Don't worry, I'll let you know then." He asked, "The last time I saw Heidi, she asked if you had any good ideas." Martin pointed to his temple and said, "I've already thought of one." Toby Maguire interjected, "Are you wasting your vacation on them?" Martin, somewhat familiar with him, asked, "Anything else for fun?" Maguire suggested, "Why don't you come to Las Vegas with me and play poker?" Martin said, "Leo and I play poker, too." Pa. Maguire glanced at Leonardo, his eyes inquiring, "Where did you find such a great friend?" The two had been friends since childhood. Leonardo understood Maguire's meaning and shrugged. Maguire said, "Real poker is more fun. I plan to become a professional poker player. That kind of poker game is more fun." Personal preferences vary, but Martin has always had a deep hatred for gambling and drugs, so he doesn't share Maguire's hobbies. I vaguely remember that Spider-Man later seemed to have a terrible time playing poker, but thankfully, Leonardo, their childhood friend, was there to help him. The three of them rode less than 4 kilometers, found a place to have breakfast, and then headed back. Leonardo invited Martin, saying, "My other film, Blood Diamond, will be released soon. You must come to the premiere." Martin, of course, wouldn't miss it. "Don't worry, I'll definitely go. If Dibis sends assassins after you, I promise to crush them all with coke." Blood Diamond was set to be released around Christmas, and Dibis Diamonds, worried about dampening public interest in diamonds, had repeatedly announced a boycott by the diamond industry. But Leonardo and the distributor, Warner Brothers, simply ignored them. Martin and Leonardo agreed to wash their faces that evening, then turn at the intersection and ride back to Sherman Oaks. The downhill slope was as exhilarating as the downhill slope. It wasn't steep, but who enjoys riding uphill? Martin debated calling Bruce and asking him to drive over. Then he remembered he'd been to the Kardashians last night and thought it best not to disturb them. In that respect, he felt he was far superior to Leonardo. There was a reason the trio had to come last. It had nothing to do with age, it was simply because they were so talented. Suddenly, a horn honked from behind. Martin parked his car and turned to see a red BMW parked right behind him. Elizabeth Olsen got out of the driver's seat and called out, "Hey, Martin, you working out? Want a ride?" "Sure." Martin got out, pushed the car over, adjusted the angle, and shoved most of the car into the trunk. He then returned to the passenger seat. Elizabeth started the car and headed south up the hill. Martin said, "It's the first time I've seen you drive." Elizabeth replied, "I'll be 18 next year, don't you know?" This sounded like it had a deeper meaning. Martin pondered, remaining calm. "When's your 18th birthday?" "I can get you a present in advance," Elizabeth replied, "next February." "No need for a present. Just you coming is the best gift," Martin said. "Remember to invite me then." Elizabeth was delighted. No problem, this was the man who had given her a second chance at life, and being able to attend her 18th birthday party would be extra memorable. She mentioned something, "I changed agents, and now, like you, I'm a WMA client," Martin said. "WMA has gained another amazing client." Elizabeth, though still young, understood the situation. "Because I have 2 wonderful sisters." "That's because you're truly exceptional." Martin had recently read an article in Forbes magazine that described the Olsen sisters as human money printing machines. As the car reached the south slope, Elizabeth asked, "Are you going to Louise's?" Martin nodded. "I'll get off right here. I'll call you later." Elizabeth waited for him to unload his bike and waved, "Wait for my call." The BMW pulled into the Olsen mansion, and Martin hopped on his mountain bike and headed back to Louise's house, not far away. Louise had been too exhausted from the previous night and hadn't gotten up yet. Martin cleaned up and went back to sleep. A bicycle handlebar couldn't be as comfortable as holding on to something. Meanwhile, photos of Martin and Leonardo riding together had appeared on TMZ. The internet was also transforming the gossip and entertainment industry. The Departed was in its third weekend in North America, and thanks to strong media and audience reviews, the film's box office performance was remarkably stable. Although it had lost its top spot at the North American box office, it still grossed $17.55 million. Including weekday sales, the North American box office had surpassed the $100 million mark, bringing its cumulative total to $118 million. After The Hills Have Eyes and Wanted, Martin achieved the feat of starring in 3 consecutive films to exceed $100 million at the North American box office. Even if it's a dual or even triple-star film, Martin's salary for the next film is bound to exceed tens of millions of dollars. This week, The Departed opened in more markets worldwide, expanding to over 40 overseas markets and grossing over $60 million. Recouping the entire investment through box office revenue is no exaggeration. Warner Bros. Is also stepping up its publicity for the film's Oscar campaign, as the Oscars significantly boost television rights and DVD sales. Scorsese's gangster films already rely heavily on offline revenue, and with the added bonus of a prestigious Oscar, the profits would be incredible. The 4 main creative team gathered again, and this time even Martin got drunk. After getting drunk, Scorsese hugged the streetlight in the yard of Leonardo DiCaprio's mansion, shouting that his wife insisted on having a 7th child. Nicholson was going to meet Naomi Campbell tonight to rekindle their former relationship on the yacht. Leonardo DiCaprio, uncharacteristically overcome with grief, wept, saying that his true love was Gisele Bündchen and that he couldn't give up so many wonderful women for her. Martin shouted, "Rush into Washington, capture the White House, and dissolve the Union." The 4 madmen made a scene for most of the night before finally settling down. Fortunately, Leonardo's Brentwood mansion was large enough that even if they made a scene, it wouldn't disturb the neighbors. The next day at noon, Scorsese woke up and saw the polished lamppost. He issued a gag order to the other 3, "No one is allowed to tell anyone. If I hear any rumors outside, you can expect the mafia to come and kill me." Chapter 323 New Shooting Techniques. Martin Davis created an extremely complex character in The Departed, brilliantly portraying an undercover agent with completely different inner and outer qualities. His acting skills have already made him a leader among Hollywood actors born in the 1980s. At Pinewood Studios in London, on the set of The Prestige, Emma Thomas carefully read the newspaper in her hand. In just 3 years since entering the industry, Martin Davis has had 3 films continuously gross over $100 million in North America. While it can't compare to Elijah Wood and Hayden Christensen, who starred in The Lord of the Rings and Star Wars prequels, Martin's track record is more convincing. Nolan, who had finished his work for the day, walked over and stood behind Emma. After a moment of reading, he said, "What are you reading?" Emma handed the newspaper to her husband. The Departed has grossed over $100 million in North America and is approaching $200 million worldwide. Nolan sat down and read the newspaper carefully, saying, "It's going to break Scorsese's box office record." "It should be," Emma said, explaining the main point of the newspaper. Martin Davis has had 3 films in a row gross over $100 million in North America. It seems that he has the strongest commercial appeal among the male actors born in the 1980s. Nolan had already seen the comparison part. Elijah Wood and Hayden certainly have the support of 2 major projects, but Martin does as well. He is a very smart actor and chooses projects with a purpose. He said one by one, The Hills Have Eyes. Wes Craven is the producer and screenwriter. He is the godfather of Hollywood horror movies and has a strong appeal in the horror and thriller genre. Martin starring in this film is equivalent to getting a guarantee of success. Wanted, he collaborated with Jolie. The latter's triangle relationship with Peyton Aniston was exposed, and the topic exploded. It was obviously a planned publicity. Although it is not certain whether Martin was involved, Jolie's role in the subsequent success of Wanted cannot be ignored. There is no need to mention The Departed. Scorsese's gangster movies have never lacked audiences, and there are also Leonardo and Nicholson. Hearing her husband's words, Emma Thomas said, "But in the whole Hollywood, among the actors born in the 1980s who have outstanding looks, excellent acting skills, and strong commercial appeal, no one dares to say that he is better than him." Nolan said objectively, Martin Davis still lacks a film that can carry the box office on its own. At the moment, Martin is already a rare talent. Emma was somewhat influenced by her frequent visits to meet at the club. "I'm a little regretful now. I should have insisted on letting Martin audition for The Prestige," Nolan said. "Hugh Jackman is not bad either." Emma shook her head. "Without Wolverine, how much of his appeal will he still have?" After the failure of Van Helsing, he declined further. Without Wolverine, he would be at best an ordinary second-tier actor. With a film at this level, there's no need to talk about this. Nolan knew that his wife was very considerate. Bale strongly recommended Hugh, and I have to give it some consideration, Em rarely interrupted her husband. Bale is too close to the Australian gang. I know you like to use British actors, and so do I, but between Australian and American actors, you still have to think carefully. The biggest force in Hollywood is still the American mainland, Nolan nodded. I understand. Los Angeles, Angels Club. Mean left the crowd and found Bruce in the corner. He took the Coke he handed over and bent his arms to show his muscles. See, I'm back in shape. Bruce opened the can and asked, because Emma Thomas has been in London for the past 2 months, there's no need to drag you out for sweets. Mean sat next to Bruce and said, yeah, she loves sweets too much and doesn't care about body management. Bruce asked, have you contacted her recently? I called her 2 days ago, Mean said simply. I talked to her about the plot of The Departed. She watched the movie. Bruce clinked his Coke can. That's good. Mean took a sip of Coke. She was very impressed with Martin. Bruce said, if you have any difficulties, you can find near Thomas. Mean smiled. The only problem is that she is a little young. If she was 10 years older, it would be very easy for me to take her down. Unlike now, she keeps pulling me. Bruce knew Mean's strength very well. It's not bad at the moment. I have a first-hand source of information. In the front, there was a sudden cheer. It was Chad Stahelski on the training ground, who performed well in the shooting training simulating actual combat. Facing the target dummy, Chad used a shooting method that is relatively rare in Hollywood movies. He ejected the magazine, emptied the chamber, and left the shooting range. Martin stepped forward and bumped fists with Chad. Man, your recent training results are amazing, Chad said. My physical strength can only guarantee me 1 round. If I shoot a second wave, I estimate that half of the bullets will miss the target. Marcus, who came with Chad, said, although I can't compare with Martin, you do have a good sense of the gun. He emphasized, it's closer to actual combat. Martin asked, when you encounter the enemy, is speed the priority when shooting? Yes, you have to be fast when drawing the gun and shooting. Marcus, who only really left Afghanistan this year, said, when encountering the enemy at close range, you must ensure that the first shot is fast and accurate, so the target is a large target such as the enemy's chest and torso, rather than the relatively small head. Martin nodded slightly. Marcus added, but the battlefield environment is complex, and a weapon like a pistol may not be fatal if it hits the enemy's chest or abdomen, so you must make up the shot in time. Chad added, only dead enemies are good enemies. Martin gestured with his hands to shoot. Hit the enemy first, so that the enemy loses a certain degree of active offensive ability, and then make up the shot to make the target stop for a longer time or permanently, and no longer pose a threat. Chad said, this is the shooting technique I plan to use in the new project after referring to many parties. With excellent marksmanship, combined with your flexible body, you can use a gun from a distance and fight at close range. Even a pencil can be used as a weapon to kill the target. Martin was very confident about this. Even though the project was only in the early creative stages, actual filming and production would take a long time. At his age, he was still in peak physical condition and wouldn't be unable to fight. It was a very realistic issue. Everyone would grow old one day. Bruce and Mean approached. Bruce interjected. Then Marcus and I could double as gunsmiths and action directors, and even play some powerful villain bosses. Chad couldn't help but laugh. What a great idea. I'll design some action routines and scenes just for you, creating some unique shots. Marcus, a film lover, was also happy to appear in front of the camera. What about me? Mean chimed in. Don't I get any special treatment? Chad took a look at Mean's face and complexion and said, I'll think carefully about how to design a role for you. Martin asked, what about the plot? My first consideration is the action scenes and action design. Chad, a stuntman and action choreographer by training, naturally prioritized what he knew best. He said, the plot and characters all serve the action, connecting it logically. Martin agreed completely. This kind of film is all about excitement. There's the boost of leveling up and fighting monsters, and the thrill of defeating bosses. Chad scratched his head and said sheepishly, I've considered all that, but the plot still has a simple plotline. He looked at Marcus and said, it's about revenge for his dog, based on Marcus's real-life experience. Martin said, don't rush the plot. Be patient and polish it. Let me know if you need a professional screenwriter. Chad replied, Not yet. I'll call you when I need you. Martin turned to Marcus and asked, is the memoir going well? It's pretty good. Marcus smiled. Robinson is amazing. A lot of what I say is completely unstructured, but he manages to organize it into very coherent text, just like I remember it. Both parties had already signed the agreement. Martin added, if you have any difficulties, just contact me or Chad. He and Mean walked forward, then gave Bruce a look. Bruce deliberately fell behind, slowing down Marcus's pace, and quietly asked, are all the issues with Daisy and John resolved? Marcus looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he lowered his voice and said, those 4 disgusting old black men will never be normal men again. Bruce whispered, Daisy and John can rest in peace. Marcus made a cross on his chest, may God bless them. Chad comforted, let's stop here. It's not worth it to get yourself involved for those disgusting bastards. Bruce fully agreed. Indeed, Marcus said, I have let this matter go. I will focus on work in the future. Busy work can make me forget the pain of the past. As November approaches, North American awards season gathers steam, with many promising films releasing. For example, Babel, starring Brad Pitt and Cate Blanchett, premiered on the first weekend of November to positive reviews and critical acclaim. Naturally, these films aren't expected to perform well at the box office, and their marketing focuses on the Oscars. Only by securing nominations and wins can they achieve strong commercial success. Other films, like The Queen and the Last King of Scotland, similarly began with previews, accumulating and managing buzz in the hopes of reaping rewards during awards season. Martin's marketing efforts are also gradually ramping up, especially in the numerous leading awards programs, where winning effectively increases exposure. Following the Gotham Independent Film Awards, voting begins for the Major Film Critics Association Awards. This is the season when film critics can best demonstrate their presence and influence. Martin certainly hasn't overlooked this, as he maintains a strong relationship with the Los Angeles critics community. Chapter 324 I am pursuing art. At the Windsor Castle restaurant in Beverly Hills, at a booth, waiters presented a variety of exquisite dishes to 2 diners. Kenneth Turan, Los Angeles' most renowned critic, tied his napkin and looked across at Martin. A meal here costs a pretty penny. Martin, similarly tying his napkin, said, old friends, we always have to eat something different. Kenneth Turan was actually pleased with Martin's choice of a restaurant where the bill for a single person was nearly $1,000. It was at least a sign of respect. If he'd just gone to a random street stall for barbecue, where would the style of Los Angeles' foremost film critic have been? Martin specially invited Kenneth to dinner with a very clear purpose. He had done his homework. I have always remembered your guidance and help to me. Kenneth waved his hand. It's not guidance, just a few film reviews. Martin is a man who can be as thick-skinned as Mantle Rock when he's shameless. When I first came to Hollywood, I was like a headless fly. I had no criteria for choosing films. Fortunately, I was lucky. Both House of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes were successful, allowing me to gain a foothold in Hollywood. I'm even luckier that I met you, Kenneth recalled carefully, and it seemed that he had talked with Martin after the premiere of The Hills Have Eyes. That's what Martin said. Your words made me understand the future path I should take. An actor must have artistic pursuits, but at that time I didn't even have a foothold, so I could only make money first. Kenneth nodded. That's understandable. Prioritize ensuring your livelihood. Only when you have no worries can you focus more on your art, Martin said. I have never forgotten my artistic pursuit as an actor, so even in the face of numerous difficulties, I still worked hard to compete for the role directed by Scorsese. I spent 6 months practicing my Boston accent and spent nearly a month experiencing life at the Boston Police Department. I followed the people in the detective department to arrest gangsters and drug traffickers, and finally impressed director Scorsese. Kenneth affirmed Martin's actions. This is what an actor should be like. You did a great job. The character in the film is so outstanding because you were well prepared. Yes, it was an extraordinary experience. Martin has given people an in-depth understanding of Kenneth Turan over the past 2 years and has a good understanding of his personality and preferences. Director Scorsese and Jack Nicholson gave me a lot of guidance on the set, which took my performance to a new level and made great progress in my acting skills. Kenneth had seen the film and said, your role in The Departed is better than anything you've done before. You've made significant progress, even surpassing Leonardo DiCaprio. At this moment, Martin was even more proactive than he was when facing a beautiful woman. I can feel the progress, the rise, so I don't want to stop. I've accepted the leading role in a purely artistic film, The Reader, directed by Sam Mendes and starring Kate Winslet. Kenneth had previously noticed relevant information and said, Sam is one of the best among mainstream art directors. Kate hasn't taken on a commercial film since Titanic, focusing on honing her art. It's only a matter of time before she will be recognized. They are both outstanding artists, Martin said, adding, my character in The Reader spans from 16 to over 50 years old, which was extremely difficult to interpret. Sam and Kate helped me through the process. Kenneth was somewhat surprised. Such a huge role span. Martin nodded. Yes, it was thanks to the guidance and help of two outstanding artists that I was able to master this role. His face was filled with admiration. On the set, spending time with Sam and Kate has taught me what it means to be an artist, what performing arts is, and the lengths to which these exceptional artists go, the lengths to which they sacrifice for the art of film. Kenneth heard Martin's thirst for further improvement in his acting and his pursuit of cinematic artistry, and said, Martin, you're not bad. One day you'll catch up with them. Martin frankly replied, compared to Sam and Kate, I'm truly far behind. I feel like I'll never catch up. Kenneth felt compelled to offer this aspiring young man some encouragement. But you keep working hard, you keep improving. Martin simply nodded vigorously, not promising to achieve what Sam and Kate had. He simply couldn't do that. He was too focused and too passionate. Being an artist is truly not something that ordinary people can achieve. The two chatted and laughed throughout the meal, enjoying a particularly pleasant conversation. After paying the bill, Martin didn't see Kenneth off. Kenneth Turan was very self-conscious and didn't want to be photographed dining with celebrities during awards season. After Kenneth Turan left for more than 10 minutes, Martin entered the mall from another door of the restaurant and went down to the underground parking lot. Bruce drove Thomas and arrived on time. After getting in the car, Martin asked, have you eaten yet? We finished long ago, Thomas asked with concern. How was the conversation? Martin stated directly, I'm an actor with artistic aspirations, and Kenneth Turan greatly appreciates that. Thomas breathed a sigh of relief. Of all the Film Critics Association awards, the most important are the Los Angeles and New York Film Critics Association awards. Over 70% of the Oscar voters live in Los Angeles and New York, and they primarily focus on news from those two cities. We can't do anything about New York, but we need to take the initiative here in Los Angeles, Martin said. You've already spoken with Todd McCarthy, the Hollywood Reporter's columnist. My reputation in the mainstream Los Angeles media is at least decent. Bruce, participating in an awards campaign for the first time, couldn't help but sigh. What a hassle. Before coming to Los Angeles, I thought the Oscars were simply decided by voting based on the performance and quality of the film. It turns out that's completely different, Thomas said. Almost everyone interested in the major Oscar categories, or even nominations, is working hard on their PR and marketing. We don't do what others do. Forget about getting on the nomination list, let alone being nominated. Martin offered a more direct analogy. Old Bruce, you can think of it as a Hollywood-style Oval Office campaign. Bruce nodded slightly. Thankfully, we got ahead of the game. Thomas lowered his voice. We've dealt with them frequently over the past 2 years and have expressed our appreciation many times. Now that the work and the character are outstanding, they'll naturally express their appreciation. A critic's credibility is far more important than a star. Elsewhere, Kenneth Turan arrived at the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. As a columnist for the City of Angels' largest newspaper and a close friend of veteran film critics like Todd McCarthy, he was the most influential critic in the association. Awards season had already begun, and it was time for critics like these to shine. 6 prominent film critics from various Los Angeles media outlets gathered to discuss the upcoming Society of Film Critics Awards, which would be announced next month. Someone suggested, Little Miss Sunshine is a good movie, Todd McCarthy countered, but a movie like this can't possibly win Best Picture. The others nodded. While Little Miss Sunshine was good, it seemed to lack something for awards season. Another suggested, both The Departed and The Queen are good, but The Departed is better. Scorsese hasn't made a film this good since Goodfellas, Todd McCarthy said. Both Martin Davis and Jack Nicholson are brilliant in their roles. The latter has proactively stated that he won't be competing for awards season, while the former is too inexperienced to choose Best Actor in favor of Supporting Actor, a young film critic named Justin said. A very wise choice. Technically, he's only been in the industry for 3 years. Actors who arrived in Los Angeles at the same time are still working as extras. He doesn't come from an acting family, doesn't have a godfather to back him up, and isn't Jewish, Kenneth Tarrant, reminding him that there were certain things he couldn't say to his face. Justin immediately changed his tune, saying, "He's incredibly lucky to be where he is today. He's still very clear-headed and knows how to take things one step at a time." Kenneth Tarrant said, "As far as I know, Martin Davis has taken on an arthouse film directed by Sam Mendes called The Reader. He plays a character from the age of 16 to his 50s, an astonishing time span. I called Sam today, and he thought his performance was absolutely amazing." Todd McCarthy chimed in, saying, "Sam is a director with artistic aspirations. He's won an Oscar for Best Director, and has worked with many talented actors. He has a very high standard. For him to give such a compliment, Martin Davis must have delivered another convincing performance." Another older film critic remarked, "Martin Davis has achieved success with numerous commercial films, but he hasn't lost himself in the commercial side of things. That's incredibly rare for a young person," Kenneth Tarrant concluded, saying, "It's a good thing for young people to have artistic aspirations. We're constantly trying to hold Hollywood and related professionals back from over-commercialization. Young people with such aspirations should be encouraged," Todd McCarthy said. "I agree," the two leaders spoke, and no one else objected. The Society of Film Critics Awards are different from other awards. There's not much public information, the results are determined by internal voting and then announced. Kenneth Tarrant said, "The tickets will be distributed to all members of the society. You should communicate well and strive to have the results out next week. We've always been ahead of other film critics societies, and we can't let the New Yorkers get ahead of us." There are 3 major Film Critics Society awards in the United States, and only the third place is certain. The first and second places are still undecided. In late November, after the Gotham Independent Awards, the Los Angeles Film Critics Association announced the results of the Society's awards in the Los Angeles Times. The Departed won 2 awards, Scorsese won Best Director and Martin won Best Supporting Actor. Chapter 325, Rumors. At a luxurious Beverly Hills club, the screening of The Departed had just concluded, and everyone moved into the spacious entertainment hall. The crew had already prepared exquisite meals and fine wines, making every attendee feel at home. Martin moved around, diligently making his presence felt in front of colleagues, critics, and prominent journalists, trying to make the most of them. Rita Baker's team, jointly hired by Louise and Kelly, had already spread out throughout the venue, engaging in a more professional lobbying effort. Not only Martin, a newcomer with only 3 years in the industry, but even Scorsese, a renowned director with 40 years of experience, was engaging in similar efforts. Public relations, in the eyes of the Academy, is a matter of due respect and a manifestation of competitive determination. However, white men, with an average age of 62, are particularly pretentious. Excessive PR efforts can easily be interpreted as a mere effort to win awards. The right balance requires careful consideration. The screening concluded, and the guests left with a bang. Coca-Cola, the sponsor of the screening, prepared a small gift for everyone. The crew relaxed, exhaustion written all over their faces. Martin felt 10 times more exhausted than Heidi Klum's 2-day bachelorette party. Scorsese, standing next to him, looked hopeless, thinking of the 2+ months still to go. Of all the people present, only Nicholson, clutching 3 Oscars, seemed relaxed and carefree. It was as if you were watching a monkey show. 3 Oscars in hand, just so calm. Martin glanced at the other 2 members of the Bastard Trio and invited Scorsese. "Director, there's a special way to completely relax and recharge," Scorsese said. "Don't mess with that." Leonardo understood what he meant. "We 3 don't touch that stuff," Martin said. "Gambling and drugs are our mortal enemies." Nicholson said, "How could we possibly cheat you?" Scorsese agreed. "Let's go." Martin and the other 3 men got into a nondescript car from the underground parking lot and headed straight for the nightclub. The Face Gang had a new member. As the wheels rolled by, Scorsese's fatigue melted away, and he instantly perked up. "How is it going?" Martin asked. Scorsese gave a thumbs up. "So you're using this healthy way to stay awake, and it works. Life is meant to be enjoyed," Nicholson said, briskly. "Like you, working so hard, it's all for your children and your ex-wife." Martin and Leonardo didn't say anything, but they took it as a warning. But everyone has their own perspective. Scorsese enjoyed it, even planning to try for a 7th child through IVF. Under the night sky of the City of Angels, countless secret activities were underway. In another strip club, 7 dancers emerged from the VIP booth. The feet of 3 of them were wrinkled and white, as if they had been soaked in water for too long. Quentin pulled out a tissue, wiped his mouth, and said, "It's not easy to accomplish anything. Isn't sabotage your forte?" Harvey's chubby face trembled. "You're right. Even I have to give it my all to win an Oscar this awards season. I'm not completely sure yet, but sabotage is much easier than construction. Besides, Martin Davis's weakness is obvious, and it's an objective factor that can't be eliminated." Pitt swallowed his saliva, which smelled of feet, and said, "It's a small matter, too easy." Harvey smiled without saying anything, with the air of a boss. This confidence was built on numerous successful examples. During the 1998 awards season, the biggest hit was Saving Private Ryan. When the voting came to a critical moment, Los Angeles was ablaze with rumors of negative stories about the soldiers. Numerous British and American World War II veterans stood up and attacked the film through the media for its grossly inaccurate portrayal. Harvey's film won the final victory. This classic example of Shakespeare triumphing over the soldiers is something the Oscars will never forget. Of course, the veterans didn't have the leisure to automatically jump into the Oscars. In 2003, the Chicago film Pianist was pitted against director Polanski, who was riddled with scandals. Harvey didn't need to put in much effort to bring back memories of that past. Another, less successful, attack on Nash, the film's prototype, for anti-Semitism was a death sentence in Hollywood and even the American entertainment industry. However, it went too far, achieving only limited success. Harvey looked at Brad Pitt and said, "Didn't you arrange for someone to come over?" "When will they be?" Pitt replied, "Right away." Harvey waved his hand gently. "If you want to do it, don't hesitate. Go for it." He laughed. "Just do what we agreed to do. Your enemies, no big deal." Thinking of Jolie and Aniston, and of the assassination of Jesse James, which Warner Brothers had been holding back on, and still had no release date, Pitt left the private room without hesitation. He waited in the lobby for a moment before meeting Richard, the editor-in-chief of Empire magazine. The place was too chaotic, so the two of them went to a nearby bar. Richard sat down in a booth and spoke bluntly, "Big star, what do you want to talk to me about?" Since they often collaborated, Pitt didn't waste any words, saying, "Nothing serious, just some news." Richard asked, "Who's about?" Pitt weighed his words carefully, then said, "Have you noticed that most of the Los Angeles media right now is singing Martin Davis's praises, saying how great he is, as if that Best Supporting Actor award is definitely his?" Richard knew more. "From what I hear, he's just aiming for a nomination." Pitt continued, "Martin has only been in Hollywood for a little over 2 years, since the release of House of Wax. A 25-year-old actor is already earning tens of millions of dollars and preparing for an Oscar. Tom Cruise was at that level back then, and with so many veterans still lining up, he's definitely a good topic." Richard realized. Expressing a different opinion amidst the praise was easy to attract attention. Meanwhile, a reporter from American Rumors received a news tip and immediately rushed to the newspaper office to work overtime overnight. The next morning, Martin returned from his morning run and was eating breakfast. Thomas called. "Look at the American Rumors. There's a story about you there," Martin said. Bruce went to the mailbox outside and retrieved a bunch of newspapers. He found the American Rumors. A story appeared prominently on the second page. Martin read it carefully. According to reliable sources, before his rise to fame in Atlanta, famous movie star Martin Davis had a complicated relationship with local gangs and drug dealers. The relationship was extremely complex, with numerous disputes, and the details are murky. According to his old neighbors in Marietta, Martin once shot someone. Martin passed it to Bruce. "They know my past very well." Bruce read it quickly and said, "These pen-wielding people are truly talented. Everything they write is true." Martin nodded. "The truth is truncated. He did have run-ins with gangs and drug dealers, and he had shot someone, but it was all self-defense. But this report could easily give the impression that he's one of those bastards, someone who even shot someone." Bruce asked, "Should we send a lawyer?" Martin shook his head. "No point. It was already December, and news like this at this time was clearly targeted." Bruce said, "Was it a competitor?" "Possibly." Even though it was just a tabloid story, Martin took it seriously. He pulled out his phone and called Thomas. "I'll come talk to you." They left and drove to Century City. Martin called Jessica again, asking her to check the internet for updates. Jessica said, "There's no information online at the moment." They arrived in Century City. As soon as Thomas entered his office, he handed Martin the latest issue of Empire. It seems like a premeditated, planned operation. Martin took it, the magazine already open to the relevant report. In the currently released The Departed, the role played by Martin Davis has been highly praised, but he still looks green and immature in front of a veteran actor like Nicholson. We can understand this. Counting from the premiere of House of Wax when Martin Davis officially appeared on the big screen, he has only been in this industry for 2 years. He is just a new actor and of course cannot compare with the many veterans who have worked hard for many years. Bruce was next to Martin and finished watching the movie as well. It seems to be all true. He savored it carefully, and felt that something was not right. There is another meaning between the lines, Thomas said directly. This report clearly tells everyone that Martin is a newcomer with very little experience and has only been in the industry for more than 2 years. Martin continued, the average age of Oscar judges is as high as 62 years old. Most of them have struggled for many years to have a certain status. Why was Tom Cruise rejected as a child back then? It's because it's too easy to become famous at a young age, and it's too easy to make a lot of money, Thomas said. The senior members of the Academy have never liked this type of actor. He stated a reality. The Oscars for Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor, from the nomination list to the award, have always been the world of middle-aged and elderly men. Martin knew this and said, spreading rumors at a critical time. No, these are not rumors at all, but objective realities, and they are undoubtedly aimed at me. These are also his weaknesses, and his opponent seized them and stabbed him hard. Bruce asked, how big is the impact? American rumors are okay, after all, they are gossip media. Thomas said, Empire has a greater influence. Martin thought for a moment and said, let's move the interview forward. He said to Bruce, contact Atlanta and Jody. I remember Jody went to work for TMZ. Thomas reminded, it would be best to find out who is pushing it behind the scenes. Martin looked at the Empire magazine and remembered one thing. The author of Neverending had worked here for many years. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.